the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 Traveling Around the World, and Humans created tools for convenience, ease of work, ease of life, and ease of killing. The biggest change from cold weapons to firearms was the increased ease of killing. Just like how humans initially recorded events using knotted cords, writing evolved later. Initially, words were engraved on stone slabs, then wooden boards, and later on, bamboo slips, paper, and modern technology like smartphones and tablets. Therefore, despite opposition from many Confucian elders, fountain pens and ballpoint pens became popular in the Qin state. This was partly due to the promotion of Qin Shi Huang, and partly because officials at the lower levels could save significant time. This also illustrates the strength of Confucianism. The Xianxian's Hoang in Shanghai City, Qi, while considered a Confucian stronghold, was in reality only one of the 7 Confucian schools. While Confucian influence in Qin was not overwhelming, it was certainly not weak. Several of Fusa's teachers were Confucianists, and Changping also leaned towards Confucianism, though this was only superficial. If one didn't know Changping's true nature and only looked at his surface, he could be described as a modest and gentle gentleman. However, for Shen Fei, who knew his true face, the situation was different. Fusa had been educated in Confucianism since childhood. In Shen Fei's view, this was all a conspiracy by Changping. After all, since Xionyang's reforms, Qin had become a country ruled by law, and the disputes among various schools of thought were no less intense than those between states. During the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, disputes between states were essentially struggles between various schools of thought, clashes of ideologies. For the legalists, how could they allow the Confucians to profit from it? This was a major reason why Li Si later chose Fusa over him. "Who are you?" Shen Fei didn't stand at the gate for long before Fu Nian and Yan Lu emerged. Upon seeing Shen Fei, Fu Nian immediately asked. In this era, cameras didn't exist. While Shen Fei's name might be widely known, his true identity was much less so. Fu Nian, far away in Qi, certainly wouldn't recognize him. Fu Nian and Yan Lu had come together because they had sensed Shen Fei's strength. So it's the great Qin state master. How rude. Shen Fei was about to introduce himself when Yan Lu suddenly spoke up. Second Master Yan seems very concerned about Qin. What, you want to go back for revenge? Fu Nian's recognition surprised Shen Fei. Yan Lu doesn't understand what the master means. Shen Fei's words caused Yan Lu's expression to change for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. So it's the Qin state master. I wonder what's the important matter with the Confucian school. At this time, Qin hadn't yet unified the country, so the Confucian school certainly didn't need to be overly polite to Shen Fei, the great Qin state master. Is this the Confucian way of hospitality? Shen Fei asked, glancing around. Excuse me, please. Fu Nian wouldn't have reacted so rudely. After all, his martial arts, the Saint King sword technique, was based on courtesy. But Shen Fei's previous words were too shocking. It seems we're a bit early. Following Fu Nian and Yan Lu into Xianxian Manor, Shen Fei realized something. The presence of the 7 warring states was a stark contrast to the situation under the unification of the Qin dynasty. Naturally, the Confucian attitude would be quite different, a fact he had previously chosen to overlook. Please, the 3 of them proceeded directly to the reception hall of Xianxian Manor, each taking a seat. Fine tea was immediately served. Although the Qin dynasty hadn't unified the country, Shen Fei's status was still there, so Fu Nian wouldn't be too rude. I wonder, Imperial Master of the Great Qin, what's the matter with you at Xianxian Manor? Fu Nian immediately asked. Nothing serious. I heard that Xianxian Manor's library holds 100,000 volumes. I'm sure you're all aware that I invented better reading and writing tools back in Qin, so I wonder if the Confucians could contribute these books and publish them in print so more people can access them. Many of the books in Xianxian Manor, a Confucian institution, are considered rare copies, and they also contain annotations by prominent figures who had visited the manor, something Shen Fei didn't possess. I'm afraid that's inconvenient. Fu Nian, after a moment's contemplation, rejected Shen Fei's request. Is that so? Forget it then. The previous Shen Fei might have discussed Confucianism, citing its philosophy of teaching without distinction, but after considering the current situation, he abandoned the idea. It was indeed a bit unreasonable to ask Xiao Shengxin Manor to do so now. After all, this was just one of his goals. Yan Lu, I'm curious. Do you still want to restore the country? Shen Fei then addressed Yan Lu, who sat across from him. Don't try to deny it. Your true identity may be unknown to few, but it's not unknown. If you truly wish to conceal your identity, then you shouldn't reveal the Hanguang sword. Many people know who the Hanguang sword belonged to. Even if you may have obtained it through other channels, for some, even suspicion is enough to make them take action. Yan Lu's identity was far too important. He was the last descendant of the Great Zhou dynasty. For some, this was a highly significant position. Just think about how many people used Fusung's name to stir up trouble. The Zhou dynasty had been established for so many years, and even now, there are still those who want to restore the former Zhou dynasty's rule. For example, Confucianism, as a school of thought that values hierarchy, arguably holds the greatest hope for restoring the glory of that era. Confucius diligently strove to restore the glory of the Zhou dynasty, but unfortunately, despite the immense power of Confucianism at the time, it failed to do so. Just think of how many disciples Confucius had during his time. The 72 sages of Confucianism were each a supreme master. Unfortunately, while Confucianism was strong at that time, other powers were also powerful, especially the state of Jin, which was truly formidable. Even today, Confucianism remains incredibly powerful. Who knows how many masters are within the 7 schools of Confucianism? Furthermore, there's also a branch of Confucius, the Confucius branch, which isn't one of the 7 schools. If you look at it positively, the Confucianists' acceptance of Yan Lu was a way to preserve the last bloodline of the Zhou dynasty. But if you look at it negatively, it could be another example of exploiting a rare talent. Wu Ming was so powerful back then that Jing Niu couldn't even make a move in front of him. Why did he commit suicide to stop the pursuit of Yan Lu? It was because the pursuit would never stop as long as Yan Lu was alive. Even though Wu Ming was very powerful, it was a pity that he didn't have the strength to fight against an entire country. Facing the continuous assassinations, one negligence would lead to the death of Yan Lu. It doesn't matter if the pursuers fail 1,000 times, as long as they succeed once, but Wu Ming can't afford even a single mistake. In the end, Wu Ming had to find the body of a boy who looked similar to Yan Lu and pretended to be Yan Lu. In addition, he himself was really dead, so that no one would suspect that Yan Lu was faking his death. But unfortunately, Jing Niu had problems later, and Zhao Gao still discovered the problem. I have to say, the Confucians are truly courageous. They dare to harbor such a figure. Aren't they afraid that the secret will leak out one day and bring disaster to Xiao Shengxin Manor? So, you, the great Qin State Master, are here to eradicate the problem. This time, it was not Fu Nian or Yan Lu who spoke, but an elderly man wearing a tall crown and Confucian robes. It was none other than Zunzi of Xiao Shengxin Manor. Xiao Shengxin Manor was now controlled by Zunzi's lineage. The previous head of Xiao Shengxin Manor, Fu Nian's master, was Zunzi's elder brother. Uncle Master, why are you here? Fu Nian and Yan Lu immediately stood up and saluted Zunzi. There's no need to eradicate the problem. I'm simply here to warn Xiao Shengxin Manor. Since I can spot the problem, surely others will too. So you mean well, Zunzi said slowly, stroking his beard. Of course. This isn't 1,000 years ago anymore. Forget just the bloodline of the Great Zhou dynasty. Even if King Wu were to be resurrected or Zhang Shuang were to return, there's no chance of saving the Great Zhou dynasty. Is it necessary to eradicate such people? Times have changed, everyone. Silence fell upon Zunzi and the other two after hearing Shen Fei's words. To dare to speak so highly of these two, Shen Fei was truly the first of his time, especially among Confucians. This refers to Zunzi. If it were any other Confucian school, a fight might have broken out. Among the 7 schools of Confucianism, Zunzi's and Mencius's schools are incompatible, owing to their fundamental philosophies, the theory of human nature being good and the theory of human nature being evil. The imperial master's purpose is simply to remind the Confucians, Zunzi said after a brief silence. To be precise, my goal is to obtain the Hanguang sword. Shen Fei made no secret of his purpose. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not take away what another loves. Imperial Master is taking advantage of someone's misfortune, Fu Nian remarked. Don't worry, I'm just incredibly curious about the 3 Kongzhou swords. I won't use this secret to threaten Second Master Yan into handing over the Hanguang sword. Well, I should be leaving now. It's probably the wrong time for me to come. Goodbye, Shen Fei said, standing up and preparing to leave. Wait a moment, Yan Lu's voice echoed behind Shen Fei. As Shen Fei paused and turned, Yan Lu emerged from behind Fu Nian. With a flick of his hand, a emerald green hilt appeared in his hand, and he walked towards Shen Fei. Junior brother, Fu Nian began to say something, but Yan Lu stopped him with a wave of his hand. Senior brother, there's no need to say anything. Since keeping this sword with me will only bring disaster, why keep it? If Master were still here, he would definitely support my decision. Yan Lu said this, looking nostalgically at the hilt of the Hanguang sword in his hand, his mind recollecting Wu Ming's words to him. Before Wu Ming committed suicide, he had told Yan Lu to be an ordinary person, not the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty, caught up in the world's turmoil. This sword will be presented to the Imperial Master today. Yan Lu walked over to Shen Fei, holding the hilt in both hands. Then I won't be polite. Shen Fei didn't refuse. After all, this had been one of his goals in the first place. Don't worry, I promise that Confucianism will not be implicated in your affairs in the future. Of course, my promise is conditional. Xiaoxing's manner will not interfere in matters it shouldn't. With that, Shen Fei turned and left. The previous question made him think clearly. He had taken Xiaoxing's manner too seriously. In fact, Qin State had his support now, and by the time Yinjiang unified the Central Plains, Confucianism's status would definitely not be as high as it is now. He was somewhat confused by the situation of Confucianism. As expected of the three swords of Kongzhou, they are made of jade, a truly rare material. So, the other two should be made of similar materials. The hilt of the Hanguang sword was made entirely of jade. Holding it in his hand, he could feel the warmth of it, probably a piece of warm jade. Studying the hilt also gave Shen Fei a deeper understanding of the Hanguang sword. Its blade, like the Yin-Yang school's key-gathering blade, was forged from concentrated qi, though the energy consumption was significantly lower. Furthermore, it could be transformed into a double-edged sword. With sufficient qi, a 40-meter-long sword could easily be wielded. It is invisible to the eye, invisible to the touch when wielded. It is boundless and intangible, passing through objects without them noticing. The Hanguang sword's most terrifying aspect lies in its silent, transparent blade, making it a perfect weapon for sneak attacks. It's also highly suited for illusions. It's a waste of energy in the Confucian school, where Yin-Yang school in Taoism would best unleash its power. Furthermore, the Hanguang sword possesses another advantage: it kills without shedding blood. No, it should be said that killing without staining the body with blood. Time to test this sword. Having made up his mind, Shen Fei immediately opened the secret door and returned to the state of Yan, ready to test the sword. Late at night, a bright moonlight hung high in the sky. A blazing fire erupted in a picturesque manner outside the Yan state's Raccoon City. Who are you, and what is our feud? Deep in the manor's back garden, dozens of bodies clad in green lay scattered around. Shen Fei, holding the Hanguang sword in his right hand, coldly gazed at the owner of the manor, the Zhang family, who was protected by 4 men. You sent men to kill me. Tell me, do we have a feud? Kill you. Who are you? You forgot so quickly. Then let me introduce myself. I'm Shen Fei, the Grand Master of the Great Qin. Grand Master of the Great Qin, you, now, understand? Do you think your actions are unknown? Shen Fei would not let those who dared to kill him off so easily. He had simply been too lazy to bother with him. Now, with a Hanguang sword in hand, he could test it and seek revenge. Through investigation, Shen Fei had uncovered the true identity of those involved in his assassination. It was a coordinated effort by several aristocratic families, all of whom were involved in the bamboo slip business. The appearance of the paper greatly affected the interests of these people. This wasn't instigated by us. Someone found us. Oh, then tell me who found you. Well, the other party was wearing a mask, so I don't know him. But don't worry, I'll order someone to investigate immediately. That's not necessary. I'll investigate myself. Goodbye. Stop him. As he spoke, the 4 people in front of him immediately rushed towards Shen Fei. Armor-wearing skills, huh? But they won't work on me. Chapter 302 Chu State. Pijiaguang, piercing armor skill, a required skill for the Wei Wuzu, was a common practice after the Wei Wuzu's demise, with most of them drifting into the underworld. Pijiaguang, piercing armor skill, was a somewhat renowned martial art in the underworld, and while the number of practitioners was small, there were still quite a few. Aristocratic families, in particular, would cultivate a number of Pijiagong-trained subordinates, making them ideal for guarding their homes and protecting their families. While these individuals would rarely reach the level of Mei Senyang and Dian Qing, being able to withstand even ordinary sword strikes was already quite formidable. Unfortunately, without a formal organization, the Wei Wuzu would struggle to play a significant role in warfare. Shen Fei initially planned to establish a Wei Wuzu detachment within Qin, but after careful consideration, he ultimately abandoned the idea. It wasn't that Qin couldn't afford a Wei Wuzu detachment, but rather that it didn't need one. With the resources available to support the Wei Wuzu, Qin could easily raise a larger army. The main reason for the decline of the Wei Wuzu was that the then king of Wei used the money used to support them for his own enjoyment, building palaces, and holding birthday banquets, all of which were enormous expenses. The issue of face can sometimes be more important than the lives of the people. For example, during the Nanyang disaster in Korea, the Korean royal family had no funds for disaster relief, but they had enough to celebrate the king's birthday. Fire, fire, put it out, as flames rose from the manor, alarming people in the distance. Some cried for help, while others fetched buckets of water to put out the fire. I still can't bring myself to wipe out an entire family. In the air, Shen Fei, perched on his flying broom, observed the chaos below and sighed softly. He had only killed a few key members of the Zhang family, leaving the others alone. If someone from this world had taken action, they would have annihilated everyone in the manor, leaving no one alive. This is like robbing the rich to give to the poor. Upon leaving Yan, Shen Fei gave most of the money and grain he had confiscated from the Zhang family to the common people of Yan. As the longest-standing vassal state, Yan had the most severe bureaucracy, making its civilians arguably the most destitute of the 7 warring states, even worse off than Shu. Of course, Shen Fei didn't give too much money to the poor. He knew that possessing a treasure was a crime, and while his intentions were good, they might not necessarily lead to good results. The Ming family is well suited for propaganda work, but they might not be willing to go to Qin at this time. After returning to Qi, Shen Fei considered it and abandoned his plan to go to the Ming family. Although the Ming family had declined, they still held some status in Qi thanks to their talent for sophistry. Not to mention that they had a member, Gongsun Linglong, whom Fu Nian praised as an extraordinary leader. In a world where beauties are practically everywhere, Gongsun Linglong is truly extraordinary. But that's just her looks. In terms of talent, Gongsun Linglong is also quite impressive. Her status as one of the most renowned scholars of the 100 schools of thought is due to more than just sophistry. The Chu state, Puang City, would later become the Dongjin of the Qin dynasty. I never thought Zhu Manglao would be here. I thought it was in Shaojin, the capital of Chu. Looking at Zhu Manglao, which was no less impressive than Fixun Pavilion, Shen Fei couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Of the 3 most romantic places, Zilangsuan is ultimately the worst. The Nong clan has quite a few disciples. Several Nong clan disciples could be seen walking together on the streets. This place could be considered the Nong clan's headquarters. To one side of the city lies the renowned Gaze Mountain, where the Nong clan's headquarters, the tomb of the 6 sages of the Yan Emperor, is located. The 100 schools of thought, founded by Shenan, the 4 seasons, the 24 solar terms, it can be said that they all originated from the Nong clan. Of course, not the Nong clan of today, but the Nong clan of the past. The various schools of thought founded by Shenan, who tasted hundreds of herbs and cultivated 5 grains, have now undergone a slight transformation, no longer resembling the once single-minded Nong family dedicated to the welfare of the people. Zumang Tower and the 4 Mountains Casino are always the Nong family earns money. It's precisely because of this wealth that Nong's disciples have time to practice martial arts and cultivate their supreme formation, the 24 earthly lakes. The saying poor in literature, rich in martial arts is universal in every era. Without sufficient wealth, martial arts training is impossible. After all, martial arts require persistent practice, not a haphazard one. Without a source of income, how can one maintain the energy to cultivate? Thanks to Shen Fei's previous victory over the Zhu family in Shenqi at Hangu Pass, the Nong family has almost entirely fallen into the hands of the Tian clan. It can be said that Shen Fei has rendered the Tian clan a great service. However, the Tian clan's reward is to kill Shen Fei and avenge the Zhu family. Shenqi, having been expelled from the Nong family, is no longer considered a Nong disciple. With the exception of Situan only of the Xiaoyu Hall, All the other Nong clan leaders now bear the surname Tian. Could it be that Wu Kuang has already slipped into the trap? Changping-jun is truly remarkable, having laid out such a pawn for so long. It's a shame it's now useless. Shanki's expulsion from the Nong clan was a tactic, and even Shen Fei couldn't tell if it was a self-torture ploy or the real deal, only to be exploited by Changping-jun. As the sun set, the sunlight faded, and darkness enveloped the earth. The number of pedestrians on the streets of Puayang City gradually decreased. However, two places remained brightly lit, attracting large crowds, Zumenglao and the S.H.I.E.L.D casino. In the back hall of the S.H.I.E.L.D casino, two figures were gambling. Big or small? Big, sorry, small. Give me the money, brother Situ, your luck is incredible. You're not cheating, are you? The young man said, a look of reluctance on his face, as he held out 4 gold coins. Brother Liu Ji, it's not my fault. It's you who always wants to win big. You're a bit greedy, Situ Wanli said, continuing to roll the dice. Big or small, how can there be any reward without taking a risk? If I win just once, not only can I make up for all my losses, I can also take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. So of course I'm going to bet on big, haha, small, sorry, Situ Wanli said, extending his hand to Liu Ji. Are you still going to keep going? What bad luck. 6 small bets. Forget it this time, maybe next time. Liu Ji handed the gold coins to Situ Wanli, picked up the wine jug beside him, and left the room. It seems like you've been doing well recently, Master Situ, who? The sudden appearance of unfamiliar business made Situ Wanli's face change. He immediately grabbed the weapon placed aside and was about to shout loudly. However, after seeing clearly who was speaking, he immediately put down the weapon in his hand and said respectfully, "Greetings, Master National Master, I thought you would call for help," Shen Fei said as he sat down on a chair beside him. As expected of a farmer, he was quick enough to get a chair. "Master National Master, you're joking. It's my blessing to be able to work for you. I have to say that you are a smart person. No wonder you can become the master of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the farmer's family controlled by the Tian family, he is the only master of a non-family, and his martial arts skills are not very good. Although Situ Wanli does not have much integrity, it must be said that he still has some ability. I wonder what service you can offer me, Your Excellency the Imperial Master." "Nothing. I'm just touring the country and stopped by to see the farm. It's such a shame. I never thought the farm founded by Shen would become like this. It's disappointing," Shen Fei said, and before Situ Wanli could speak, he continued, "That's what I thought it was. But since you mentioned it, there's something I need you to take care of. Please give me your orders, Your Excellency the Imperial Master." Although Situ Wanli was secretly groaning in his heart, his expression showed an obligation. Kill the man who just left. Situ Wanli had never expected that Shen Fei would ask him to do this. "Why, you can't do it." "No, since it's Your Excellency the Imperial Master's order, no problem." Situ Wanli nodded hurriedly after noticing Shen Fei's expression change. "Don't worry, I won't expose you. You don't need to do this yourself. You just need to find a way to accomplish it. And I'm not in a rush. Even if it takes 3 to 5 years, it's fine." Shen Fei's expression now seemed to indicate that this was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. "Understood. Imperial Master, please await your good news." "Okay, that's it. Has anything happened with the Nong family recently?" Shen Fei immediately changed the subject. "With the Nong family recently," Situ Wanli explained. "Is that so? Well, be a good leader of the For You Hall," Shen Fei said, and vanished from Situ Wanli's presence. "I wonder if he can do it." Floating in the air, Shen Fei looked at the 2 brightly lit areas below and couldn't help but recall Liu Ji's words. His character was evident from his previous conversation with Situ Wanli. He wanted a single, lasting reward, and it had to be said that he had succeeded in the end. However, this success was premised on Shen Fei's absence, and now he had no chance of success at all. Letting Situ Wanli deal with him was just a frivolous idea on Shen Fei's part. As for killing him himself, after some consideration, Shen Fei gave up. It wasn't that he was afraid he couldn't kill him, even the Supreme Age could be replaced, so what else could remain unchanged? Rather, there was no need. If he really wanted to, he could kill Changping-jun, Yan Dan, and the others right now. "Master Ji, you're here. Miss Lian Ai is upstairs." A luxuriously decorated carriage appeared at the gate of Zumenglao. Huang, the owner of Zumenglao, immediately came out to greet him. A handsome young man alighted from the carriage. As the young man advanced, those in front of him ducked, making way for him. Then, accompanied by Huang, he ascended the stairs. Is this Jibu, one of the Fenghao Linshan clansmen back there? He's a complete dandy. Shen Fei, mingling in the crowd, observed this scene and shook his head slightly. So, in the end, it was because the snow girl had no backing. The reason these people gave way to Jibu was simple. He was the son of the commander of the Shadow Tiger Legion, one of Chu's 3 major armies, and also the heir apparent. Chu was the most heavily privatized military, with the 3 legions controlled by 3 separate families, passed down from generation to generation. This was a problem faced by all states during the Warring States period. Even Qin, which had been addressing this issue since Xiangyang's reforms, still had the Meng family's Golden Fire cavalry and the Wang family's battle-hardened armor-piercing soldiers. Even the highly centralized Qin suffered from this, let alone other states. Even Han was no exception. Bai Yifei, the blood-robed Marquess, was a hereditary Marquess of Han. If Ji Wui's position had continued for several generations, the same outcome would have occurred. Fortunately, this era held great respect for royal authority, so rebellions by high-ranking generals were rare. However, later generations saw the rebellion of generals holding military power far more frequent than in this era. Although Lian Ai remained in Zumang Tower, Jibu's relentless pursuit of her meant no one dared to disrespect her. With Huang, Lian Ai's true identity, secretly watching over her, she seemed as secure as a rock. The map of the secret passages of the 7 kingdoms, where did Changpingjun get this? Shen Fei was intrigued by this legendary map. If it had been just Chu or even Qin, it wouldn't have mattered, but the fact that it covered all 7 kingdoms made it quite intriguing. Now we know her true identity. How boring. After listening to Jibu and Lian Ai's conversation from a corner, Shen Fei left, bored. Jibu treated Lian Ai with immense respect. After all, there was a difference in status. Even though Lian Ai was now in Zumang Tower, she was a royal family member, while Jibu was merely the descendant of a courtier. Shen Fei was indifferent to the hierarchy of his time, but others didn't share his concerns. Even Xinu, who shared this barrier with Han Fei, faced a similar barrier. From Jibu's words, we can infer that the Shadow Tiger Legion should be serving Changpingjun. So, the Tenglong Legion and the Thunder Leopard Legion should be about the same. This is really interesting. As the right Prime Minister of the Great Qin, how can Changpingjun obtain the loyalty of the 3 major legions of the Chu state? Speaking of which, the current king of Chu is too useless. The 3 major legions under his command have all defected to others, and he is still ignorant. Should we go and remind him? Originally, there was an easier way for Shen Fei, which was to expose Lian Yi's identity. However, after realizing that she was innocent, Shen Fei gave up the idea. It was definitely not because of her beauty that he couldn't bear to do so. It's a pity that I didn't see Tianyan when she was a child. I heard that she was very cute. According to the news he got from Situanli, Tianyan was frail and weak, and now she was seeking treatment from a famous doctor in Chu state and recuperating at the same time. Upon hearing this news, Shen Fei could only chuckle. Miss Yan, the frail and sickly one who'd later dare confront Gigu Zhonghen, was Luo Ang's top-tier assassin, Jing Yu. Tianmi, who had always mocked this young lady, was terrified upon learning the truth. She's not using this as an excuse to practice, is she? No matter how talented Yan was, she couldn't have become a master out of thin air, not to mention her extensive combat experience. It's easy to imagine she must have fought many battles. Looks like we need to go to Shaochun again, to cause trouble for Changpingjun and, incidentally, the 3 major Chu legions. Shen Fei decided to warn the king of Chu and then watch the show unfold. Chapter 303 Return to Qin. As expected of a farmer's home, they have quite a few medicinal herbs. Before leaving Puiyang City, Shen Fei took the opportunity to buy a large number of medicinal herbs from the city's pharmacies, many of which were rare. These herbs were naturally purchased for alchemy. Although the medicinal properties of the herbs were discovered by the ancient Shenan, and the farmer's family was one of the 100 schools of thought adept at alchemy, their alchemy skills could not compare to those of the yin-yang school in the Taoist school. Whether it was basic blood and ki elixirs for physical health or Zhenren elixirs that could greatly increase one's true ki, there was a significant gap. However, the farmer's family also had the advantage of strength in numbers. Because of their large numbers, they had a large number of experts. This once again illustrates the importance of being poor in literature and rich in martial arts, just like the 4 C's in the pirate world are far less powerful than the Grand Line. Quite quick reaction, huh? But it's a pity it's still too late. Puang City was a key base for the farmer's family, and they valued it very much. How could something like Shen Fei's purchase of so many medicinal herbs at once not fail to alarm them? Before they could react and take action, Shen Fei had already left. For anyone else, such a simple escape would have been impossible, as the large amount of medicinal herbs purchased wouldn't be easily transported through a place with numerous farmers' spies. But for Shen Fei, it was a piece of cake. After Shen Fei's departure, the poor farmer's disciples were still searching like headless flies. Shaojin, the capital of Chu. What a magnificent palace. Speaking of which, although I haven't been to Qi's capital and seen its palace, I imagine it's not too bad. Speaking of which, Qin's Shanyang Palace is the worst. Since arriving in this world, Shen Fei had seen quite a few royal palaces, Han, Qin, Zhao, Yan, and now Chu. The Shanyang Palace was only slightly larger than the Han Palace in terms of floor space, but its decoration was far inferior. As for the palaces of Zhao, Yan, and Chu, the Chu Palace was even more dwarfed in both size and decoration. The Chu Palace was by far the largest he had seen. Although I haven't seen the Qi Royal Palace, based on what I've heard about the current king of Qi's daily activities and the wealth of Qi, I imagine it must be extremely luxurious. The Erfang Palace has been the source of thousands of years of criticism against Yingzheng. It's true that history is written by the victors. The idea of an upright historian is ridiculous. This isn't Shen Fei speaking in Yingzheng's favor. The truth is, it was perfectly natural for the unified Qin Empire to build a new imperial palace. He couldn't just stay in the Shanyang Palace. Yingzheng's mistakes were probably his defeat and his impatience, launching several major projects simultaneously. A similar emperor later, Emperor Yangguang of the Sui dynasty, had similar ideas, but he ultimately ruined his own empire while benefiting his successor immensely. Without Yingzheng's unification and the standardization of script and customs, the future wouldn't have been as smooth. As for the claim that Yingzheng was cruel, that's a bit ridiculous. In Shen Fei's opinion, some of Yingzheng's actions were indeed brutal, but that was viewed through the lens of modern times. In this era, Yingzheng's behavior was perfectly normal. Collective punishment and collective punishment weren't unique to the Qin dynasty. It's just that some people deliberately turned a blind eye to certain things. Such people have always existed, from ancient times to the present day, including in modern society. Emperor Xin, the mention of Yingzheng reminded Shen Fei of the last emperor of the Shang dynasty, a man also criticized for his immorality. He only had 2 children, while someone who claimed to be acting on behalf of heaven had nearly 100. Who was the more immoral and licentious? With Emperor Xin's fall, the Zhou dynasty was established. From then on, there were no more emperors, only the Son of Heaven. The Chu clan of Chu, Chu Yuan and Song Yu, were truly famous figures, the most handsome men in the world. At a restaurant in Chu, Shen Fei was surprised to hear these 2 names. Of course, Song Yu was no longer considered a handsome man, he was old after all. Chu Yuan, Zongzi, but I never thought Chu Yuan was a descendant of the royal family. The name Chu Yuan was also well known in later generations, but many, like Shen Fei, were unaware of his remarkable origins. He was a descendant of the king of Chu, and Song Yu was his disciple. Chu Yuan was actually a reformist, but unfortunately, this faction had no foothold in Chu. Even though he was a descendant of the royal family, it didn't matter. After all, he wasn't the king of Chu. Chu was truly vast and rich in resources. If you count the soldiers, it numbered approximately 1 million, far more than Qin, given its vast land and population. In this era, wars were fought on population. Qin's rapid decline after Yingzheng's death was largely due to the heavy casualties suffered during the previous War of Unification. Late at night, deep in the harem of the Chu Palace, the drunken king of Chu was helped into the bedroom by several eunuchs. These eunuchs were handsome, and the king of Chu didn't look like a serious man. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Shen Fei, appearing silently in the palace, shook his head softly. Compared to the actions of the various monarchs he had witnessed along the way, it wasn't surprising that Yingzheng had unified the country. Qin was now striving for prosperity, and Yingzheng worked late every day. He only occasionally indulged in drinking, reveling, and watching singing and dancing. But for the monarchs of other countries, drinking and reveling were essentially their real work. while handling state affairs was only an occasional activity. It was the complete opposite of Ying Zhang's. "Wake up," Shen Fei said, not interested in waiting for the King of Chu to sober up. He simply flicked his right fingers several times, pressing several acupuncture points on the king's body, instantly awakening the still drunk king. "Who are you? Someone, come," the awakened king cried out in panic upon seeing the dark figure outside the curtains. "Don't shout any more. No one will hear you," Shen Fei's low voice sounded outside the curtain. "You are so brave. Do you know who I am? I advise you to let me go, otherwise." The King of Chu ignored Shen Fei's words and continued to shout. "Shut up. If I hear you say a word again, I will cut off your tongue," Shen Fei said, and her long ice sword pierced into the curtain outside the curtain and was placed on the neck of the King of Chu. "If you can gather energy into a blade, of course you can use white dew to condense an ice sword." Feeling the chill on his neck, the King of Chu was finally honest this time. Although his whole body was shaking, he still tried his best to avoid moving his neck. "That's right, don't worry, I didn't come here to kill you today, but to remind you that your throne is in danger." "What did you say?" The King of Chu, who was still afraid before, changed his face immediately after hearing this. "Who wants to deal with me?" At this time, the King of Chu seemed no longer afraid of the ice sword on his neck. "Have you heard of Changpingjun?" As soon as the name of Changpingjun came out, the face of the King of Chu changed immediately. "You have been deceived by him. He did not do nothing in Qin. According to the information I got, Changpingjun seems to have won over all the 3 legions under your command. As for the important officials in the court, how many have turned to Changpingjun? I think even you can guess it. Now he is waiting for an opportunity to return to Chu. Once he returns to Chu, what will be the end of you, the King of Chu? That's all I have to say. Take care of yourself." After Shen Fei finished speaking all the words at once, he left immediately without waiting for the King of Chu to react. In fact, there was no need to wait for the King of Chu's reaction. For those in power, as long as they have any doubts, they will definitely go back to investigate. Shen Fei's words only guided the King of Chu to think in that direction. For example, now as he told Ying Zhang to be careful of Changpingjun, even if Ying Zhang didn't say anything on the surface, he would also be wary of Changpingjun in secret. "Come here." After seeing Shen Fei's figure disappear, the King of Chu hesitated for a moment, and then immediately shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the bedroom was immediately pushed open, and several guards in full armor rushed in. Together with these guards came masters who were secretly protecting the King of Chu. As the king of a country, how could he not have masters guarding him? Even the King of Han had a group of assassins under his command, and the Wolf King, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Lisha, was one of them. "Waste, a bunch of waste. Do you know that someone has sneaked in?" the King of Chu said as he walked out of the curtain, and someone immediately went up to support him, while others searched everywhere in the bedroom. Changpingjun, the 3 legions. In front of Shen Fei, the King of Chu behaved like a coward, but when there was no threat of death, the King of Chu's IQ began to work. Being able to snatch the position of King of Chu from the hands of Changpingjun, the current King of Chu is not stupid, but he has been corrupted like the King of Han after so many years of luxury. Now that someone is threatening his throne, the situation is of course different. This kind of people may not be very good at governing the country, but they are absolutely first class when it comes to playing conspiracies and intrigues. They are good at internal fighting but not good at external fighting. "Come here." After a long silence, the King of Chu immediately summoned his trusted subordinates. The future of Chu may be very interesting. Leaking Changpingjun's plot in advance and letting the current King of Chu take action would undoubtedly inflict significant damage to the 3 legions. Even if it didn't deal a significant blow to them. It would be even more interesting if the King of Chu were imitating the tactics the Chu nobles used against Wu Qi. However, Shen Fei knew such a scenario was wishful thinking. The King of Chu was no fool, and the generals of the 3 legions were no match for Wu Qi, a man without any roots in Chu. The highest leaders of the 3 legions were members of the 3 great families of Chu, especially the Xiong family, a truly powerful aristocracy. If the King of Chu dared to ambush and assassinate such individuals, Chu would immediately fall into chaos. This is the drawback of the feudal system. The Tenglong Legion is not under the command of the state, but only of the Xiong family, making it a completely private army. The Shadow Tiger Legion and the Thunder Leopard Legion are in a similar situation. Under such circumstances, the King of Chu would have to be truly insane to act. The greatest drawback of feudal society is that the government collapses with the death of the ruler. This is why feudal dynasties can prosper with the rise of a powerful emperor, but can also quickly decline with the rise of a tyrant. This is the reason why all reforms during the Warring States period failed, except for Qin. The king who championed the reform died, and his successor completely changed the system. Qin faced a similar problem at the time, but fortunately, its successor king upheld the system, leading to its current strength. Under these circumstances, Qin's military was in much better shape than those of other states. Speaking of the Chu state's reforms, while they failed and Wu Qi, the reformer, died, it's hard to deny that he was a truly ruthless figure. Wu Qi's background was similar to Li Si's. He came from a wealthy family with immense wealth. Both studied Confucianism, his teacher being Zhengzi, while Li Si's was Zunzi. However, Wu Qi was not as fortunate as Li Si. While his family was wealthy, during the Warring States period, especially in Wu Qi's time, officialdom required more than just wealth. One must be of noble descent. Li Si was more fortunate in this respect, as times had changed. After that, Wu Qi killed his wife to seek a general, and moved around to several countries. Finally, he started to reform in the state of Chu. Because the king of Chu who supported him died, the nobles of the state of Chu ambushed and prepared to shoot him. After realizing that he had no chance of survival, Wu Qi made a crazy decision, which was to insert the arrows in his body into the body of the dead king of Chu. As a result, Wu Qi died, but all the nobles who participated in shooting him were exterminated. Even if the king of Chu was dead, he was still the king of Chu. The succeeding king of Chu had to deal with this matter for the sake of justice and reputation. That is, the royal family cannot be desecrated, and no matter what the reason for desecrating the king's body, the price must be paid. It is said that there were more than 70 nobles, big and small, who participated in shooting Wu Qi, and all of them were exterminated. Even if Wu Qi died, he avenged himself. There are not many people in ancient and modern times, both at home and abroad, who can do such a thing. Qin State, Xiangyang. Selling newspapers. As soon as he entered Shenyang City, Shen Fei saw several teenagers on the street, carrying backpacks and selling things along the street. From time to time, people from restaurants or tea houses stopped these newspaper boys and bought a copy of the Great Qin Times. Li Si's actions are very quick. Seeing that many people were buying this newspaper, Shen Fei nodded slightly. After the papermaking and movable type printing techniques were invented, newspapers were also put on Shen Fei's agenda. This is the mouthpiece of propaganda, which can be said to be a powerful weapon in this era. The reason why Confucianism is so powerful is because it has mastered the pen. After telling this to Yingzheng, Yingzheng handed it to Li Si to deal with. It must be said that Li Si is really tired at this stage. He just created the 6 gates and now he's dealing with newspapers. However, although it is very hard, Li Si is happy to do it, because his power has been growing. It can be said that now in Shenyang, everyone knows that Li Si is a popular figure and confidant in front of Yingzheng. Give me a newspaper. When a newsboy was about to pass by him, Shen Fei also bought a newspaper. Li Si is really worthy of his name. The front page headlines are all used to brag about Yingzheng, and there is no repetition. Only Li Si can photograph horses in such a fresh and unconventional way. Very good. It seems that Li Si knows a lot about publicity. Apart from the front page headlines bragging about Yingzheng, the rest are about other things in Qin, such as this Hangzhou Canal that is now under construction, and the list of freed slaves. At Shen Fei's suggestion, Yingzheng also began to set an example. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, Celestial Dragons, Part 1. Among the slaves, choosing those who are honest, hard-working, or have special skills as role models to remove their slave status can greatly alleviate the slave's rebellious spirit. No one likes to be born a slave. After all, there are only a few people who feel happy as slaves. The vast majority of people are unwilling to be slaves, especially those who are parents. They don't care about themselves, but they are willing to do anything for the next generation. At this time, if the superiors promise that if you work hard, You can remove the slave status of the next generation, the vast majority of people will definitely not resist. Some slave statuses cannot be removed even by Shen Fei. For example, the group of people under his command who were demoted to slaves because of Wang Zai's rebellion cannot be pardoned. Rebellion is a serious crime, especially in such an era. Look at Wu Qi's behavior before his death. The dead king of Chu's body was desecrated, and a large group of nobles were buried with him. These people were spared from death, and Yingzheng had already given them face. Master, thank you for your long journey. In the pavilion in the front courtyard of the imperial study, Shen Fei met with Yingzheng shortly after returning to Shenyang City. Yingzheng was now full of vigor and vitality. After Lu Buiwei's death, free from constraints, he was now carrying out sweeping reforms. From Shen Fei's words, Yingzheng had learned of Qin's shortcomings. He naturally wouldn't allow them to continue. He believed the present time was perfect for reform. This way, when Qin was ready to unify the world, it would be nothing like the Qin of the past. During this period, there were certainly those who dissented from Yingzheng. After all, every reform compromised the interests of some, and reformers never met a good end. Even Xiangyang's fate was no exception. The reforms affected so many interests that even the king of Qin had to answer to those who opposed him. Of course, Xiangyang's achievements were too great to be true. However, for Yingzheng, there was no such thing as such. Who else in the world could rival Yingzheng's achievements? The first emperor, the first to implement the county system, was the first to implement it. When the birds are gone, the bows are put away. When the rabbits are dead, the running dogs are cooked. This was a common occurrence during the founding of ancient nations. Even during the Warring States period, cases of overachievers causing their rulers to fear them occurred numerous times. For example, Li Mu of Zhao and Bai Qi of Qin. It's not that hard work, just a bit of disappointment with some people, Shen Fei said, turning to Gai Nai. Mr. Gai, I need your help with something. Go ahead, Your Excellency, Gai Nai said, his face expressionless. Please go to Yan State and invite the medical practitioner, Mr. Nian Duan, and his disciples to Qin State. Tell them that if they wish to save the world, they must come to Qin State. If they do, I can guarantee that medicine will become as prominent a school of thought as the Yin-Yang School, the Maoist School, the Agricultural School, and even Confucianism. Your Excellency is so optimistic about medicine. Gai Nai's expression changed, a rare change. It's not that I'm optimistic about the medical profession, but rather that it possesses such potential, to see how far the medical profession could develop. One can only look at hospitals and medical universities in the future. The weakness of the medical profession in this era was certainly due to the scarcity of physicians, but primarily due to the fact that medical training was limited to one-on-one or one-on-a-few instruction, compounded by the fact that some individuals cherished certain secret recipes. Even after Shen Fei had previously spoken to Yingzheng about the importance of the medical profession, Yingzheng's progress was slow. This wasn't Yingzheng's fault, however, he had too much to attend to, and his subordinates weren't paying much attention, leading to the situation. Given this, Shen Fei decided to take action himself. Your Majesty, I'm afraid I'll need your Majesty to issue an edict, Shen Fei said, stating his request. Since the Imperial Preceptor is so optimistic about the medical profession, please do as you please. Yingzheng nodded in agreement, agreeing that Gai Nai would also depart for the state of Yan. This is also for your own good. Go for it, Shen Fei pondered, then continued to speak to Gai Nai. Mr. Gai, before you go to Yan State, come to my place. I have something you can show Ms. Nian Duan. Perhaps it will be easier to convince her. Also, it's best not to let Yan Dan know, otherwise he will definitely interfere with you. The Imperial Master seems to have a very bad impression of Yan Dan, Yingzheng said with a hint of curiosity. Yingzheng knew Yan Dan, they were both once hostages of Zhao State. He's so hypocritical. If my guess is correct, he joined the Maoist School for their mechanical engineering. Given his current position within the Maoist School, if anything were to happen to the six-fingered Black Knight, he'd probably be the next Maoist leader. It wouldn't be long before he would attack the six-fingered Black Knight and seize the position of Maoist leader. Shen Fei didn't mind revealing Yan Dan's personality. By the way, Your Majesty, I heard some news in Chu this time. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but I would like to ask Your Majesty to pay attention to Changping Jun, Shen Fei said as he stood up and took his leave. Just a brief reminder to Yingzheng about Changping Jun's situation was enough. What's this? That morning, a large crowd gathered around a bulletin board outside the west gate of Shenyang City, staring at the contents in amazement. From now on, all those who could read immediately read the notice. Thanks to Shuang Yang's move of the trees to establish trust, the Qin government's credibility was very high. This notice was actually the order Shen Fei had requested from Yingzheng, to purchase all the prescriptions in the world and offer a generous reward for any proven efficacy. For those who cherished their own medicine, a large sum of money was enough to tempt them. In this era, there was no patent system, so Shen Fei could only think of the reward. And this notice was not only for the Qin people, but also for those from the other 6 kingdoms. Of course, Shen Fei's actions went beyond this. He also requested a plot of land from Yingzheng in the western suburbs outside Shenyang City, where he planned to build a school, a modern, comprehensive school. Once this school flourished, the Confucian Zia Shengxi and Zhuang would be left to languish in the distance. "Greetings, Imperial Master," Gong Shuzhou said respectfully upon seeing Shen Fei inside Sun Moon Villa. "You're here, just in time. I have 2 gifts for you," Shen Fei said, heading towards the back hills of Sun Moon Villa. Gong Shuzhou immediately followed. "During my travels through the kingdoms, I stumbled upon 2 rare treasures, and I'd like to have them appraised by Master Gongshu," Shen Fei said softly. "You're very kind, Imperial Master. To have caught the Imperial Master's eye, they must be truly remarkable treasures," Gong Shuzhou said with a smile. "They are indeed rare and exquisite items. I'm sure Master Gongshu will also appreciate them. They're right there. Please come and appreciate them." As the 2 arrived at the training grounds in the back mountain, Shen Fei pointed to the 2 items placed in the center of the grounds and said with a smile, "Could this be?" Gong Shuzhou, upon seeing the 2 items, immediately ran forward. Once he reached them, he stroked the objects in front of him with a look of amazement. The mechanical white tiger and the mechanical red bird, the 2 of the 4 spiritual beasts Shen Fei had obtained from the Mo family, had transformed Gong Shuzhou. Gong Shuzhou, as if he had seen a priceless treasure, could not take his eyes off the 2 mechanical beasts before him. "Are you satisfied with these 2 items, Master Gongshu?" Shen Fei slowly approached Gong Shuzhou and whispered. "Master Imperial Master, I'm sorry." Gong Shuzhou only then realized that Shen Fei was right beside him. "Don't be so polite. These are yours. Find someone to transport them away," Shen Fei said, waving at Gong Shuzhou before departing. As for what Gong Shuzhou would do with the 2 mechanical beasts, there was no need to elaborate. In fact, Shen Fei had already disassembled and recreated the schematics for the mechanical white tiger and mechanical vermilion bird. With the surgery fruit and the Red Queen's presence, he easily managed the blueprints. It's undeniable that the Maha's mechanical arts were truly impressive. Their unique designs wouldn't be outdated even in modern times. After disassembling the mechanical vermilion bird, Shen Fei could already create a small vermilion bird. When Yingzheng launches the war to unify the world, he'll probably be able to completely crush other nations, even if the Maha's clan possesses a significant number of mechanical beasts. With Qin's national strength and the Gongshu clan's extensive mechanical arts, the number of mechanical white tigers and mechanical vermilion birds would undoubtedly be substantial by the time the War of Unification began. Add to that the mechanical Orochi, mechanical bat, Potu Saburo, and others, and the Maha's clan would likely only have the mechanical Azure Dragon to contend with. The Mahists, clinging to conventions, are truly right. Despite their unparalleled mechanical engineering, the Mahis school has seen virtually no advancement over the years, relying solely on its established legacy. The 4 mechanical beasts remain the same as they were then, and aside from them, they lack any other impressive mechanical beasts. The Mahist school's sole innovation was perhaps their attempt to combine the mechanical vermilion bird and the mechanical white tiger to create a flying mechanical white tiger. While a promising idea, it ultimately failed. The resulting white tiger, number 0, glided more than it flew. The Gongshu family, on the other hand, was a different story. Their formidable mechanical engineering was constantly improving. They developed the Qin dynasty's geared crossbows, siege crossbows, catapults, ladders, battering rams, and other siege tools, and their technology continues to improve. For military strategists, siege warfare is the most challenging battle. As Sun Tzu's Art of War states, the best strategy is to attack the enemy's plans, the next best is to attack their alliances, the next best is to attack their troops, and the worst is to attack the city itself. Attacking a city is a last resort. Under the Gongshu family's overbearing mechanical engineering, the geographical advantages afforded by the city walls were significantly diminished. Shen Fei had previously visited a Gongshu family siege simulation. After viewing it, he discovered that his impression of siege warfare had been completely overturned. Not to mention the Gongshu family's catapults, the mechanical bats alone were enough to negate the city walls' geographical advantages. Sending them flying and hurling kerosene onto the walls was enough to inflict massive damage. In the original novel, Meng Dan, when fighting against the Xiongnu leader Maodan, exploited the principle of thermal expansion and contraction to cause the city walls to collapse. Furthermore, the Gongshu family possessed a powerful catapult system designed to launch the Po-2 sub-burrow, capable of launching them high enough to launch them into the enemy's walls. Previously, Po-2 sabres were few in number and of little use, but now they were plentiful, much like the tank corps hospitals, Po-2 sub-burrow units, and mechanical White Tiger units of later generations, which could be formed over time. It could be said that what currently limits Qin's unification isn't military strength, but rather logistics and management issues. While Shen Fei could manage the logistics by purchasing supplies from other worlds, management is a problem. What a wonderful toy! Shen Fei sat on a recliner by the gazebo in the gardens of Sun Moon Villa, gazing at the red Rubik's Cube in his hand. He placed the cube on a glass table and gently pressed a button. The cube immediately began to transform, and a red, crimson-banded snake appeared before him. This wasn't a real Rubik's Cube, but a gift from Guangxu Zhou. It could be controlled by qi, allowing it to move at will. Previously, the Guangxu Zhou family's most curious mechanical beast wasn't Po-2 San Lang, but Po-2 Qi Lang, seemingly possessing its own intelligence. Now, he finally understood its mystery. "How's your master doing lately?" Shen Fei asked Yan Lingji, who was peeling fruit for him, as he manipulated the crimson-banded snake through various movements. Yan Lingji was now his personal maid. Thanks to the Imperial Master, things are going well. With the help of Qin, Xians and his companions were now engaged in a war against the Western Beiyu. As Shen Fei had predicted, Xian's status as the Beiyu crown prince was no longer recognized by both the Eastern and Western Beiyu. This infuriated Xian's, but he could do nothing about it. "Do you think the Beiyu should submit to Qin, or continue with the status quo? I'm just a little girl, I don't know about such a big deal." "Never mind, it's a rare opportunity. Let's go out and have a look. Oh, and I'm planning to open a trading place in the Beiyu, exchanging food and supplies for Beiyu supplies. What do you think?" "So, what's the price?" "Imperial Master, market price, what do you think?" "Really?" Yan Lingji's voice was filled with surprise. "Of course it's true. I'm not one of those greedy people." The Beiyu region was vast, and it was home to many unique local specialties, such as various wild animals, like tiger and leopard skins. These things would fetch exorbitant prices outside, but they were dirt cheap in the Beiyu. There were no wildlife protection laws in those days. Besides wildlife, there were also numerous medicinal herbs. Ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, and Polygonum multiflorum were plentiful, even those over 100 years old. Many people in the Beiyu land traded these herbs for supplies, but unfortunately, the price was so low that ginseng was practically sold for the same price as carrots. In this situation, if Shen Fei offered a higher price, the Beiyu people would surely trade with him. Of course, this would undoubtedly offend many, but he didn't care. Shen Fei did this to obtain more medicinal herbs. Alchemy requires medicinal herbs. It must be said that the various schools of thought, while powerful, were generally not very good at business management. "Okay, stop being in a daze. Go find Yingji and have her start preparing." Shen Fei gently tapped Yan Lingji's forehead and walked forward. Yan Lingji's wish was simple. Unlike Xian's quest to recapture the Beiyu, her greatest wish was that the Beiyu people would not suffer from hunger. This was probably because she and her younger brother, who depended on each other for survival, often went hungry as children. Sadly, her younger brother later died in an accident. Chapter 305, Celestial Dragons, Part 2. Geese, geese, geese. Within a secluded and quiet manor at the foot of Sun Moon Villa, Shen Fei and Yan Lingji had just entered from the back when they heard the distant sound of reading. However, the students weren't reading from the contemporary Enlightenment texts like Confucius's The Book of Changes, but rather from Chinese phonetic alphabet, edited and taught by Shen Fei himself. This manor housed the very school Shen Fei had founded. The vast majority of the students were orphans brought from Jinseong, South Korea, by Mo Ye and Ying Zhen, with some also coming from Qin. The Warring States period was a time of constant warfare, leaving orphans and widows the most numerous. The practice of selling children and daughters was widespread, a precursor to slavery. Shen Fei naturally couldn't save all the orphans of that era, but he would help where he could. In reality, these orphans were also the targets of certain aristocratic families and individuals, much like Ji Wui's men, Yi Mu. Adopting orphans, training subordinates, and cultivating death squads, virtually every noble subordinates practiced this. The Warring States period was also a time when death squads were rampant. They could be considered the earliest assassins. All the children in the manor at this time were brought by Mo Ye from Jinseong, South Korea. There were over 20 of them, all around 10 years old. Most of them were found by Mo Ye or Ying Zhen. As the leader of the 100 Birds and Ji Wui's top assassin, Mo Ye possessed a kind heart, a fact that even Shen Fei was initially surprised to learn. These 20 or so people had received the best training. Shen Fei possessed resources far superior to Ji Wui's. Ji Wui might not have lacked money, but there were some things he simply couldn't obtain. Of course, Mo Ye hadn't brought just these 20 or so to the 100 Birds. There were also approximately 30 more, all around 15 or 16 years old, all in the 100 Birds ranks, possessing impressive Qinggong skills. Aside from the few Mo Ye had brought to join the Six Gates, the rest were assigned to various businesses under Shen Fei's control. The number of members of the 100 Birds has remained relatively stable since Mo Ye arrived in Qin. Shen Fei didn't disturb the students in class. Through the glass windows, he saw the children intently studying, and then he turned and left. Children of the poor grow up early, and these orphans knew all too well that although their living conditions had improved, they weren't overly engrossed. In fact, the children Mo Ye brought with him were receiving the best treatment under Shen Fei. Their food, clothing, and daily expenses were completely different from those under Ji Wui's command. Furthermore, they were all skilled in both civil and military arts. Given time, they were sure to produce several outstanding individuals, perhaps even one or two top-tier masters. Since Mo Ye had joined him, Shen Fei certainly wouldn't treat him unfairly. For example, he could definitely provide several true immortal pills per person. With such treatment, even those with slightly less talent could easily become first-rate or even top-tier masters. And that was just the current treatment Shen Fei was offering. With time, perhaps even one gathering immortal pill per person would be enough, which would mean over 20 top-tier masters. During the Qin dynasty, there was no precise categorization of power. The Jianghu, martial arts world, was divided into 3 levels: third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate, followed by top-tier and supreme masters. Above these were the leaders of the various schools of thought. This classification wasn't entirely based on strength. Reputation also played a significant role. For example, the Shinwen sword ranked first on the sword rankings. This number wasn't simply due to Ying Zheng obtaining it. If that were the case, no one would object. As the greatest emperor of all time, it was natural for Ying Zheng's weapon to be ranked first. Even if it was just an ordinary sword, in Ying Zheng's hands, under his aura, it became a legendary sword. Just like the Hashibi, now just a precious jade, once Ying Zheng transformed it into the imperial seal of the Qin Empire, it would become an heirloom seal, a treasure that countless generations would strive to obtain. Even if Ying Zheng had simply found a brick and inscribed it with the words "Mandate from Heaven, may you live long and prosper," meaning long live and prosper, it would still be an heirloom seal. But now that the Heavenly Question sword is number 1, that's a problem. Perhaps Feng Huzi is playing with his own agenda. He's from Chu, so Chu's Heavenly Question sword is number 1. Shen Fei doesn't have any objections to the second-place tie. Not only has Yuan Hong not yet emerged, but even Ken Hong is only an embryo. Forging a famous sword is no easy feat. It takes a long time, sometimes even years, just like refining the gathering immortal elixir. Shen Fei has no objection to Fu Nian's ranking. This sword belongs to Fu Nian, and it possesses a naturally powerful sword aura. However, Shen Fei has issues with the other rankings, especially the 8 swords of the King of Yu. Their low ranking is simply incomprehensible. Both the 8 swords of the King of Yu and Tanya were forged by renowned Yu artisans. Why should they be ranked so low just because they were in Qin? To be blunt, the 8 swords of the King of Yu are no less powerful than the other top 10 swords. Both the swords themselves and their wielders are every bit as skilled. Shen Fei had always been puzzled by the basis for Feng Huzi's sword rankings. Reputation, strength, and the sword itself, it seemed like a combination of factors, yet none of them played a role. For example, the supreme sword, Juke, was actually able to rise in the rankings, and the reason for this rise was simply because Shen Qi consistently used Juke to win battle after battle. Han Guang had also seen his ranking rise, but the strange thing was that none of the 8 swords of Yu had ever risen in the rankings. The most bizarre example was Can Hong. When it first appeared, Feng Huzi ranked it second on the sword rankings, pushing Tanya down to third. This was because Can Hong was a dragon-slaying sword, even though Can Hong ultimately failed to slay a dragon. For this reason, Shen Fei had been secretly planning to re-rank the sword rankings. This idea had been brewing since his days in Korea, but back then, with no fame, the idea of re-ranking would have drawn ridicule. But things were different now. Now, if he were to do so, he already had the credibility he needed. This time, when re-ranking the sword master list, Shen Fei planned to move all the swords up. The shark-toothed sword, being a demon sword, wasn't included in the rankings. And why wasn't it there? The Maoist ink eyebrow sword wasn't even on the list. The 2 renowned swords of the Taoist Yan sect also held very low status. These circumstances deeply irritated Shen Fei, leading him to re-rank the sword master list. Why should your ranking be correct? It was like Western awards, why should you determine my level? Take the Nobel Prize, for example. In the Marvel universe, his biochemistry skills were definitely worthy of the award, yet he was ultimately excluded. And the Nobel Peace Prize went to Alexander Pierce. After his identity was revealed, the Nobel Peace Prize Committee was in deep trouble. Why would they award the Peace Prize to such a person? This time, he was going to establish a list of all the awards. Wow, what a coincidence! After leaving the classroom, Shen Fei unexpectedly spotted familiar faces, Han Fei and Xinu, in a pavilion in the front yard. The two's presence wasn't entirely surprising. In fact, Han Fei occasionally taught the children. As a hostage, Han Fei didn't want to help Ying Zheng, so he essentially spent his days in Shenyang doing nothing. Hostages in Qin, aside from being forbidden from returning home without permission, had few other restrictions. Most of them spent their time in Shenyang enjoying themselves, drinking, and having fun with their friends. While Han Fei was often rumored to be a playboy, this was simply a facade. Whenever he visited Zilanzhuan, it was to discuss important matters, so he and the other hostages had little in common. Furthermore, Shen Fei's reforms were in full swing, so Han Fei and Xinu frequently visited. Shen Fei didn't mind Han Fei's visits, even though he knew he was learning. His work wasn't complex, and many things were easily learned. However, promoting his work was a different matter. While Qin had Ying Zheng's support, Han Fei had no support in Han. Even if he was devoted to Han, Han Yu would suspect his motives. It's rare to see you here. Han Fei seemed a little surprised after seeing Shen Fei. It was not Han Fei's fault. In fact, Shen Fei seldom came here except when he came here at the beginning to determine the content of education. He was different from Han Fei. Han Fei had time to wander around, but he needed to practice hard. He couldn't relax before fighting with the director of the Universal Family Planning Office. I'm very busy, Shen Fei said and sat down. Xinu put a cup of tea in front of Shen Fei, and then took Yan Lingji away. Is there something? This scene surprised Shen Fei. Generally speaking, there was nothing he needed to hide from Xinu about his meeting with Han Fei. I want to know one thing, why is the sword of senior brother Yan Lu in your hand? Han Fei's expression became serious. I'd forgotten about that. You're a Confucian disciple, a peer of Fu Nian and Yan Lu. Han Fei and Li Si were disciples of Zunzi, while Fu Nian and Yan Lu were disciples of Zunzi's elder brother. Back then, the 4 of them could be considered to have studied together at Xia Shengxin Manor. If Han Fei had remained there, Zhang Liang might not have been among the future 3 heroes of Qian Lu. As for Li Si, he wouldn't have made the list, his martial arts weren't up to par. Yan Lu gave me the Hanguang sword willingly, I didn't steal it, Shen Fei continued. So, I want to know how you persuaded senior brother Yan Lu to give you the Hanguang sword. In this era, famous swords held immense significance. Generally, unless a person died, their swords would remain in their possession, much like Jing Kei's broken rainbow, which was only reforged into the deep rainbow after Jing Kei's death. Given the power of Confucianism, Yan Lu actually gifted Shen Fei such a significant item as the Hanguang sword. There must be something hidden going on. Although Han Fei practiced legalism, he held his two senior brothers, Fu Nian and Yan Lu, in high esteem. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Shen Fei to inquire about this matter. Method: why can't you just say that Yan Lu and I hit it off instantly, and he gave me the Han Guang sword as a token of our affection? We hit it off instantly. Han Fei, upon hearing Shen Fei's words, a hint of a meaningful smile crossed his face. Okay, that's a hard story to believe, but it's best you don't ask any more questions. With your intelligence, you should be able to guess what's going on even without me saying it. Han Fei sighed softly and remained silent for a long moment before his expression quickly returned to his usual cynicism. Let's not talk about that, then. By the way, I heard Quang Xiu has arrived in Qin, and there's a welcoming banquet tonight. Are you interested? Han Fei quickly changed the subject. Like a soulmate seeking a soulmate, of course I'm interested. Quang Xiu was arguably a star of his time. When it wasn't political, even Ying Zhang would give him some respect. Such was the treatment afforded to a master. A famous song is a famous song. Shen Fei had no professional appreciation for music, but even so, he could sense the beauty of mountain streams and flowing water. It seemed the ancient saying, "A song lingers in the air for 3 days," wasn't just boastful. I wonder who's better, Quang Xiu or Nuang Yu. Music is a field that relies heavily on talent. While Quang Xiu was undoubtedly far more famous than Nuang Yu, and Nuang Yu had once expressed her deep admiration for Quang Xiu, Nuang Yu's 100 Birds paying homage to the phoenix was also impressive, especially the heartstring song, which Quang Xiu probably couldn't even master. The so-called welcoming banquet for Quang Xiu was actually a gathering for the next generation of Shenyang City's various families to interact with each other. Even Fusu made an appearance on behalf of Ying Zheng. Li Si was also invited, and at the banquet, he was incredibly popular, making all his hard work worthwhile. After the newspaper report, the task of establishing the school system that Shen Fei was planning to build was also placed on his shoulders. I'm going into seclusion to practice. If you need anything, you can handle it yourselves, or wait until I come out. After summoning Mo Yak, Ying Zheng, and Yan Lingji and giving them instructions for the upcoming matters, Shen Fei began his retreat. He had previously informed Ying Zheng of the relevant matters. Of course, Shen Fei wasn't actually in seclusion, but rather leaving this world. The Navy has been quite impressive lately. This is the nth supernova to be captured. In the pirate world, Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh as he read the newspaper. These supernovas were all from the same class as Ace, each a proud pirate who dreamed of defeating the 4 emperors and ruling the new world. Unfortunately, with the exception of Ace, who lost to Whitebird and joined the Whitebird Pirates, none of the other supernovas had ever met a 4 emperor in person. They were either captured by the Navy or directly defeated by the 4 emperors' minions. Perhaps because Shen Fei's previous actions had angered the Navy, and since they couldn't find Shen Fei in person, they took out their frustration on the other pirates. Speaking of which, those turtle shells from Fishman Island, if they were to equip the Qin soldiers with a batch, I'm sure it would have unexpected effects. After putting down the newspaper, Shen Fei couldn't help but recall what he had seen at Hodier Jones's last visit to Fishman Island. Those shells wouldn't have much use in the pirate world, but if they were given to Ying Zheng, it would definitely be a different story. Chapter 306, Celestial Dragons, Part 2. Alabasta Kingdom, Rainy Land, Spider Cafe. Upon entering, Shen Fei immediately spotted Vivi, the Princess of Alabasta, sitting by a window. Princess Vivi, coming here so often isn't good for you, a princess, Shen Fei said, taking a seat across from Vivi. Shortly thereafter, Makita arrived with a cup of coffee. After Shen Fei took over Baroque Works, the team members underwent significant changes. For example, Makita, the user of the light float fruit, and the other members of Baroque Works focused on running the cafe, which became a gathering place for the group. In reality, most of Crocodile's subordinates had no significant ambitions, and their actions were merely orders from Crocodile. Shen Fei didn't force them, so naturally, they pursued their own interests. Makita's devil fruit differed from Shiki the Golden Lions by only a single character, a difference that made a world of difference in their power. While the power of a devil fruit depends primarily on the user's ability, not all devil fruits have high growth potential. For example, even after awakening, a typical animal-type devil fruit merely increases strength, stamina, defense, and recovery. Furthermore, the bonuses vary depending on the animal. How can your average animal-type devil fruit compare to an ancient-type devil fruit? And how can an ancient-type devil fruit compare to a mythical beast-type devil fruit? The light-flowing fruit has a maximum weight limit of 10,000 kilograms. A similar devil fruit is the tongue-crushing fruit, but its weight limit is much higher than the light-flowing fruit. These two fruits can be considered part of the same family. Beyond the three major categories of devil fruits, there's another classification based on the type of user. For example, in addition to the standard, ancient, and mythical beast-type devil fruits, animal-type devil fruits can also be divided into flying-type and walking-type devil fruits. Beyond these, there are even more detailed categories, such as tiger-type, dog-type, and bear-type devil fruits. After all, even the same animal can have many different types. Even within the weapon-type category, there are many different varieties. Fruits like the scythe fruit, the slashing fruit, and the thorn fruit are all considered weapon-type devil fruits. Only after truly understanding the world of One Piece can one truly appreciate the sheer number of devil fruits. The devil fruits we know about through anime are considered powerful, while many less powerful ones are forgotten. The number of devil fruit users in the Grand Line, even counting the lesser ones, is truly countless. This is the place where the world government officially recognizes the 7 warlords of the sea. Isn't it normal for a princess like me to come here? Speaking of the world government, Princess Vivi let a hint of sarcasm cross her face. Shen Fei's previous efforts to distribute leaflets had paid off. Although many people ignored them, people like Princess Vivi were still greatly changed. The Kingdom of Alabasta's attitude towards the world government has changed significantly. At least now, they don't trust the world government as much as in the original novel. Of course, breaking away from the world government was impossible. King Cobra might not consider himself, but he couldn't ignore the concerns of all his people. As a great power located at the entrance to the Grand Line, being separated from the Navy's protection would be disastrous. You've changed a lot. Is everything going smoothly? It was undeniable that the current Princess Vivi was completely different from Shen Fei's previous impression. She had been working tirelessly for the country. It's done. Thank you for your help, President. Shen Fei had inherited Baroque works, and naturally, Crocodile's position. Therefore, his subordinates had always addressed him as President. Princess Vivi, due to Shen Fei's assistance, also called him President, just like everyone else. With Shen Fei's current wisdom and experience, he was well aware of the Kingdom of Alabasta's predicament and shortcomings. While he wouldn't intervene proactively, upon seeing Princess Vivi's predicament, he couldn't help but offer some advice. The first step was to have Princess Vivi contact Visalia, the island of Sky. Water shortage was a crucial issue for the Kingdom of Alabasta. Even without Crocodile's interference, the country would still be short of water, though the shortage would be less severe. Visalia's specialty was cloud seeding, and they didn't use forbidden artifacts to achieve this, but rather scientific methods. After learning about Alabasta's situation, the scientists on Visalia agreed. Firstly, they could earn some money, and secondly, they could study Alabasta's weather conditions. This was the importance of intelligence. Although Visalia was located in the first half of the Grand Line, it was far from Alabasta, and since they were constantly in the air, few people knew about them. Besides Visalia, Shen Fei also provided Princess Vivi with several ways to improve the lives of the people. For example, he could increase the number of sprinting lizards, previously used by Baroque works to transmit intelligence and transport people, to be used for both delivery and transportation. After Buggy became a Shichibuke, the courier company he founded was launched by Shen Fei. During this time, he even built a shipyard in the port city of Rapeseed Flower. It's incredible that such a vast kingdom as Alabasta doesn't have a major shipyard. In the pirate world, ships are paramount. Without them, it's practically impossible to navigate. The reason for the prosperity of Water City is due to its shipbuilding sanctuary. Given Alabasta's location, if it had a major shipyard, it could undoubtedly have thrived like Water City. It's located very close to the entrance to the Grand Line, one of the 7 routes in the first half of the Grand Line. Pirates newly entering the Grand Line undoubtedly need to change ships, and being able to enter the Grand Line means they're certainly not short of wealth. Of course, the Straw Hat Pirates and a certain fireman's solo foray into the Grand Line are exceptions. In retrospect, Shen Fei was quite foresighted. Regarding shipbuilding technology, Shen Fei possessed modern Marvel-inspired technology, but unfortunately, it wasn't suitable for the world of One Piece, nor was it suitable for the Qin dynasty. However, The pirate shipbuilding technology could be adapted to the Qin dynasty. When Yingzhang unified the empire, Shen Fei could easily declare, "Want my wealth? Then seek it. Everything I have is there, in the depths of the sea," thus ushering in the Qin dynasty's one-piece era. For 5,000 years, China had always been at the forefront, only falling behind during the Age of Exploration, leading to subsequent tragedy. This time, he wanted to usher in the Age of Exploration and enter the era of territorial expansion ahead of time. Did he dislike the county system, claiming it deprived him of his privileges? That was simple: go to sea and dominate the world, even before the Qin Empire's influence spread. He couldn't change past history, but this time, things would be different. Don't be so polite. Actually, I've made some money from this, too, while helping Princess Vivi. Baroque Works also participated in numerous projects. With a team of subordinates to support, they needed to make money. Although Shen Fei, as a Shichibuke, had the legal authority to rob, he had never used it. It could be said that Shen Fei now had the best reputation among the Shichibuke, completely unlike a pirate. Anyway, I have to thank you. Okay, you have to thank me every time we meet. Even if you're not tired, I am. Judging from your expression, you must be exhausted lately. There's no need to exhaust yourself. Changing a country doesn't happen overnight. Just as Princess Vivi was about to express her gratitude again, Shen Fei waved her off. After telling her to take care of herself, he stood up and left. These guys really don't know how to restrain themselves. As Shen Fei appeared in the port city of Rapeseed Flower, he heard screams, cries of fighting, roars, and explosions from the front. Shen Fei didn't rush over. His observation hacky already knew that Miss Two Fingers and Sem, the bomb fruit, were there. With these two around, they wouldn't have any trouble dealing with ordinary pirates, unless they encountered someone like Luffy. Sure enough, by the time he arrived, the battle was almost over. Dozens of pirates lay in a pool of blood, and the royal army was cleaning up the mess. Miss Two Fingers' thorn fruit was a very powerful fruit. If given to any captain of the Whitebird Pirates, it would undoubtedly have a much more powerful effect. The same was true of Sem's bomb fruit. President, the two hurried over upon seeing Shen Fei approach. The surrounding royal army soldiers immediately saluted Shen Fei. "Thank you for your hard work," Shen Fei nodded, then led them on a tour of the Rapeseed Harbor. This wasn't just Shen Fei strolling around, but rather making his presence known and intimidating the enemy. It was also a way to show the Navy that he was staying within the base and not causing trouble. "It's been so long, I wonder if Warring States misses me." After inspecting the port, Shen Fei returned to his residence and immediately used a mystical portal to reach his secret island base, where he picked up the leaflets he had prepared. Shen Fei chose not to use the mystical portal to drop leaflets from the air himself, but instead used missile-type weapons to avoid detection by the world government or the Navy. Here they go again. Several officers walking in the square at Marine headquarters sighed as they watched the dense cloud of leaflets in the air. The Navy had finally found some peace, but now the troublemakers were back. These bastards, what the hell are they trying to do? In the Admiral's office at Marine headquarters, upon receiving the news, Warring States pounded his desk with an angry fist. These leaflets had already severely impacted the lower ranks of the Navy and the civilian population. The 5 elders of the world government were furious and had issued strict orders to Warring States to deal with the matter. Admiral Kizaru seemed oblivious to Sengoku's wrath, sitting calmly in his chair. Garp was similarly occupied, munching on his senbei crackers as usual. Chief of Staff Churu sat quietly to the side. Only these 4 people were in the office. Admirals Aokaji and Akainu were not present. The recovery here is truly rapid. After handing out flyers, Shen Fei arrived directly on Island 1 of the Sabaody archipelago. It had now been fully restored, and the streets were dotted with aristocrats and wealthy individuals dressed in luxurious attire, accompanied by numerous bodyguards. Their conversations revolved primarily around slaves, with comments like "this family's slaves are exceptional" and "that family's slaves are exceptional." Still in Auction House 1, Disco excitedly extolled the merits of the slaves being auctioned. However, no matter how hard he worked, the audience booed him. The slave was a seemingly ordinary old man, and no one would pay for him. He's so idle. Has he run out of money for drinks again? By the way, this is the nth time he's sold himself. I wonder what his expression would be if I bought him back. Everyone else thought the old man being auctioned was just an ordinary human, selling himself for money, but Shen Fei knew him, Pluto Rayleigh. While Shen Fei was deliberating, Pluto Rayleigh's bid naturally fell through. This slave, I'm sure everyone will like it. A supernova from the South China Sea, as Disco called out, a tall, muscular man, at least 2 meters tall, was brought to the stage. His expression betrayed his despair, his eyes completely numb. Ace's colleague, this is truly pathetic. As Shen Fei pondered this man's identity, Disco announced the price. Unlike the booze at Pluto Rayleigh's auction, over a dozen people started bidding almost simultaneously. Who says men are necessarily lustful? Some women are even more terrifying than men. Shen Fei shook his head speechlessly as he watched several noble ladies bid non-stop for this. Shen Fei naturally recognized this supernova. Back then, he'd been so full of ambition in the newspapers, promising to defeat the 4 emperors in one fell swoop, reign supreme in the New World, and become the second pirate king. Now, that dream seemed to be gone. Finally, after 3 consecutive days in the S.H.I.E.L.D. archipelago, the celestial dragons finally appeared. Following their march down the main street of Island 1, the celestial dragons either hurriedly ducked to the side or knelt with their heads bowed on either side of the road. Whether wealthy or noble, everyone knelt on either side without distinction. CP's escort, the Marines clearing the way. This is quite interesting. Shen Fei didn't act immediately, but instead took a number of photos from various angles. This would prepare the next issue of the flyer. Who's that? Are you looking for death? Those hiding in the alleys watched as a figure in a black cloak slowly approached from the opposite direction of the celestial dragons in the middle of the street. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but change their expressions. Let's go, several of them whispered, and hurried away with their men. Who are you? You don't know you're a celestial dragon in front of you, so kneel down. The Marines leading the way saw this figure, their expressions immediately changed. 2 Marines quickly walked towards the man, trying to force him to kneel. Get out of the way. Just as the 2 Marines were about to attack, a celestial dragon spoke up to stop them. Chapter 307, Celestial Dragons, and upon hearing the celestial dragon's words, the 2 Marines' faces suddenly changed. They then obediently stepped aside, clearing the path. Come here. The celestial dragon, perched on the slave, picked his nose and arrogantly waved at the black figure ahead. The celestial dragon, with a snot-laden face, looked incredibly disgusting, yet he seemed completely unaware of it, instead believing himself to be quite extraordinary. Seeing no reaction from the person ahead, the celestial dragon immediately kicked the slave beneath him, signaling the slave to advance. He stopped only 2 meters from the black figure, then drew a golden pistol and pointed it at it. Throughout, the bodyguards guarding the celestial dragon remained silent. It wasn't that they didn't see the black figure's suspicious nature, but rather that they didn't believe anyone would dare attack a celestial dragon. After all, people like Luffy and Zoro, who were so naive and uninspired, were rare in this world. The idea of the celestial dragon's creators was deeply ingrained in the minds of the vast majority of people. The bodyguards who constantly followed the celestial dragons had fostered their arrogance. In the pirate world, the word celestial dragon was almost a supreme law. The people hiding in the surrounding alleys, aside from those who had left early, were all staring intently at the black figure, eager to see what it was up to. Is this guy looking for death? Someone muttered. Slugs, this family really likes to show up in the S.H.I.E.L.D. archipelago, Shen Fei thought, looking at the slug-like celestial dragon pointing a gun at him. He couldn't remember any of the celestial dragon's names, but even if he didn't, he still remembered the slug-like celestial dragon, the one Luffy had punched. However, it must be said that the celestial dragons were incredibly strong. Luffy, despite his strength, surprisingly couldn't even land a single blow. Without a formidable physique, this wouldn't be possible. The figure in the black cloak was naturally Shen Fei. You didn't hear me? Show me your face. The celestial dragon pointed the golden spear at Shen Fei, his words filled with anger. His finger was already on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. Whoosh! The moment he fired, a flash of cold light appeared in the air, followed by a piercing scream that echoed throughout Island 1. The celestial dragon, falling from the slave's body, grasped his right shoulder with his left hand and rolled on the ground. The sight stunned everyone around him. They had never imagined that someone would actually dare to attack a celestial dragon. Not only the surrounding people, but also the Marines, the CP's guards, and even the celestial dragon behind them, shared a similarly stunned expression. Has he gone mad? One of the men hiding in the surrounding alleys was the first to react. He immediately turned and fled. If the celestial dragons were attacked, the admiral would appear. Staying here was too dangerous. Many others who had reacted quickly fled. The celestial dragons are under attack. The admiral is coming. With this resounding cry, the still stunned others snapped to attention. Many of those still kneeling on either side immediately stood up and took off running. The admiral's presence was a nightmare for the pirates. St. Charles, the celestial dragons and their guards finally reacted. As they screamed the names of the celestial dragons, who were still writhing in pain, the 6 closest guards charged forward with their 6 styles of shaving. The celestial dragons being attacked, an attack right in front of their guards, was an unforgivable sin. Stop. If you dare move again, I'll kill him. The moment the 6 guards attacked, Shen Fei flicked his left hand, and several chains instantly emerged from the tumbling celestial dragon, Charles Saint, pulling him toward him. Then, he placed his sword at his neck. This action instantly changed the expressions of the 6 guards who were about to charge Shen Fei, but they changed direction with moon steps, landing around him. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the 6 landed and were about to say something, Shen Fei suddenly produced a pistol from his left hand and fired at 2 of them. 3 screams followed, and 3 guards collapsed with holes in their foreheads, their eyes glazed over. The other 3, like paper, dodged the bullets as they were about to strike. Not bad. They seemed to be masters of the 6 styles. Shen Fei wasn't surprised. Being a celestial dragon's guard meant their prowess, even if their opportunities to attack were rare. The world government has controlled the world for 800 years, and outsiders have no way of knowing the true extent of its power. Apart from anything else, it undoubtedly possesses numerous individuals who possess all 6 styles. The CP comprises 10 major organizations, from CP0 to CP9. Even within CP9, the number of members is unknown to outsiders. Rob Lucci's group is merely the strongest within the CP9. Your strength is impressive, but you dared to dodge my attack. This isn't good, Shen Fei said, raising his left hand and firing the shot directly into the left leg of the held Charles Saint. Don't scream. You're still quite clever, aren't you? Just as Charles Saint was about to cry out in pain, Shen Fei's right sword struck his neck, slightly bruising the skin, and Charles Saint's cry was only half uttered before being muffled. Now remember this. No dodging, no resistance, or the next bullet won't hit his legs, but his head, Shen Fei said, his left hand resting against St. Charles's head, smiling at the 3 guards. No resistance, no resistance, St. Charles shouted as Shen Fei's sword relaxed slightly. Goodbye. This time, the 3 guards offered no resistance, being dispatched by Shen Fei's 3 shots. Being a celestial dragon is truly useful. Let's put it to good use today. St. Rosward, please retreat immediately. As Shen Fei dispatched the 6 guards, the other guards immediately advanced, attempting to urge the remaining 4 celestial dragons to retreat. However, the celestial dragons' arrogance had rendered them completely oblivious to the meaning of retreat. Instead, they urged the guards and marines to rescue their son, St. Charles. The celestial dragon's command, however illogical, forced the guards to move forward and prepare for action. No resistance, sadly. The guards who charged forward, following St. Charles's orders, quickly fell one by one under Shen Fei's rifle. The guard leader's face darkened to charcoal-like color. Others attempted to ignore St. Charles's words, but Shen Fei wouldn't immediately shoot him, forcing them to give up. Surrounding the 5 celestial dragons were over 40 members of the CP organization, dressed in black. Quickly, over 20 of them fell at the command of no resistance, St. Rosward. Please evacuate immediately, the guard captain pleaded again to the leading celestial dragon, watching the slowly approaching Shen Fei. This time, the old celestial dragon didn't ignore the captain's words, having witnessed the tragic condition of his son, St. Charles. His right arm was missing, bleeding profusely from the wound, and his legs were riddled with bullet holes. Shen Fei dragged him along the ground, approaching them. Quickly, escort the masters away, bang. Just as the captain of the guards ordered his men to take the 4 celestial dragons away, he suddenly felt a pain in his body and was sent flying, crashing heavily into a room on the side of the street. You want to leave? Did you ask me? The one who had kicked the captain away was, of course, Shen Fei. While the captain was certainly formidable, a true master of all 6 styles, it was a shame he was his match. The 6 styles of the Navy are clearly divided into different levels. The lowest level, of course, is mastering one style. From 1 to all 6, this is considered the true entry level. The entry level allows the use of any style independently, followed by mastery, allowing the use of any combination of the 6 styles. Finally, mastery is achieved, combining all 6 styles into one. While many people have mastered the 6 styles, only a few have truly mastered them. Lucci's CP9 was the only one who had mastered all 6 styles. After kicking the captain away, Shen Fei lashed out with his sword, dispatching the other guards and marines surrounding the 4 celestial dragons. Hold still, St. Rosward, seeing all the guards and marines fall, immediately drew his golden pistol and pointed it at Shen Fei. If you don't want your hand, shoot. Shen Fei continued forward without stopping. Go to hell. As he spoke, someone shot Shen Fei. It wasn't St. Rosward, but a female celestial dragon behind him. But the next moment, she let out a scream no less agonizing than St. Charles's. Her hand holding the gun was severed by Shen Fei, though this time, Shen Fei didn't sever her arm. Zeloliah, the other celestial dragons cried out upon seeing the injured female celestial dragon. Put your guns down, or you'll be next. This time, no one took Shen Fei's words seriously, and they all dropped their pistols. 5 celestial dragons, enough for negotiation, Shen Fei muttered to himself. With a flick of his left hand, he chained the 5 celestial dragons, including St. Charles, together. You are so bold. Do you know who we are? Among the 5 celestial dragons who were dragged to the ground, St. Rosward pointed his finger at Shen Fei and shouted tremblingly. Snap! Shen Fei slapped him in the face with a big slap. The vibranium-made gloves directly knocked out all the teeth in his mouth, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Father, you, snap! Shen Fei slapped S.H.I.E.L.D in the face with another big slap. She immediately became like her father, St. Rosward. Now the other celestial dragons didn't dare to speak anymore. Of course I know you will, scum of the celestial dragons, you like slaves, right? Shen Fei said as he took out 5 slave collars and put them on the necks of the 5 celestial dragons. You, S.H.I.E.L.D yelled, but Shen Fei slapped her back with a backhand, refusing her words. Call me master, it seems you didn't hear me. Call me master, Shen Fei continued, slapping her mouth furiously. Why don't you stop and give her a chance to speak? Anyone standing before Shen Fei at that moment would have undoubtedly hurled such a barrage. He's crazy, crazy. A few brave souls had been watching the scene, but as Shen Fei attached the slave collar to the celestial dragon, they instantly fled. Now, with the exception of a few people, the area around Shen Fei was completely deserted. The people from the human trafficking center had also fled. Attacking and beating the celestial dragon, then putting a slave collar on him, was a complete challenge to the celestial dragons, even though attacking them in the first place was already a challenge to the dragon jumpers. Let's add some safety measures, Shen Fei thought, pulling out several more bombs and attaching them to the celestial dragons one by one. I never thought someone would dare to do this. On a distant rooftop, Rayleigh and Shiaki watched this scene and were speechless for a long time. Rayleigh even lost interest in drinking at this point. Dealing with the celestial dragons secretly was fine, as celestial dragons had died at sea before. But attacking them so openly was the first time in history. Even Rox, who dared to attack the celestial dragon's Valley of God, had never so openly put a slave collar around a celestial dragon's neck. The Admiral should be here soon. It's Kizaru who's at the Marine headquarters now. He's really unlucky, Shiaki said, as if remembering something and suddenly laughing. Make them kneel down. After strapping the celestial dragons with bombs, Shen Fei stood up this time. Looking at the remaining guards and marines around him, he immediately spoke to St. Rosward. Kneel down, all of you. St. Rosward, whose teeth were all knocked out and whose mouth was leaking air, shouted immediately. The guards quickly knelt down, but the Navy looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Don't the celestial dragons claim to be gods and creators? You can't even make people kneel down. It seems the Navy doesn't regard you as gods or creators. Kneel down immediately. Do you want to die? St. Rosward and several other celestial dragons shouted loudly. Bang! A sudden gunshot interrupted their words. At this time, Shen Fei was seen shooting the kneeling guards one by one, slowly and methodically. Anyone who dared to resist with iron blocks or dodge was immediately shot by the celestial dragons. What loyal guards? After killing the last guard, Shen Fei said this in a meaningful tone. It seems you're all useless. You can't even make the Navy kneel down. Then we don't need you anymore, Shen Fei said as he pointed the gun at Rosward's head, his finger slowly moving towards the trigger. Kneel down immediately, or I will destroy your country. Chapter 308 Yellow Monkey, Part 1. It's almost time. Admiral Kizaru should be here soon. Sensing the deadline, Shen Fei immediately stopped the celestial dragons from humiliating the Marines and dragged the 5 of them towards the plaza west of Island 1. The Marines, watching Shen Fei lead the celestial dragons away, could only follow with resigned eyes. As for taking action, they hesitated, having learned from previous experiences and the celestial dragon's words. Shen Fei's torture of the celestial dragons was a way to vent his frustration with them. He had thought about it before, and now it was a reality. As for humiliating the Marines, he did it intentionally, hoping to provoke their wrath. Despite their arrogance and dominance, the Marines still enjoyed certain privileges, such as not having to kneel down. The celestial dragons had been pampered for 800 years and had become pigs, but the 5 elders of the world government were no fools, even if their words didn't suggest they held the Marines in high esteem. Humiliating the Marines, even if it didn't incite all of them to revolt, infuriating a small portion would be enough. His future plans called for a complete restructuring of the Navy. Of course, there were many good people within the Marines, including Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 admirals. The Marine headquarters was relatively sound, but that was only part of the story. After 800 years of world government rule, many Marines had become rotten. Otherwise, why had Luffy, a pirate, been so popular throughout his career? It was because the Marines were rotten. Fast reaction, Shen Fei, advancing, noticed a large number of Marines heading towards Island 1. After all, the celestial dragons were under attack, and the Marines' reaction speed couldn't match theirs. However, fearing the consequences, the Marines only dared to follow from the sidelines, not approaching freely. Besides the Marines, many were watching closely. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Even as the Marines were driving them away, many were still watching from afar through binoculars. The square where Shen Fei was approaching, with its lack of obstructions and rooms, was perfect for these people to observe. You're surrounded. Release the hostages immediately and seek leniency, a Commodore, the highest-ranking officer stationed in the S.H.I.E.L.D archipelago, shouted from the edge of the square, using a megaphone. The square was surrounded by Marines, estimated to number over 1,000. Because celestial dragons frequently appeared in the S.H.I.E.L.D archipelago, the Navy didn't prioritize the S.H.I.E.L.D archipelago's naval presence. Consequently, the naval presence there wasn't particularly large, and its primary responsibility wasn't to capture pirates, but to maintain order on the other side of the S.H.I.E.L.D archipelago. The S.H.I.E.L.D archipelago was a land of mixed justice and chaos. On the Navy side, if the celestial dragons were imprisoned, order prevailed. After all, the S.H.I.E.L.D archipelago was the only island connecting to the Red Harbor, where those entering and leaving the first half of the Grand Line and the New World through normal routes waited. Leniency, my dear, Shen Fei laughed out loud at the Commodore's words. His actions were utterly heinous in this world, yet he was still being offered leniency. Make them kneel down. Shen Fei pointed his pistol at Rosword Saint and his group and said calmly. All of you, kneel down. Do you hear me? You useless bastards. Under Shen Fei's threat, the celestial dragons roared. They didn't dare to act recklessly against Shen Fei, but they had no time for words with the Marines. They even took out the humiliation they suffered from Shen Fei directly on them. These dragons are incompetent as revolutionary forces. The world government had many ways to fight the Marines, but no one on the Revolutionary Army seemed to have considered this. Shen Fei didn't directly participate in the Revolutionary Army's actions because he didn't believe in them. They rushed to the Red Earth continent without even getting the intelligence. That was one thing, but more importantly, the Revolutionary Army hadn't openly attacked the celestial dragons. You've rebelled, why are you still so cautious? Hearing the celestial dragon's insults, the Navy Commodore stood there with a sullen expression. Many of the Marines around him were furious, but unfortunately, no one dared to resist. The words of our respected celestial dragons are still so worthless. Since they won't obey our orders, there's no need for them to exist. Come, teach them a lesson. Shen Fei was about to shoot the celestial dragons when no one else knelt, but then a better idea struck him. Return St. Rosward's golden pistol. You worthless creatures, go to hell. With a golden pistol in hand, St. Rosward immediately opened fire on the surrounding Marines. Even when the golden pistol ran out of bullets, he kept pulling the trigger. Don't worry, we still have weapons, After St. Rosward's golden pistol ran out of bullets, Shen Fei immediately threw several more golden pistols to the celestial dragons, adding a number of other weapons to these pistols. With the exception of St. Charles, who was too seriously injured to pick up a weapon, the other 4 celestial dragons, including the female celestial dragon with a swollen face, drew their weapons and opened fire on the surrounding Marines. "Who told you to hide? Stand still!" As the Marines dodged, several celestial dragons immediately shouted. The Marines were resistant to kneeling, but were extremely hesitant to follow their other orders. Even when St. Rosward had shot and killed several Marines and injured several more, they had only looked grief-stricken and indignant, but no one retreated or laid down. Similarly, this time, the combined fire of 4 celestial dragons, coupled with their incessant shouting, left the Marines unable to advance or retreat. Marines fell in a steady stream of gunfire. As their servility reached this point, Shen Fei could only sigh inwardly at this sight. Granted, the celestial dragon's wrath would result in heavy casualties, comparable to the wrath of an emperor, with millions of bodies scattered everywhere. But these Marines showed absolutely no resistance, leaving Shen Fei speechless. While the wrath of an emperor, with millions of bodies scattered everywhere, was certainly terrifying, the wrath of an ordinary man could also result in bloodshed. This was a world devoid of the utter rage of a single man, spilling blood. Even powerful figures like Whitebird and Kato were merely lords of their own territories. Commodore, Marines continued to fall under the gunfire of the celestial dragons. Finally, one couldn't help but glance at the Commodore, only to find him standing motionless. He had good luck, the celestial dragon's bullets hadn't hit him. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Shen Fei was about to do anything else, 3 golden beams suddenly flew in from the distance, aiming directly at his vital points. So soon, the sudden attack startled Shen Fei. His right hand immediately moved, the blade of his longsword instantly turning pitch black, hardened with the armament haki. Simultaneously, his inner ki rapidly mobilized, his telekinesis activated simultaneously. With a single swing of his sword, he shattered the 3 golden beams. Then, he shifted his foot, lifting his left leg and kicking to the left. Bang! With a forward kick of his left leg, a golden figure appeared not far in front of him. Kizaru, with a filthy expression on his face, also appeared nearby. He also blocked Shen Fei's attack with his left leg. But the next moment, Kizaru's body transformed into a streak of light, and Shen Fei kicked him away. Boom! The golden light directly cratered the ground. A moment later, as the light gathered, Kizaru's untainted figure appeared at the edge of the square. "It's Admiral Kizaru, the Admiral has arrived. These people are saved." Admiral Kizaru's appearance immediately lifted the already low morale of the surrounding Marines. They seemed to have found a pillar of support, and all their eyes were on Kizaru. "You don't want to fight me head-on because you're afraid of hurting the celestial dragons on the other side." Shen Fei didn't feel proud of his kick against Kizaru. He knew that Kizaru's power had been withdrawn the moment their legs collided. Otherwise, with their strength, a real fight would only bring the celestial dragons to their knees. "Long time no see. Have you improved significantly since last time?" Kizaru glanced at the celestial dragons and immediately addressed Shen Fei, his expression unusually serious. Kizaru couldn't help but be serious. This time, the celestial dragons were under attack in a completely different way than the Straw Hats had previously attacked them. Furthermore, Shen Fei had many Luffies with him, so it was impossible for Kizaru to take care of him. "I'm sorry that your plan failed." It was undeniable that Kizaru was incredibly powerful. If Shen Fei were still at his previous strength, the celestial dragons would likely have been rescued by Kizaru. The 3 beams of light he had previously used to attack Shen Fei were merely a deception. His true form was also hidden behind the light. If Shen Fei hesitated even for a moment because of those 3 beams, Kizaru could easily rescue the celestial dragons. As for the bombs on the celestial dragons, it wasn't a difficult task for Kizaru to deal with. Even Pluto Rayleigh could easily solve the slave collar problem, so Kizaru naturally agreed. The power of the admirals and the Yonkoku had been a subject of much debate in his previous life. It was only after arriving in the pirate world that Shen Fei truly understood the strength of the admirals. They were formidable figures on the same level as the Yonkoku. While there might be differences in strength, they were undoubtedly on the same level. A single admiral might not be able to defeat a single Yonkoku, but 2 admirals could easily defeat one. If the Navy lacked even this much strength, would the New World's Yonkoku be so obedient? Furthermore, Kato, known as the strongest being, had been captured by the Navy numerous times. What is your purpose? Kizaru didn't waste time with Shen Fei and directly questioned him. My purpose is simple. But I'll discuss that later. I have a question for you. I estimate you can't make it here right now. You're not flying here directly, are you? While the Marine headquarters wasn't too far from the Sabaody archipelago, traveling by ship would still take some time, something Shen Fei had calculated. Having decided to take action against the Navy and the world government, it was essential to gather the necessary intelligence. If you don't answer, I'll take it as your consent. Seeing Kizaru's silence, Shen Fei immediately understood. Kizaru must have used the Pika Pika no Mi to fly here directly after receiving the intelligence. Now, let me tell you my purpose. I need 3 billion berries and 2 animal-type devil fruits. No ordinary ones, at least ancient ones, though mythical beasts are even better. I also need the technology to transform devil fruits into items. Those are my 3 requirements. Impossible. Your demands are too much. Kizaru refused without a second thought. Do you want to negotiate? It's fine. We can talk slowly. I don't mind. But I don't know if this Charles Saint can hold out for that long. He's already lost a lot of blood, Shen Fei said, pointing his sword at the now pale Charles Saint. Here, Shen Fei once again lamented the physical fitness of the celestial dragons. He hadn't treated Charles Saint in any way. He had been bleeding profusely from the beginning, but he hadn't died yet. Shen Fei's words caused Kizaru to frown. His frown wasn't about the possibility of the celestial dragons dying, but rather a lament for his laziness in staying at Marine headquarters instead of going on missions, only to encounter this troublesome situation. Had he known this would happen, he would have immediately taken on a few missions, left Marine headquarters, and returned once things were resolved. If Shen Fei knew what Kizaru was thinking, he would have simply apologized. In Shen Fei's plan, aside from Admiral Aokiji, the appearances of Kizaru and Akainu were irrelevant. He even preferred Akainu's presence. Who knew Akainu would appear, enraged, and, in a single blow, destroy the celestial dragons? That would be quite the spectacle. He didn't want to face Aokiji because his ice fruit was incredibly troublesome, especially when it came to rescuing people, even more so than Kizaru's Pika P. Glancing at the pale face of Charles Saint, who had lost so much blood, Kizaru immediately raised his left hand and addressed the small Den Mushi on his wrist. Marshal Sengoku, you heard the other party's request. It turned out that the Den Mushi on his wrist had been working the entire time. Do you know the consequences of doing this? Sengoku's voice was filled with suppressed anger, a quality even Shen Fei could detect. Consequences, Marshal Sengoku, we'd like to see what you mean by consequences. But it seems you don't care about these so-called descendants of the Creator. Since they're no longer worth hostage, I thought the celestial dragons, the descendants of the Creator, were valuable. It's all in vain. Shen Fei sighed softly as he casually slashed the neck of a celestial dragon with his long sword. The next moment, a massive head flew into the air, trailing a trail of blood. The scene instantly silenced everyone who witnessed the scene. Many of the Marines surrounding the square couldn't even hold their weapons. Even though Shen Fei had treated the Xianlong people this way before, it was not as shocking as this moment. Because he really took action, the Xianlong people's head rolled to the ground, their eyes filled with confusion, as if they couldn't believe that they had died like this. Even the remaining Xianlong people had the same expression at this time. Stop. Chapter 309 Yellow Monkey, Part 2. A roar of utter fury erupted from the small Den Mushi attached to Kizaru's left wrist. It was so loud that nearly everyone near Island 1 Square could hear it. Along with the roar, there was a loud thud. Perhaps another desk worker had gloriously sacrificed. As this roar rang out, Shen Fei's sword came to rest on a celestial dragon's neck, a trace of blood staining the blade. The celestial dragon seemed oblivious to the pain, his expression as blank as before. Don't shout so loudly, I can hear you, Shen Fei said, withdrawing his sword and speaking slowly. Honestly, Sengoku's roar startled Shen Fei. He hadn't expected Sengoku to be so furious. Is someone using a teleportation Den Mushi to broadcast this? The only possibility for Sengoku to be so enraged was that Sengoku witnessed the celestial dragon's death. I agree to your terms. Send someone to heal the Saint of Charles immediately. Sengoku's suppressed voice rang out again. Shen Fei's actions had completely frightened him. Healing? Is that necessary? Shen Fei said as the sword in his hand moved again, severing the right arms of 2 celestial dragons. One of the celestial dragons whose arms were severed was none other than S.H.I.E.L.D Palace. Enough. I've already agreed to your terms, Zanguo roared again. The item hasn't reached me yet. I have so little time, I might as well do nothing, Shen Fei said, stepping on St. Charles's head. Noble celestial dragons, you breathe the purest air. Isn't it fresher now? As he spoke, he stepped directly on St. Charles's mouth. Enough. What exactly do you want to stop? Perhaps because he was already extremely angry, Zanguo's voice now sounded calm. Stop. Let me think about it. If any of the 3 admirals of the Navy, or Marshal Sengoku, commit suicide, I will release them immediately. After all, the celestial dragons are descendants of your creator. For the sake of the creator's descendants, this little sacrifice shouldn't be a problem. Oh, and I won't offer any more. Let Admiral Kizaru commit suicide. 1 admiral's life in exchange for the lives of 4 descendants of the creator. Marshal Sengoku, you're making a killing on this deal. Shen Fei thought for a moment and offered a hastily concocted offer. Impossible, Sengoku refused without a moment's hesitation. Don't be so absolute, Shen Fei chuckled, pointing the tip of his sword at St. Ra's sword. How about this offer? Just 1 admiral, and you can return safely, you damned lowlifes. I command you to commit suicide immediately, St. Ra's sword shouted at Kizaru. These words instantly sullied Kizaru's expression. It must be said that Kizaru looked quite intimidating. Marshal Sengoku, I don't think you can make the decision on this matter. Why not ask your superiors, the 5 elders? Perhaps they'll agree. Asshole, who the hell is this guy? Inside a luxurious conference room in Marigiaes, the sacred land of the Red Earth continent, the 5 elders sat in separate corners. Suddenly, one of the elders couldn't help but slam his staff down on the ground. The sudden, brazen attack on the celestial dragons enraged not only Sengoku and his colleagues in the Navy, but also the 5 elders themselves. Such an open attack on the celestial dragons hadn't happened in years. And to blatantly humiliate them was something even rocks hadn't done before. Should we agree to rescue them first? One of the elders declared bluntly. His words expressing a complete indifference to sacrificing the life of an admiral for the lives of the celestial dragons. The question is, will he release them? Another of the 5 elders spoke up. He wasn't concerned about the life of a general, but rather the humiliation of not being able to rescue the celestial dragons if they perished. Tell them to get their supplies ready quickly. What's going on with CP0? A third elder said. We've already begun. Whoever he is, he'll have to pay a heavy price this time. No one can challenge the world government. At this point, the eyes of the 5 elders grew cold. The Celestial Dragon Supreme Order, which the world government had spent so many years establishing, could not be compromised. This was the main reason why Shen Fei treated the Celestial Dragons so harshly. He did this to show everyone that the Celestial Dragons were not so supreme. Even descendants of the Creator would die if killed, and would beg for mercy out of fear. Their shameful behavior was even worse than that of ordinary people. If the Celestial Dragons were dethroned, the rest would be simple. This is like the collapse of rituals and music in the Qin Dynasty world. For some, the collapse of rituals and music is not a good thing, but for others, it is a good thing. Before the collapse of rituals and music, the nobles were equally supreme. Even on the battlefield, soldiers would not attack each other. Strictly speaking, the nobles were actually similar to the Celestial Dragons, except that the Celestial Dragons were more extreme. In fact, the nobles of the pirates are actually weakened Celestial Dragons. For example, the Goa Kingdom in the East China Sea, the hometown of Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, the nobles in that country are no different from the Celestial Dragons. What Shen Fei wants to do is to cause the collapse of rituals and music in the pirate world. In the words of the farmers, it is like the saying, are there any kings, princes, generals, or ministers who are of the same kind? The 5 elders will never allow such a thing to happen and will definitely stop it at all costs. You're such a loser. What kind of celestial dragon are you? Look at you, nobody listens. They won't kneel when told to, and they won't commit suicide when told to. Your very existence is a disgrace to the celestial dragons. Shen Fei continued to humiliate Saint Rosward, who now angrily fired at the surrounding marines. In some ways, he hated the marines more than Shen Fei. I hope this guy isn't dead, Shen Fei muttered to himself as he watched St. Charles, now unconscious. The 3 members of St. Charles's family were all peculiarities, so Shen Fei didn't want to kill them so easily, otherwise, he wouldn't have targeted the other 2 celestial dragons. As the saying goes, one doesn't fear godlike opponents, but rather idiotic teammates. To Shen Fei, St. Charles's family was nothing short of idiotic teammates for the world government and the Navy. If they were alive, they would definitely cause trouble for the Navy. Killing such idiots now would be a shame. Only people like them could humiliate the Navy to the greatest extent possible. It all comes down to lack of strength. If I had Thanos' strength, there wouldn't be so much trouble. I could just storm down to the Red Earth continent and wipe out the world government. Imu, the 5 elders, Sengoku, Garp, all of them. The surrounding Marines were furious at St. Charles's swearing and gunfire, but because the other side was a celestial dragon, every Marine could only bury this humiliation deep in their hearts. Admiral Kizaru, since you don't want to kneel down or commit suicide, then wearing these sea stone handcuffs should be fine, Shen Fei said as he produced a pair of sea stone handcuffs and tossed them to Kizaru, then pointed his sword at the unknown celestial dragon's neck. It might have been a joke before, but not this time. Wear the sea stone handcuffs, or I'll kill him, Shen Fei directly threatened Kizaru. Kizaru, possessing the Pika Pika no Mi, could be incredibly troublesome if he got serious. There was no doubt he was absolutely dead serious right now. The celestial dragons had been killed, and the Navy and the world government were threatened. If Shen Fei, the culprit, escaped, the Navy and the world government would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. Alright, faced with Shen Fei's blatant threat, Kizaru could only reluctantly place the sea stone on his hands, a sight that infuriated the surrounding Marines once again. Shen Fei's actions today not only humiliated the world government and the celestial dragons, but also the Marines. By the way, here's the body back to you, Shen Fei said, kicking the body and head of the previously killed celestial dragon like a ball to the surrounding Marines, who immediately scrambled to retrieve them. He seems to be nearing death. Looks like you'll be receiving the second body soon, Shen Fei said casually, looking at the body of Charles Saint. The things you requested have arrived. A vice admiral soon appeared, carrying 2 boxes. The items Shen Fei requested were easily achievable for both the Navy and the world government. Ancient species, it seems you're reluctant to part with a mythical beast species. Shen Fei had anticipated the 2 types of animal-type devil fruits. The Navy and the world government weren't fools. They certainly wouldn't give such a powerful mythical beast species to their enemies. Blackbeard teach, you have to help. Shen Fei wasn't overly disappointed by the result. He had already made arrangements for the mythical beast species devil fruits. Teach, after consuming the dark fruit, could transfer the devil fruit. I hope this information is authentic. If it's fake, I won't be the one who comes next time. That person won't be so easy on me. Shen Fei didn't immediately verify the document regarding the devil fruit. We've got the items. We can release them now, Kizaru, his hands cuffed in sea stone handcuffs, said softly. Of course, I'm a man of my word, but only if I get out safely. With so many of you surrounding me, I'm getting nervous. Don't look at me like that. I can return these 3 to you. I just need 1 hostage to get me to safety, Shen Fei said, kicking St. Charles and the other 3 away, leaving only St. Roswald behind. The surrounding Marines immediately rushed over and retrieved the 3 celestial dragons. Medical personnel and bomb disposal personnel also arrived. It's a shame they had to be spared, otherwise, this would have been a good opportunity to detonate the bomb. Shen Fei felt a pang of regret as he watched the 3 celestial dragons being taken back by the Marines. I know you're worried, so please ask Admiral Kizaru to come along. Everyone else, stay away, or don't blame me for changing my mind. By the way, help me carry the box, Shen Fei said, lifting St. Roswald's body and motioning for Kizaru to leave with him. Without caring about Kizaru's reaction, he carried St. Roswald forward, and the surrounding Marines immediately made way. Kizaru picked up the 2 boxes with a helpless look on his face and followed. Fortunately, they were finally rescued, the 3 celestial dragons were released, and Sengoku finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for St. Roswald, Sengoku could only trust Kizaru. The preparations I made didn't come in handy. The celestial dragons are really intimidating. As they walked, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In order to deal with possible robbery, he made a lot of preparations, but in the end, none of them were launched. I say, General Kizaru, are you interested in joining us to overthrow the celestial dragons together? It's better to be the master of your own house than to be a dog for the celestial dragons. On the way, Shen Fei tried to win over Kizaru without any scruples. Did you want to kill me before? That wasn't me. It was the celestial dragons who wanted to kill you. I'm really curious. Why do you, Akainu, Aokanji, Sengoku, and Garp love being pawns for the celestial dragons? Do you have a hobby like that? You seem quite relaxed. You don't think you can escape, do you? Kizaru said bluntly, ignoring Shen Fei's words. Of course I know that neither the Navy nor the world government will let me go like this. Perhaps the other two admirals are already on their way, and the world government's CP0 should have been dispatched as well. But why would I run? I wonder how many forces the Red Earth continent has mobilized right now. If it's too many, that would be interesting, Shen Fei said, giving Kizaru a mysterious smile. What do you mean by that? Who knows? Maybe you think my actions are crazy, but is that really true? I wonder what would happen if Marine Headquarters, Marineford, and the world government's holy land, Mirijoa, were destroyed, Shen Fei chuckled. If you truly have such plans, I don't think you'll speak frankly, Kizaru said, glancing at the Denden Mushi on his left wrist. This Denden Mushi had been in constant communication with Sengoku, so Shen Fei couldn't have been unaware of it. Because it doesn't matter now, the plan has already begun, everyone, alert. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Sengoku immediately rushed out of the conference room, followed closely by Garp. The other Marines in the conference room then sprang into action. Garp, be serious this time. Sengoku and Garp stood side by side on the top floor of Marine Headquarters. In a world where one man could take on an entire nation, destroying Marine Headquarters wouldn't require many men. A single, powerful individual would suffice. Shiki, the Golden Lion, had single-handedly destroyed Marine Headquarters. Don't worry, I know. Garp's expression grew serious. The attack on the Celestial Dragons had made him serious. Although he hated them and called them scum, he had fought for them. Boom boom boom. At this moment, all the warships in the circular port in front of the Navy headquarters exploded at the same time, and the huge waves caused by the explosion rushed directly towards the buildings on the shore. Chapter 310 Yellow Monkey, Part 2. Asshole. The sudden explosion at the port sent Zanguo raging with rage. He immediately launched into a moonstep, charging towards the port. As the only port for the Marine headquarters, it housed dozens of massive warships. These were no ordinary warships, each one was a Vice Admiral level vessel, the very same rank as the warships activated by the Demon Slayer order. The destruction of so many warships, coupled with the casualties suffered by the elite Marines aboard, was a devastating blow to the Navy. Zanguo's anxiety was fueled by the fact that, following the previous attack, Marine headquarters had strengthened its defenses, with vice admirals rotating around the port. But in such a situation, something like this could still happen. It was no wonder Zanguo was anxious. You stay here and watch. In mid-air, Zanguo stopped Garp, who was about to join him. As a fleet admiral, renowned for his wisdom, Zanguo, despite his fury, remained calm. What's going on? Zanguo was the first to take out the port. After scanning the air and finding no enemy, he landed beside Hoshioshin, who was on duty at the end. No enemy detected. Hoshioshin's expression was agonizing. Even with his observation haki fully activated, he hadn't spotted a single enemy. This explosion was the same as the last. No enemy detected, just like last time. Shortly afterwards, Chief of Staff He and the other Vice Admirals remaining at Marine Headquarters arrived. Upon seeing the blazing wreckage of the warship at the port and the surrounding artillery batteries destroyed by the waves, they whispered. Yes, no enemy detected, Hoshioshin said immediately. A long-range ability user, he muttered to himself. If they hadn't detected any enemy attacks, yet the port had been attacked, then a long-range ability user was the only possibility. Time bombs and the like, due to their misconceptions, he and the others hadn't considered them for the time being. In reality, this was the result of a time bomb, something Shen Fei had prepared before attacking the Celestial Dragons. Placing a time bomb on a naval vessel is no easy task, as naval vessels undergo daily inspections. Unless it's set to detonate immediately, delaying its detonation is difficult. However, for Shen Fei, this was a simple matter. With the power of the Opere fruit, he could easily cut into part of the ship, place the bomb inside, and then restore it. In such a situation, even a thorough inspection, let alone a daily inspection, would have been impossible to detect. They couldn't completely dismantle the ship. It's undeniable that Law's use of the Opere fruit was crude. While the Opere fruit's true combat power was considerable, it was significantly more effective in supporting roles. Of course, this was also due to Law's inability to fully unleash the Opere fruit's full power. During his fight with Mingo, he was exhausted after a short while. Consider the battle between Ace and Jinbe, which lasted 5 days and 5 nights. Aokaji's battle against Akainu lasted 10 days and 10 nights. Law, this guy lacks physical strength and doesn't train regularly. If he were to train constantly like Zoro, his stamina wouldn't be what it is now. This is probably the main reason why the Opno-No's power isn't fully realized in Law's hands. Save them. Everyone else, stand guard. Not finding any enemies, Zanguo took a deep breath and immediately gave the order. Yes. The lieutenant generals immediately followed their orders and left. From what they said earlier, we know they won't be easily defeated, he said softly after the lieutenant generals left. The celestial dragons had been attacked, one of them killed, and coupled with the recent leaflet incident, Zanguo was now practically under the fire of Shen Fei. Some things, if kept secret, are simply ignored, and the situation remains as it is. This was the case with the celestial dragons. However, if exposed, the situation becomes completely different. The world government's 800 years of rule have been so deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people that, despite many complaints, no one has risen up to resist. But this time, the situation couldn't be handled properly. The world government and Marine headquarters will face a test even greater than the consequences of Roger's final words before his execution. Then let them come. Zanguo's slightly weary expression suddenly became resolute. Time's up, begin the drop. As he and Zanguo spoke, a Quinjet hovered over 6,000 meters above Marine headquarters, Marineford. With the sound of Red Queen's voice, the deck of the fighter opened, and a mecha, controlled by Red Queen, flew out. The mecha then produced a small sachet, untied the knot, and immediately dropped the sachet. As the sachet was dropped, it quickly unfolded and vanished. After the sachet vanished, an island nearly a kilometer in diameter appeared beneath the Quinjet. It then plummeted towards Marine headquarters below with the speed of a falling meteorite. Using the surgery fruit to carve the island open, then wrapping it with an incredibly convenient large wrapping, and dropping it from the sky, this was Shen Fei's artificial meteorite drop. While the process is cumbersome, unlike Fugitora's ability to casually pull down meteorites, their power is far greater due to their greater mass. Artificial meteorites are a simple matter for Shen Fei. He now has multiple methods at his disposal, the convenient wrap and pin particles. Previously, Shen Fei had been considering the latter option, which would allow him to drop anything from buildings to islands, though it was somewhat costly. However, after acquiring the incredible power of the convenient wrap, the latter option was no longer necessary. With the power Shen Fei now possesses, if he truly desired, he could completely ravage the pirate world, even destroying the sacred Marijoa on the Red Earth continent. Second drop, after approximately 20 seconds, the Red Queen's voice echoed, and the mecha released another treasure bag. Fourth drop, as the operation began, a similar Quinjet fighter perched high above Marijoa on the Red Earth continent. The exact same maneuver was repeated here, except that for Marine headquarters Marineford, Shen Fei only dropped 2 in a row, while Marijoa planned a 5th. Up, Garp, Sengoku, Churu, and the others in Marineford almost simultaneously sensed something was amiss. Looking up, they spotted a massive fireball barreling down with overwhelming force. Haha, good timing. Garp, atop Marine headquarters, observed the situation. He tossed the last senti into his mouth and, with a flick of his foot, vanished. Then, as if teleporting, he appeared in midair, charging towards the massive fireball. Just as the two were about to make contact, Garp swung his now inky black right fist. Golden Lion Shiki, as Garp launched his attack. Sengoku and Churu seemed to recall something, and they uttered a name in unison. Boom. The moment the name uttered, a loud explosion echoed through the sky, so loud that the entire atmosphere shook. Everyone at Marine headquarters simultaneously looked upwards. That Garp, Sengoku shouted in anger as he watched the countless fragments of rock fall from the sky. He immediately launched himself into the air, a golden glow emanating from his body. The sunlight shone even brighter. A moment later, a massive golden Buddha statue, over 10 meters tall, appeared in midair. With a wave of its 2 massive golden hands, a powerful shockwave quickly pulverized the scattered debris. While Sengoku didn't destroy all of the debris, he managed to eliminate most of it. Combined with the actions of the Vice Admiral, Major General, and others at Marine headquarters, only a small amount of debris fell to the ground. It's coming again. Garp, who had just shattered the first island, looked at the huge burning fireball that appeared again in the sky and rushed forward again. With the same punch, the second island was also shattered. Protect the safety of soldiers and civilians. Don't worry too much about other things. The tall golden Buddha statue fell on the huge square in front of the Marine headquarters, creating a huge crater. However, at this time, Sengoku didn't care about it at all, but shouted loudly. Sengoku, who turned into a giant Buddha, his voice directly covered the entire island. After saying this, Sengoku waved his palms towards the sky again, and the shock wave was released again. Shiki, get out here, Sengoku shouted loudly while sending out shock waves. It's no wonder that Sengoku thought this attack was done by Shiki the Golden Lion. In fact, this attack was too similar to the time when the Golden Lion caused trouble in the Marine headquarters. As the first pirate to escape Impale Down, he was held in high regard by both the world government and the Navy. In the years following Shiki's escape, they searched relentlessly for him. As time passed and Shiki the Golden Lion remained unseen, and neither of them emerged, they finally relaxed their search. After careful discussion, the world government and the Navy concluded that Shiki likely died in an unknown location from his injuries. This assessment stemmed from Shiki the Golden Lion's impulsive and irritable nature, as evidenced by his solo attack on Marine headquarters. It's unlikely that such a person, alive today, would have remained hidden for so many years. However, this attack changed Sengoku and Shuru's minds, as only Shiki the Golden Lion's float fruit could carry out such an attack. Back then, Shiki the Golden Lion was arguably the most likely to become the next Rocks. Not only was he immensely powerful, but his power was also the largest at the time. Unfortunately, after gathering all his might to besiege Roger and seemingly on the verge of victory, he was suddenly struck by a powerful storm, forcing Roger to escape and inflicting heavy losses. This battle left Shiki the Golden Lion severely injured, and only 1 in 10 of his men survived. This marked the beginning of the 4 emperors. While the pirate world can be incredibly powerful, even Shen Fei's meteorite-like double attack was easily defeated by Garp. Natural disasters are equally terrifying, especially in the New World. Even Roger and Shiki could only resign themselves to their fate. Roger undoubtedly had far better luck than Shiki. Without the sudden storm, Roger's pirate group would likely have been consigned to history. Roger, the Pirate King, is undoubtedly a singular figure. Before his death, he sacrificed his own treasure to usher in the great age of pirates, yet he himself twice aided the world government and the Navy. Of these 2 times, one was proactive, collaborating with Garp and other Marines to defeat the Rocks pirates in God Valley and save the Celestial Dragons. The second was passive, thanks to the downfall of Shiki the Golden Lion. Otherwise, with his ambition, he would have definitely reached the Red Earth continent. For others, reaching the Red Earth continent was extremely difficult, but for Shiki the Golden Lion, his floating fruit made it easy for him to lead his men there. Shiki, Sengoku's words echoed throughout the island where Marine headquarters was located, causing those who knew of Shiki's deeds to change expression. Although over 20 years had passed, many Marines who survived that battle still remember the Great Battle at Marine headquarters. Shiki the Golden Lion fought 1 against 2, facing the combined might of Garp and Sengoku, yet still managed to destroy Marine headquarters. The devastation suffered by Marine headquarters that year was only slightly less severe than the later Battle of Marineford. Fear filled their faces, fearing a repeat of the past. Prepare for immediate evacuation. Crane was preparing to have the Navy evacuate the civilians on the island. While they were called civilians, they were actually mostly Marines' families. When Shiki, the Golden Lion, attacked Marine headquarters, it wasn't the well-prepared Battle of Marineford that followed. It was a surprise attack, resulting in devastating casualties for the Navy. However, even as the Marines prepared for action, and Sengoku and Garp prepared to face Shiki, the sky remained clear for a long time, with no sign of a single figure. Garp even searched the sky with his moon steps and observation haki, but found nothing. Is that Shiki? After a long period of silence, Sengoku immediately retracted his great Buddha form, and Garp returned from the sky. After Crane arrived, Garp asked, puzzled. Judging from his abilities, it should be him, and he's even more formidable than before. Sengoku's face was grim. Although he had discovered a mastermind, the unexpected discovery of Shiki as the enemy was a particularly daunting prospect. Especially since Shiki's current behavior is so different from back then. Furthermore, he's been lurking for over 20 years, so it's impossible for him to have done nothing in those 2 decades. Under these circumstances, it would be strange for Sengoku to look pleased. Intel has arrived from the world government that they've suffered a similar attack. Now it should be confirmed that it's Shiki. He's been lurking for over 20 years, and now he's out in the open. It seems he's well prepared. Choru's face was equally solemn. The Navy wasn't afraid of the enemy's individual strength, no matter how strong. Could they be stronger than Garp? The Navy feared those with ambition and special abilities the most. Shiki, the Golden Lion, was undoubtedly one of those individuals. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Yellow Monkey, and for such a big event, yet no one from CP0 showed up. Isn't that strange? Or maybe they don't take the celestial dragons as seriously as one might imagine. At the dock of Island 1 in the S.H.I.E.L.D. archipelago, Shen Fei casually hopped onto a boat carrying Rosward Saint. He said with a smile to Admiral Kizaru, who had jumped aboard shortly after. Kizaru glanced at the obedient celestial dragon Rosward Saint and remained silent. He didn't want to be harassed by the celestial dragon later because of his words. Rosward Saint appeared very obedient at the moment, but that was only because of Shen Fei's threat. Given the celestial dragon's character, once they escaped, there would undoubtedly be a lot of trouble. After such a massive insult, the celestial dragons would undoubtedly vent their anger. The Navy would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the consequences, and even an admiral like him would undoubtedly face considerable trouble. Even Kizaru could see that Shen Fei's real intention was not to kill the celestial dragons. Unfortunately, even after seeing this, Kizaru didn't dare to act rashly. Whether Shen Fei wanted to kill the celestial dragons was one thing, but the celestial dragons absolutely couldn't let anything happen to them because of him. If he took action and caused the death of a celestial dragon, he would be in big trouble. He might even have to quit his current job with Social Insurance and Housing Fund and join the profession of pirates, which has no security at all. Can we release them now? Kizaru said after the ship sailed to the middle of the sea far away from Island Number 1. Indeed, this place has a wide view and we can clearly see if there are any pursuers. If there are ambushes, the only possibility is the seabed, Shen Fei said as he looked at the calm sea surface outside. Even he had no way of confirming whether there were any enemies on the seabed. After a quick glance, Shen Fei lifted Roswald Saint in front of him and said, "Alright, I'll give him to you. By the way, let me remind you, I've just activated the bombs on him. If you don't disarm them all within a minute, he'll go boom." Shen Fei simulated the sound of a bomb exploding and immediately threw the celestial dragon at Kizaru. Then, with a flick of his foot, he activated the moon step and soared into the sky. Quickly, get rid of the bombs. Kizaru, who had caught Roswald Saint, hadn't spoken before he burst into a roar. He had been very obedient in Shen Fei's hands, but in Kizaru's hands, he was completely different. Roswald Saint's shouting, coupled with Shen Fei's flight, left Kizaru with no choice but to remove the bombs from Roswald Saint's body. Although his hands were locked with seastone, this didn't slow Kizaru's speed much. Although Zephyr criticized Kizaru for relying too heavily on his devil fruit and neglecting his physical skills, this was only true compared to pure physical skills masters like Zephyr and Garp. Strictly speaking, Kizaru's physical skills were not bad. Without powerful physical skills, one cannot fully unleash the power of a devil fruit. Physical skills and devil fruit abilities complement each other. Although he couldn't break free from the seastone handcuffs, this didn't prevent him from using his armament haki. He quickly removed the bombs from Rosward Saint's body, including the slave collar around his neck. What Pluto Rayleigh could do, Kizaru could certainly do too. You bunch of losers. What are you still doing here? Go capture him. I'm going to tear him to pieces. Having defused the bombs and secured his safety, Rosward Saint immediately launched into a barrage of curses at Kizaru. Rosward Saint, if I chase him now, what if someone shows up again? However, Kizaru's next words immediately dispelled Rosward Saint's plan to let Kizaru pursue him. Before this, Saint Rosward would have been indifferent, as no one had harmed the sacred celestial dragons. However, after Shen Fei taught him a lesson, this view changed immediately. Then why don't you send me back immediately, General Kizaru? Leave Saint Rosward to us. Please ensure he is captured. This is an order from the 5 elders. At this moment, a strange and cold voice rang out from the lonely ship on the sea. Kizaru turned and saw an air gate suddenly open at the side of the ship. As the voice spoke, 4 figures in white robes and white masks appeared. CP0 had finally appeared. Behind them appeared a muscular figure in a black suit with a pair of strange horns. Bruno, an official CP9 agent and a member of Raw Blue Cheese Group, possessed the gate fruit. The true strength of the world government, which had ruled the world for 800 years, was unknown, but one thing was certain: it should not be underestimated. The door fruit, in Shen Fei's eyes, it was a pure divine fruit, but Alice, it was another wasted one. It had to be said that some in the pirate world were simply incompetent when it came to developing devil fruits. "You're here," Kizaru said, seemingly unsurprised by their appearance. "I'd like to give chase, but I can't use my abilities right now." "That's easy," one of the CP0s said, stepping over to Kizaru and producing a key to unlock the sea-stone cuffs on his wrists. "Why are you just getting here? The world government is full of rubbish." Just as one of the CP0s was about to say something, St. Roswald erupted, cursing the CP0s as well. Without Shen Fei's earlier words, St. Roswald might have placed all the blame on the Navy, but with that remark, the CP0s were inevitably held accountable. Facing St. Roswald's rant, the 4 members of CP0 and Bruno of CP9 stood still, respectfully accepting his insults. Though CP0's expression was obscured by their masks, their demeanor was undoubtedly respectful. As St. Roswald hurled curses at CP0, Kizaru, having undone the sea-stone handcuffs, suddenly turned cold and vanished into the sky in a streak of golden light. Celestial dragons were attacked, some even brutally murdered. As the admiral present at the scene, he bore the brunt of the responsibility. Whether for the sake of the world government, the Navy, or his own future peace, he had to apprehend the enemy. This was different from Luffy's attack on the Celestial Dragons. Luffy was Garp's grandson, and the Celestial Dragons hadn't died, merely received a beating. Therefore, Kizaru could let them go. After all, with Pluto Rayleigh and Kuma's betrayal as a Shichibukai excuse, it wasn't that I was incompetent and couldn't catch the culprit who attacked the Celestial Dragons, but rather that I had already given it my all, only to be blocked by Pluto Rayleigh. He was about to kill Zoro, gathering all his might in a powerful kick, about to land, only to be blocked by Pluto Rayleigh. "Oh, see you again so soon. Admiral Kizaru is truly worthy of you." Shen Fei, standing on a rock on the shore of a small, uninhabited island near the doldrums of the East China Sea in the Sabaody archipelago, smiled and waved at Kizaru, who hovered in midair. After leaving the ship, Shen Fei didn't use apparition or the mystic gate to leave directly. Instead, he simply transported the box and headed straight for the island, awaiting the world government's pursuit. Humiliating the Celestial Dragons and blackmailing the world government were only one of his goals. Another was to truly confront the admirals and test his own strength. "Looks like you were waiting for me," Kizaru said, and 2 golden rays of light immediately emanated from his hands. Shen Fei, upon seeing this, immediately sensed something was amiss, but it was too late. Kizaru's voice echoed through the air. "Yosakuni no Magatama, you're just going to unleash your ultimate right away. Can't you even say a few polite words?" As countless light bullets rained down, Shen Fei suddenly thought, but then his figure vanished from the rock. Shen Fei reappeared, his figure appearing above and behind Kizaru, his right leg slamming down towards Kizaru's head, then disapparating. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the air as Shen Fei's right leg was blocked by Kizaru's raised arm. "Space fruit," Kizaru said calmly, blocking Shen Fei's attack. "What's your guess?" Shen Fei asked with a smile. Shen Fei was somewhat surprised to see Kizaru quickly retract his Yosakuni no Magatama to block his attack. Kizaru's immediate attack with his ultimate Yosakuni no Magatama was a surprise, but it also gave him an opportunity to attack. However, he hadn't expected Kizaru to retract it so quickly. "Go down," Shen Fei said, pressing down with his right leg. The overwhelming force sent Kizaru's body slamming like a cannonball towards the island below. With a bang, dust flew up from the uninhabited island previously devastated by Kizaru's Yosakuni no Magatama. Despite Shen Fei's swift apparition, hundreds of light bullets still plowed through the island below. Another trick. What a troublesome nature-type devil fruit. Shen Fei, hovering in the air with moon step, felt a sense of frustration as he sensed Kizaru's presence, muffled by the dust below. Armament haki can attack a devil fruit user and reveal their true form, but it only works at the moment of physical contact. Once the opponent is sent flying, it's useless. A nature-type devil fruit can then fully neutralize the attacking force through elementalization. Kizaru had done this before against the celestial dragons, and just now, too. Against such an enemy, close combat is the only option, not ranged engagement. Never allow the opponent to gain distance. Kizaru's Pikachu fruit is arguably the most suitable ability for long-range combat, its speed allowing for rapid distance clearing, while its lasers allow for long-range fire. Before the dust had even settled, Shen Fei attacked again. A longsword materialized in his right hand, its blade gleaming black, its armament haki hardening. He then charged into the dust. The sound of the swords clashing was accompanied by a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. If this is all you have, provoking the world government will come at a heavy price, Kizaru said calmly, holding the Aim no Kirakumo sword. It seems that I was underestimated. So be careful. After hearing what Kizaru said, Shen Fei smiled lightly and immediately increased the strength of the longsword in his hand. This time, Kizaru did not take this opportunity to retreat and then dissipate into light, but also increased his strength. Boom. As the strength of the two increased, the ground under their feet began to slowly crack at the same time, and at the same time, both of their feet began to sink. Under the continuous stalemate between the two, the ground on the island cracked more and more violently, and the range of the cracks became larger and larger. Boom. With a tremor of the earth, the figures of Shen Fei and Kizaru retreated at the same time. Halfway, Shen Fei stepped on the ground, activated the moon step, and immediately changed direction and rushed towards Kizaru. After defeating the two golden lights, the longsword in his hand slashed at Kizaru again. Lasers were too easy for Kizaru to fire. Without a powerful move like your Sakuni no Magatama, charging wasn't necessary. However, Kizaru could use long-range laser attacks with impunity, while Shen Fei struggled with them. It wasn't that he didn't have them, both his sword energy and his flame alchemist were ranged attacks. Unfortunately, they were useless against Kizaru, the Flash Man. Even if he used them, it would only be a waste of his energy. Similarly, he couldn't use the power of the thousand-armed Avalokitesvara. Using this move against Kizaru would simply make him a target. Hey, Admiral Kizaru, could you please stop darting around like a monkey? You're a Marine Admiral, aren't you afraid to fight head-on? Shen Fei watched Kizaru, using the power of his flash fruit, darting around the island, chasing him. Shen Fei felt deeply frustrated. Kizaru's battle with Rayleigh was a head-on confrontation, but against him, aside from a brief initial confrontation, it was a guerrilla war. Take off your armor before you say that. Kizaru shot another laser and dodged to the side once more. Shen Fei was facing Kizaru, so of course he was fully prepared. For example, he was now clad in a full-body armor inlaid with vibranium and divine characters. Even if Kizaru's laser hid him, it wouldn't do him any harm. Shen Fei was frustrated by Kizaru's flash fruit, and Kizaru was equally speechless about Shen Fei's armor. Even with his laser, it only left a tiny mark. I should have chosen Kizaru as my opponent. Facing Kizaru, who had always insisted on guerrilla warfare, Shen Fei was truly frustrated. However, despite his frustration, the battle had proven that he now had the strength to face the Admiral head-on. This was something to be happy about, as he had finally reached this point. So you're stalling for time. Just as Shen Fei was pondering how to deal with Kizaru, a door suddenly opened in the air. Several figures in white clothes and white masks emerged. Shen Fei immediately understood why Kizaru had been engaging in guerrilla warfare. With a whoosh, the four members of CP0 appeared and simultaneously launched themselves at Shen Fei, attacking him from four different directions. The door fruit. I forgot about this guy. The air door reminded Shen Fei of its power. Chapter 312 The World Shocks. I forgot to go to Water City and kill this guy beforehand. The appearance of the door fruit immediately reminded Shen Fei of CP9, who had been lurking in Water City in search of Pluto's designs. The other CP9 members' devil fruits weren't particularly impressive, being ordinary animal types. Bruno's door fruit, however, was a truly impressive devil fruit if used well. Speaking of which, if Ada were to use this devil fruit, it would be quite impressive. But now that we have apparition, it's not a big deal. With this thought, Shen Fei immediately gathered his thoughts. With such a formidable enemy at hand, uncontrolled thoughts would be tantamount to seeking death. Whoosh! With his mind focused, Shen Fei swung the longsword in his right hand, sweeping across the air. A powerful crescent-shaped sword energy slashed forward. Using sword energy against Kizaru was useless, but against CP0, the situation was different. If only I had a hand spanning 8 directions attack, this thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind. He immediately shifted his feet, spun around, and launched himself. Right hand gripped his longsword, and he charged like lightning towards the CP0 behind him, a rainbow piercing the sun. At this point, Shen Fei's maximum sword energy range was fan-shaped, not circular. If it were a hand-spanning 8 directions attack, he could simultaneously attack all nearby enemies. Shen Fei, having studied with Gai Nai, had mastered all of Gai Nai's martial arts, including the 100-step flying sword. Unfortunately, the 100-step flying sword required charging, making it difficult to use against Kizaru and under siege. Swish, swish, swish. Kizaru, standing beside him, immediately fired 3 lasers at Shen Fei, blocking his upper, middle, and lower attacks. However, this time, Shen Fei, aside from dodging the laser aimed directly at his head, simply ignored the other 2. Even with his vibranium armor, Shen Fei didn't dare let Kizaru's laser strike hit his head. It wasn't a question of whether vibranium could protect him, but even if it did, the laser's power wouldn't be easily dissipated. The CP0 in the back was a tall, thin man. Upon seeing Shen Fei charging towards him, he immediately rushed forward. His white-gloved right hand had turned pitch black, his armament haki hardened. Not just his right hand, but his upper body was also shrouded in darkness. His right fist wasn't aimed at Shen Fei's servant's sword, but at Shen Fei's head. Life for life? True to CP0, faced with CP0's attempt at a mutually assured destruction, Shen Fei didn't flinch. Just kidding. He not only had vibranium armor, but also the divinely enhanced defenses, armament haki, and his Nen ability. Would he be afraid of mutual destruction? PFFT. Shen Fei's longsword pierced the CP0's heart, while his right fist pierced through the right side of Shen Fei's head, missing. Idiot. Although he couldn't see the CP0's expression, Shen Fei could imagine his expression of shock. Not that he was pierced by Shen Fei's longsword, but while his fist had missed. He had clearly aimed, but when his fist struck Shen Fei's head, it seemed to suddenly vanish into thin air. This was because Shen Fei had used the harmony with light and dust and the yin-yang family's illusionary realm technique. Such tactics might not work against a figure of Kizaru's caliber, but against a CP0, deception was certainly possible. Speed is power. Have you ever been hit by a beam? But at that moment, Kizaru's voice suddenly echoed in Shen Fei's ears, accompanied by Kizaru's right leg, which had already shone with a golden light. Bang! Facing Kizaru's kick, Shen Fei only had time to raise his left arm to block it before he felt an immense force radiate from it. Like a cannonball, Kizaru launched Shen Fei and the CP0 into the air, sending them flying dozens of meters. Yosakani no Magatama, Kizaru called out again, still in midair. Then, a barrage of impenetrable golden light bullets enveloped Shen Fei and the surrounding area. Sure enough, fighting Kizaru doesn't involve a one-on-many battle. This is giving Kizaru a chance to strike, but Kizaru doesn't seem to care about CP0's life at all, feeling the force of the numerous golden light bullets bombarding his armor, and looking at his body, which was dented by the bullets. Shen Fei moved his right hand, transforming his sword into a shield, blocking his way. Even vibranium armor would inevitably be damaged by a barrage of light bullets. It's a pity that I can't reveal my full strength, otherwise using the arcane gate would be much easier. Kizaru's Yosakani no Magatama is indeed incredibly powerful, but if he had the arcane gate, he could completely unleash this attack on the Marine headquarters or the world government's holy land, Mirajoa. It would surely be very interesting then. During this clash with Kizaru, Shen Fei was certainly surprised by his fighting style, but he also didn't bring out his full strength. To be frank, if he had used the same method that the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One used against Odin, Kizaru would probably be the one who would be frustrated. The Pikachu fruit is very fast, but believe it or not, I can throw you directly into the East China Sea. The special displacement of the surgery fruit, combined with the arcane gate and the Awaken form, can literally throw anyone wherever he wants. Unfortunately, none of this could be revealed just yet. The more secretive the trump card, the better. Just as if he wanted to leave, even the combined presence of the 3 admirals wouldn't stop him. Similarly, if Kizaru wanted to leave, even the 4 emperors wouldn't be able to stop him, let alone him now. Should we stop here? Shen Fei, sensing the seemingly endless flow of Kizaru's Yosakani no Magatama, considered retreating. Having already secured what he wanted and confirmed his own strength, further action seemed pointless. Kizaru was undoubtedly undefeated, and killing a few CP0s didn't seem to matter. Let's go, Having made his decision, Shen Fei immediately apparated away from the island, which had practically vanished under the bombardment of Kizaru's Yasakuni no Magatama. Gone. Not long after Shen Fei vanished, Kizaru unfurled his Yasakuni no Magatama, having locked onto Shen Fei with his observation haki. Continuous attacks can't stop them from leaving? This is seriously problematic. While Shen Fei was struggling with Kizaru's Pikachu fruit, Kizaru was also searching for the weakness in Shen Fei's space fruit. If he couldn't find it, there was no way he could stop the enemy from leaving. Kizaru's thinking was sound. If someone from the Harry Potter world were to be interrupted while using apparate, it would be extremely dangerous. If they weren't careful, their bodies would be cut in two by the space. But for Shen Fei, this didn't matter. For one thing, his physical fitness was extremely strong. And for another, his study of the space gem had honed his spatial proficiency, making these spatial fluctuations negligible. Where are the people? After Kizaru ceased his attacks, the three CP0s who had been forced back by Shen Fei immediately rushed forward, only to find the tattered bodies of their companions and nothing else. Then one of the CP0s immediately turned to Kizaru. The other party possesses the space fruit and is incredibly powerful. We can't stop them, Kizaru said calmly, facing the CP0's gaze. He had no fondness for Kizaru. An ordinary marine wouldn't have treated him this way, but who is he? One of the three admirals of the Navy. Just like Shen Fei's previous plan to trade the admiral's life for the celestial dragons, it was simply impossible. Perhaps the celestial dragons didn't care about the admiral's life, but the five elders of the world government certainly did. And even if the five elders of the world government didn't care about the admiral's life, they wouldn't say it. Believe it or not, if you did, the admiral would immediately go pirate. You better figure out how to explain this to the world government. Facing Kizaru's calm expression, the remaining three CP0s remained silent for a moment before gathering up the mangled bodies of their companions and, using Bruno's Dorador fruit, returning to the Shangri-La Islands. They let them escape. In the meeting room of Marine Headquarters, Sengoku, after hearing Kizaru's report, angrily stood up from his desk. It's the space fruit, indeed. Now we're in trouble, Crane said solemnly. If the user of the space fruit wanted to leave, even the full force of the Navy wouldn't be able to stop them. Furthermore, since they didn't know their identities, forcing them out through other means was impossible. Why didn't the Navy proactively eliminate the four emperors of the New World? It's because they could leave at any time. Otherwise, with the Navy's full strength, they could have taken them down without the four emperors' cooperation. With Sengoku, Garp, the three admirals, several alternates for the Grand Admiral, and numerous elite vice admirals, the Navy's might was immense. With the space fruit and Shiki the Golden Lion, the Navy will likely face a severe test in the coming period, Crane said again. Sengoku sighed deeply and sat down, feeling somewhat helpless. The sudden development of the situation had left him feeling overwhelmed. Just recently, the Navy's situation had seemed so promising. Despite the presence of the four emperors in the New World, they rarely caused any major trouble. Even Big Mom occasionally destroying a small nation over candy was considered a minor incident by Sengoku. Since the great age of pirates initiated by Roger has been unsuccessful for so many years, few believe his dying words. Coupled with the manipulation of the world government and the Navy, most pirates, unaware of the truth, now regard Roger's final words as the greatest hoax of the century. This is evident in the lack of pirates visiting Rogue Town these days. At the dawn of the great age of pirates, nearly all pirates who ventured out to sea would visit Rogue Town to pay their respects to the Pirate King. Today, the most powerful men on the sea are those who have personally witnessed Roger's executions. Sengoku, this isn't like you. We made it through such a treacherous situation back then, seeing Sengoku's dejected expression. Garp offered a rare comforting word. Don't worry, I'm not easily defeated. After taking a deep breath, Sengoku regained his composure. Although many of the lower ranks of the Navy now had issues with him as the Grand Admiral, and the five elders of the world government had previously lambasted him via Den and Mushi, and the celestial dragons had threatened to hold the Navy accountable, the pressure mounted on him. But who was he? The wise General Sengoku. When he took over the position of Grand Admiral from Sora, he knew it wouldn't be easy, but he took it anyway for the sake of his ideals. Churu, you and the general staff will do your best to locate Shiki. After regaining his composure, Sengoku closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking to Chief of Staff Churu. Understood, Churu nodded with understanding. Since the interstellar fruit hadn't yielded any trace of Shiki, they would start with Shiki the Golden Lion. If Barcelino discovers Shiki's whereabouts, I want to do everything in my power to stop him. I won't tolerate any excuses this time. As Grand Admiral, Sengoku clearly understood the strength of the three admirals. Normally, it would be fine for Kizaru and Aokiji, of the three admirals, to just sit around and slack off, but in this situation, doing so would be unacceptable. Understood, Kizaru nodded with a serious expression. Although Kizaru was a high-ranking admiral and held a powerful position, if the celestial dragons truly wanted to cause him trouble, he would be in big trouble. In this situation, he needed to demonstrate some merit so that he could report to the five elders of the world government. Shen Fei's actions had truly angered the five elders of the world government. With the supreme celestial dragons killed and attacked, and the Holy Land of Merijoa on the Red Earth continent also attacked, it was no wonder the five elders were furious. The world government on the Red Earth continent was undoubtedly powerful, but unfortunately, years of peace and tranquility had left them skeptical that anyone would dare attack a holy land. Therefore, while Shen Fei's pseudo-meteorite dropped it and achieved the expected results at Marine headquarters, it did bring about a glorious victory for the warring states at the Holy Land of Merijoa. The Holy Land of Merijoa was completely destroyed. It was only thanks to the five elders' strength that they were spared from immediate destruction. While the five elders were unharmed, the rest of the Holy Land suffered heavy casualties, including many celestial dragons. Shen Fei had only killed one celestial dragon in the Sabaody archipelago, but he had killed dozens more on the Red Earth continent. The five elders were furious, and the entire CP organization under the world government began to mobilize, searching for Shiki. The five elders, like Sengoku and Crane, also believed that the operation was the work of Shiki, the Golden Lion, who had disappeared for over 20 years. The reason was simple: Shiki possessed the same ambitions as Rox had once possessed. Shiki, the Golden Lion, I never thought you'd take the blame for this. I'm so sorry. Returning to his secret base, Shen Fei learned through intelligence that the world government and the Navy seemed to be blaming Shiki for the incident. Upon learning this, Shen Fei burst into laughter. He truly took the blame, just as miserable as Shichen. Shen Fei laughed heartily. But the whole world was shaken. One reason was that the Xianlong people were attacked and killed, and the other was the news that Shiki the Golden Lion had returned to the martial arts world. Shiki the Golden Lion was a legendary figure and a gold medalist. Chapter 313, Mind Beast. I didn't expect such a misunderstanding, but this is actually a good thing for me. Their attention has been diverted. Shen Fei breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering that the world government, the Navy, and many on the sea were searching for Shiki the Golden Lion. Shen Fei wasn't afraid of the world government or the Navy finding him. After all, even if they couldn't defeat him, even if he wanted to leave now, even Am couldn't stop him. But he didn't want to be in the spotlight unless necessary. Making a fortune in silence was the most important thing. The technology for item-eating devil fruits is incredibly complex, and the materials involved are truly enormous. It's a huge investment. No wonder the Navy and the world government don't have many such weapons. Then, Shen Fei temporarily disregarded the turmoil caused by Shiki, the Golden Lion on the sea, and focused on researching the technology for item-eating devil fruits. Shen Fei wasn't worried about the technology being fake. The two animal-type devil fruits he'd requested were originally for experiments. He'd originally wanted two ordinary devil fruits, but they'd later become ancient types. Since they were ancient types, they couldn't be wasted. He still had a regular animal-type devil fruit, the most common devil fruit on the Grand Line. While Kato was collecting them, even with his power, he couldn't possibly possess them all. It can only eat animal-type devil fruits. That's consistent with my previous assumption, but that makes it a bit useless. Shen Fei quickly understood the situation regarding objects consuming devil fruits through data and previous research. Objects consuming devil fruits couldn't consume natural-type or superhuman-type devil fruits. If this were truly possible, then the number of objects possessing devil fruit abilities would surely be enormous. For example, if an object consumed the door fruit, wouldn't that be equivalent to possessing a portal? To animate an inanimate object, only an animal-type devil fruit could do the trick. While consuming a devil fruit actually involved a fusion of the two. This made regular animal-type devil fruits somewhat useless. It wasn't that these weapons were useless, but rather that they were useless in high-level combat situations. Perhaps only devil fruits of mythical beasts would be useful. but even the extravagant world government couldn't possibly use a mythical beast fruit this way. One such devil fruit could create a figure as powerful as a Shichibuke or an admiral. Using it to feed something would be a waste. Especially since the mythical beast fruit's special abilities wouldn't be fully utilized if fed to something. Wow, I didn't expect it to be so expensive. With that much money, they could build several vice admiral ships, and even a few pacifists. No wonder Vegapunk doesn't have many such weapons. The ones circulating now are probably just from their initial experiments. Looking at the materials he'd invested, Shen Fei didn't feel particularly bad. However, he did wonder why the world government had given him the real information. Perhaps they were hoping to gather it through someone and find the person behind it. Only he, with his ample reserves of materials, had anyone else, even the Revolutionary Army, would have needed to purchase them from outside. Success. Seeing the katana and the Nico no Fu completely fused together, Shen Fei knew it was a success. Even though the sword hadn't yet demonstrated its power. As expected, Shen Fei, who then picked up the katana, immediately felt the blade transform into normal-sized black cat, though now its eyes were lifeless. Let's try the artificial Zoan-type devil fruit. Shen Fei didn't mass-produce the artificial Zoan-type devil fruit he obtained from Caesar, but he still made a few. However, because it was too sensitive, Shen Fei didn't share it with his subordinates. If it leaked out, Mingja and Kato would likely be the next to come. It's still possible. Watching the mechanical snake slither like a real snake, Shen Fei nodded in satisfaction. While the Grand Line had no shortage of espers and devil fruits, that was only for the entire Grand Line. If it came down to individuals, even Kato lacked devil fruits, let alone him. We could have a Warframe or a mechanical beast consume a devil fruit, but unfortunately, it's too expensive. With Shen Fei's current financial resources, even PIM particles, which he could use daily, were considered expensive. So, you can imagine how expensive they were. It doesn't seem to be of much use to me. Instead of fusing the armor with the devil fruit, I'd rather use PIM particles. Is it because I'm growing too fast? After a moment of reflection, Shen Fei put away the katana and black snake. He couldn't let them leak out right now. Next, it depends on your devil fruit, Vegapunk. Shen Fei's desire to obtain an object to consume a devil fruit wasn't to create the black cat blade or the black snake. His true goal was the artificial Shenlong fruit he obtained from Punk Hazard. He wasn't trying to ingest this artificial devil fruit with an inanimate object, but rather with telekinesis, because only then would it allow for growth and progress. He would also accept the Shenlong as his own telekinetic beast. However, because he already possessed the surgery fruit, Shen Fei wasn't sure if his telekinesis could consume another devil fruit. After all, he wasn't Blackbird, who, either because of the dark fruit or because of a special body type, could possess the abilities of multiple devil fruits. Normally, to make this decision, Shen Fei would need to capture a telekinetic user, have them consume a devil fruit, and then have them consume a devil fruit with telekinesis. Shen Fei had planned this before, just to be on the safe side. But now, he was no longer needed, as he was now the Sorcerer Supreme and possessed the Eye of Agamotto, also known as the Time Stone. Time couldn't be manipulated, but using the Time Stone to peer into the future was certainly possible. The original Doctor Strange had used it to see over 14 million different endings. However, Shen Fei couldn't use the Time Stone to peer into the future in the pirate world. He could only return to Marvel's timeline. Space was king, time was supreme. Mastering either of these abilities was truly remarkable, and now he possessed both. That old Shiki, has he shown up now? Haha, it's a shame things aren't the same anymore. He's out of touch? Come find me if you dare. After news of Shiki the Golden Lion's appearance reached the New World, Kato, the Beast Pirates, immediately began to challenge Shiki. Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom Pirates shared Kato's attitude. The appearance of Shiki the Golden Lion immediately drew the attention of many pirates to the four emperors of the New World, a clash of legends from the past and the present. Kato and Charlotte Linlin responded forcefully, while red-haired Shanks seemed unfazed, remaining silent. The same was true for Whitebird. Dad, Shiki is truly that powerful? Marco the Phoenix asked Whitebird aboard the Whitebird Pirates Moby Dick, with a hint of curiosity. As a legendary figure of the previous generation, Shiki's name was well known to many, as he was the first to escape impelled down. However, Marco and the others were unaware of Shiki's true situation. I never thought this guy would hide for so long before reappearing. Whitebird, his body covered in IV drips, guzzled his wine as he spoke of Shiki with a touch of emotion. Just as Sengoku, Crane, and the others were surprised that Shiki had remained hidden for so long, so too was Whitebird. Back then, Shiki was truly invincible. Generally speaking, people with special abilities are most afraid of the ocean, but Shiki the Golden Lion is different. His float fruit can control the waves, meaning he could create a tsunami if he so desired. The world government and the Navy immediately identified Shiki as the mastermind because he was the most likely culprit. Unlike Whitebird, who stayed relatively isolated, Shiki harbored far greater ambitions. But I never expected that upon his return, his first target would be the celestial dragons, Whitebird said with a hint of admiration. Even he wouldn't dare to attack the celestial dragon so openly. If it were just him, Whitebird wouldn't be afraid, but Whitebird isn't just himself. He has many sons to support, and a vast community of needy people he needs to support. The celestial dragons always kill one person to warn the rest. If Shen Fei's identity were truly exposed, the world government and the Navy would target not only him, but also Baroque Works and even the Kingdom of Alabasta. The world government might even issue a demon-slaying order to completely wipe out Alabasta. Has this guy been hiding for so many years? Has his personality changed? Whitebird didn't utter this out loud. In reality, Whitebird wasn't the only one who shared this thought. Sengoku, Crane, and even red-haired Shanks shared the same sentiment. "Captain, can you tell us about the Battle of Eder Isle?" asked a fat man in green, enjoying a bite of barbecue as the red-haired pirates rested on an uninhabited island in the West Sea. As he spoke, the others looked at red-haired Shanks with anticipation. To others, the Battle of Eder Isle was a legend, but to red-haired Shanks, it was something he had personally experienced. "Back then, I was just a trainee. I only survived thanks to the captain, Uncle Rayleigh, and the others, and a bit of luck." Red-haired Shanks wasn't lying. The Roger pirates had indeed suffered heavy losses in that battle, and many, like red-haired Shanks, who held great potential, perished in that battle. At that time, Shiki had surrounded Roger and his men with an overwhelmingly superior force. Roger's pirate group boasted numerous powerful warriors, but Shiki's sky pirates were equally strong. Buggy was truly grateful to Shanks for allowing him to consume the fracture fruit, otherwise, he might have perished in this battle. "Captain, Shiki's first target upon his reappearance this time was the celestial dragons. Judging by his actions, his ambitions are undoubtedly significant." Ben Beckman, the Red Hair Pirates vice captain, showed a different expression from the rest of the crew. Back then, he intended to subjugate the captain, unify the oceans, and then attack the world government. But who would have thought this time, he'd go after the world government directly, and use such tactics? It seems his years of undercover work have helped him recruit a formidable figure. Alright, enough about him. Let's drink. After a pause, Red Hair Shanks lifted the wine glass in front of him with his remaining right arm and gulped down a drink. "Yes, let's drink." His men immediately joined in. Puff, puff, puff. Inside a resplendent manor on one of several floating islands, high above the East China Sea, invisible to normal humans, a figure approached the manor's private swimming pool, accompanied by a series of strange, fart-like noises. "Brother Indigo, I've already told you, could you change that voice?" A figure with long golden hair and a strange rudder on his head, reclining on a long lounge chair, shouted without turning back. "Captain, something's wrong," Indigo said, walking over and placing a recent newspaper in front of the man on the lounge chair. "I've been exposed." A moment later, the figure leaped from the lounge chair and engaged in a dance with Indigo. "Now is not the time for this," he said after a moment, seeming to react. With a look of anger, he tore up the newspaper and waited for Indigo. "What's going on? Why was I exposed?" "I don't know either. I only found out about it from the newspaper, then find out what happened right away. I'll check it out right away. I didn't even know the captain was still alive. The captain never contacted me. I didn't even know where the captain was." On a small island somewhere, 4 people wearing CP0 uniforms were interrogating the owner of a bar. At this time, the bar was littered with corpses and blood. "If you don't know, then it's useless. Point gun." One of the CP0s immediately pierced his head with his index finger. "Let's go to the next place." Shiki appeared, and the first to suffer were Shiki's former subordinates. After Shiki escaped from impaled down and disappeared, Shiki's subordinates fell apart. Some continued to be pirates, while others quit pirates and prepared to live a peaceful life. However, at this time, All these people were found by the CP organization of the world government. Whether it was a simple farmer in a remote area, a bar owner, the captain of a powerful pirate group, or the boss of a certain underworld organization, all were slaughtered, just like the world government's pursuit of the Roger pirates. This time, the world government was truly furious, completely disregarding casualties. Anyone unlucky enough to appear before them was eliminated. Shen Fei, of course, was unaware of all this. By then, he had returned to the Marvel Universe and arrived directly on the alien planet, preparing to use the time stone there. Huh? No way. I took care of everything, and she still managed to come here. Shen Fei was speechless as he watched the isolated Simmons through Bio's surveillance screen. The alien hive and the Hydra leaders had all been eliminated by them. Shen Fei had originally thought Simmons would never appear on the alien planet again, but she did. Chapter 314, Mind Beast, Part 2. That's some pretty good luck, but I have to admit, Fitz and Simmons' relationship has had a very bumpy road. Fortunately, both Red Queen and White Queen contained information about Callison and the others. Otherwise, Simmons would have died on the alien planet, if not starved to death, at the hands of the base's automated defense system. But Simmons is also quite impressive. He managed to survive here for several days before finding this place. Shen Fei, looking through White Queen's records, discovered that Simmons was already exhausted when she discovered him. If he hadn't been detected by White Queen's scans, he would have vanished without a trace on the alien planet. The winds and sand on the alien planet are incredibly strong, with daily sandstorms capable of burying any trace. Simmons' ability to come here must be due to that stone. It seems we should deploy a few satellites on this alien planet, but it doesn't seem to be of much use. Well, it's better than nothing. The alien planet's harsh environment had previously prevented Shen Fei from deploying satellites, but Simmons' appearance made him feel he should have saved his life. Should we go see her? From the White Queen's surveillance footage, Simmons was already unconscious when he was found. He probably hadn't noticed the secret here, and at most, he just thought someone was here. When Simmons first woke up, she'd yelled at the camera, demanding someone go see it. But as time passed, she seemed to understand no one would come, and so she became much more obedient. Forget it, secrecy is most important. After a moment's deliberation, Shen Fei immediately decided not to see Simmons. He immediately activated the gas in Simmons' isolation chamber and hypnotized her while she continued to scream. From the White Queen, Shen Fei learned that Simmons had been trapped on the alien planet for some time. Callison, Fitz, and the others must be extremely worried about her, so Shen Fei decided to send her back to Earth immediately. As for Simmons' memories of her time on the alien planet, Shen Fei considered it and abandoned the idea of tampering with them. The Obliviate spell could erase specific memories, as Hermione had once used on her parents for their own safety. While this spell works well, it's not without side effects. For ordinary people, those minor side effects might be insignificant, but for scientists like Simmons, even the slightest problem can have a significant impact. The original Fitz suffered severe brain oxygen deprivation due to Ward, which significantly impacted his intelligence for a long time. If Simmons were a stranger, Shen Fei wouldn't have cared less, but who knew her? A smartphone with a long standby time, only slightly worse than what Stark and I use. Entering Simmons' isolation cell, Shen Fei immediately grabbed the custom S.H.I.E.L.D phone that had fallen to the side. Only after becoming truly wealthy did Shen Fei understand what phones truly wealthy people use. Simmons' phone, before his time travel, was a true artifact. With a standby time of nearly a month and solar charging, it was a true treasure for watching TV series. Impressive. In just a few days, you've investigated this far. This is a message for Fitz. With such deep feelings, why don't you just get together? No, I remember Simmons was taken away by the stone just as Fitz was about to confess his feelings. It's like these two are constantly going back and forth, you looking for me, then me looking for you. After briefly glancing at the contents on Simmons' phone, Shen Fei put it down. Then, forming hand seals, he opened a secret portal. A golden halo appeared, and Shen Fei, leading Simmons, stepped into New York. Just as Shen Fei and Simmons entered New York, an alarm suddenly blared in a hidden base covered in snow, alerting everyone busy inside. It's Simmons' signal. Although many were alerted, Fitz was the first to rush out. Although his face was pale, his expression was filled with excitement. Where is it? Someone asked immediately. New York. With Fitz's hands constantly moving, The location of a red dot on the large screen in front of him was quickly determined. "Have you found Simmons? Contact May and have them go immediately," Coulson, who had rushed over, immediately ordered. "I'm going to," Fitz said, picking up a tablet and rushing to the underground airfield. "Barbie, Lance, you and a team of operations personnel come with you." Coulson didn't stop Fitz's move. Instead, he ordered 2 operations agents to go with him. Fitz might have overlooked other matters because he had discovered Simmons, but Coulson wouldn't. Fitz had already arranged for someone, and he had also notified Melinda. The signal appeared suddenly, and there might be danger. "Wait for a Fitz and the others to arrive and then act together." "Understood." May simply uttered these 3 words in response to Coulson's warning before hanging up. "Have you found Simmons, Sky?" On S.H.I.E.L.D 616, was equally excited after hearing the news. "We just detected a signal. We're not sure if Simmons is there yet. It could be an enemy trap. Coulson told us to wait until Fitz and the others arrive before we act." "No need for that. Let's go straight ahead, May. Even if there's an ambush, my abilities can handle it." "I knew you'd say that." "Hold on tight. Is this an awakening?" Looks like Coulson's been very busy lately. Inside an ordinary hotel, Shen Fei, hidden in the mirror dimension, watched May and Sky swiftly rush into Simmons' room. Seeing that Simmons was only unconscious, they looked relieved before quietly leaving the hotel. Shen Fei already knew what was going on with S.H.I.E.L.D's phone, just like his own. It also had a tracking device. Motto, open. Returning to the alien planet, Shen Fei prepared to use the time stone to peer into the future. This was his first time using the time stone to peer into the future. So this is what peeking into the future is like. With Doctor Strange's 14 million plus ending, no wonder he's so shaken. After a moment, Shen Fei took a few deep breaths before ending his peeping. It was just a brief peek into the future, but it left Shen Fei feeling even more exhausted than his battles with Kizaru and CP0. Clones can consume devil fruits, but telepathy can. Through the time stone's peeping, Shen Fei finally felt at ease. He had occasionally considered letting his physical clone in the form of Archon consume devil fruits, but now he could finally give up. "It's okay, but should I eat this artificial Shenlong fruit made by Vegapunk, or find another Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruit?" After discovering that he could consume devil fruits with telepathy, Shen Fei hesitated again. "Forget it, let's just eat this one. After all, it was made by Vegapunk, not a cheap imitation made by that Caesar guy. After all, he was the first to discover the bloodline factor and can create artificial devil fruits. Even the transformation cans of Judge of the Vinsmoke family and his 4 sons are also due to Vegapunk. The artificial devil fruits he created should be as good as the original ones. And this is in the form of a dragon after all. Even if it can't enhance my own strength, it's not bad to raise it as an ordinary mind beast." If this artificial animal-type devil fruit was not on the form of a dragon, Shen Fei would definitely not think twice and would definitely switch to a mythical beast devil fruit, such as the mythical beast devil fruit of Phoenix Marco, which can be said to have infinite full health. But the dragon is different. Even Momonosuke, who is so young, can fly in the clouds after eating this artificial devil fruit, let alone him. Speaking of which, destroying Kato would be great, but it seems I'll have a hard time taking him down right now. It's a shame that even the Time Stone couldn't predict the potential of this artificial devil fruit. The Time Stone, while truly magical, wasn't omnipotent. It could only glimpse the future of the Marvel Universe. Once it was removed from Marvel time, it wouldn't be as useful. For example, it could predict his own future actions, but if he left Marvel time, that prediction would automatically be thrown off track. Shen Fei immediately took out the device and released his mind, allowing it to fuse with the devil fruit. So that's how it is. It's a shame it's pink. Afterward, Shen Fei looked at the pink dragon, only about a meter long. His only dissatisfaction was probably its color. As he spoke, the pink dragon dissipated into the air. Though fused with a devil fruit, it remained his own mind, capable of dispelling it at will and summoning it easily. The mind beast was thus complete. I'm considered a dragon knight now, I guess. Half a day later, Shen Fei sat diagonally on the pink dragon, soaring through the air. The power of a devil fruit is incredibly rapid. The 2 members of CP9 had only consumed their devil fruits during Luffy's attack on Judicial Island, but upon meeting Luffy and his crew, they were already able to unleash some of their power. The same was true for Shen Fei. He was no Momonosuke, so he quickly mastered the Shenlong fruit's abilities. He could ride on clouds and mist, and with time, summon wind and rain, exhale clouds and mist, and create thunder and lightning. Perhaps this is the only truly successful artificial zoan-type devil fruit. Looking at the clouds in the sky, Shen Fei had this idea in mind. After all, Vegapunk was 500 years ahead of the world in wisdom. Caesar's indifference to this devil fruit was probably due to its creation. Caesar had always believed his scientific prowess was comparable to Vegapunk's, simply because he hadn't been given the platform to display it. But in reality, the gap between the two was worlds apart. This is the only way now. I'll wait until my Operation Fruit awakens before developing the power of this devil fruit. After soaring for a while on the dragon, Shen Fei let it carry him back and then dispelled the dragon. The Operation Fruit hasn't awakened yet. Is it because my physical fitness is still lacking? The battle with Kizaru had given Shen Fei a certain understanding of his own strength, but the fact that the Operation Fruit hadn't awakened yet was a bit strange. If it were anyone else at this level of strength, they would have awakened their devil fruits. Katakuri and Mingo had already awakened, and the admirals above them, the 4 emperors, and others with devil fruits had already awakened long ago. With no other explanation, Shen Fei could only attribute his lack of awakening to his own physical fitness. His ability to contend with Kizaru wasn't solely due to physical skills. If he had relied solely on physical skills, he would have been beaten to pulp by Kizaru long ago. This was because he relied on a combination of physical skills, mind skills, and ki to achieve this. The physical fitness of the pirate world, especially among the admirals and 4 emperors, is truly terrifying. Just imagine, relying solely on physical skills, they can achieve earth-shattering power. What incredible strength! This is the main reason Shen Fei hasn't recklessly brought devil fruits from the pirate world to other worlds for use. Shen Fei now possesses several devil fruits. Besides the animal devil fruit, there's also crocodile sand devil fruit, which Shen Fei has never used. He can't find anyone suitable or trustworthy to use it in the pirate world. As for the Marvel world, that's even easier. Giving a nature devil fruit to someone would be a waste. Even a captain wouldn't be able to fully utilize its power. The same goes for the Starks. Unless Shen Fei is willing to bring them to the pirate world for several years, or to continuously feed them Sea King-style food for several years, he could potentially significantly improve their physical fitness. Unfortunately, neither of these options is possible. Of course, there are some who possess exceptional physical strength. For example, Thor and Loki, as gods from Asgard, possess exceptionally strong physiques. As the god of thunder, Thor is a natural fit for the thunder fruit. Consuming it would undoubtedly greatly enhance his strength, even allowing him to break free from the constraints of Thor's hammer and become the true god of thunder. Unfortunately, Shen Fei hadn't considered this idea at all. It wasn't until he gave it to Ada that he finally thought of the possibility. With such a valuable gift, Shen Fei's first priority was naturally his own people. While Thor had a good relationship with him, he wasn't considered one. Only people like Ada and Robin could truly be considered close. It's been a while since I've been here, Shen Fei, stepping out of the Quinjet at the Avengers base, gazed with a sense of regret at the vast, luxuriously decorated building in front of him. It was thanks to Carter and Captain Stark's staunch opposition that Stark refused to put his name on the Avengers base. The building was entirely funded by Stark. While Shen Fei had money, he didn't contribute due to concerns about the potential consequences. Today, with Carter, the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D, the Avengers have a much more harmonious relationship with the authorities than in the movies. In addition, the conflict between Stark and Captain America has eased a lot, and the Sokovia Accords are unlikely to be signed. Stark gave up his revenge on Bucky, but the prerequisite was that Bucky could no longer appear in front of him. During the Battle of the Insight Plan, Shen Fei did not find Bucky, but it seems that Captain America still met with him. Chapter 315 Salmon and Bloody Mary. Whoosh! Shen Fei, stepping off the plane, took a few steps before suddenly stopping. A moment later, a swiftly moving figure appeared in front of him, stopping instantly as if without inertia. In the past, Shen Fei would have been somewhat envious of Quicksilver's speed, but now it didn't matter. Quicksilver couldn't match him over short distances. However, over longer distances, Quicksilver still held a clear advantage. His speed had made him incredibly popular among superheroes, having saved countless lives. "Hello, long time no see," Quicksilver said, smiling and waving at Shen Fei. "Long time no see," Shen Fei replied with a smile. "I have work to do here." "See you later," Quicksilver said, and disappeared. A moment later, a Quinjet took off. The Avengers' current base was far from the city, and they primarily traveled by plane because cars were too slow. Quicksilver, despite his speed, couldn't possibly reach the scene of the incident without running. He simply couldn't sustain the stamina. In Avengers 2, Quicksilver was shot and killed, primarily due to exhaustion. Otherwise, with his speed, how could he be killed by a bullet? Catching a bullet with his bare hands was a simple feat. At the Avengers base, one of Quicksilver's training exercises involved catching bullets in midair. Unfortunately, Quicksilver's abilities were granted by the Mind Stone, so even with the Opernomi, he couldn't transfer them. Otherwise, he would have found a way to acquire Quicksilver's speed and Scarlet Witch's chaos magic. He couldn't obtain what he wanted, and those abilities he could acquire, those of the Inhumans, were either too ordinary or had significant side effects, leaving Shen Fei feeling torn. Sky's abilities, for example, were very similar to Whitebird's Tremor Fruit, with similar side effects. While powerful, they also took a toll on the body. Even with his own remarkable healing abilities and the miraculous telepathic power of Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D, acquiring such powers wasn't necessary. What a rare visitor. Did you know we were having a banquet today? Inside the base's lobby, Shen Fei saw many familiar faces, including one who surprised him greatly, Spider-Man. You're just in time. For today's banquet, I want some dragon liver or something. Stark didn't hold back, stating his request directly. Dragon liver, real or not? Stark's words immediately drew the attention of those unfamiliar to Shen Fei, like Falcon, Spider-Man Peter Parker, and others. Not only them, but even Black Widow and Hawkeye looked over. Carter, bring him over. That's the right thing to do. Spider-Man is such a famous figure, wouldn't it be a waste not to bring him into the Avengers? If it were the talkative Spider-Man, Stark might have been forgiven for not letting him join the Avengers due to his age, but this Spider-Man had already graduated from college. You're using my things as a favor, Shen Fei said, but he still took out a box and handed it to Stark. Honestly, Harry Potter's dragons weren't as beneficial to the body as the Sea Kings from One Piece, but the dragon part of their name was still there. Leave this to Pepper. Stark took the box and casually handed it to Black Widow Natasha. Without Hydra's suppression, I didn't expect someone like this to emerge, Shen Fei, after briefly reviewing the work of the Avengers, couldn't help but smugly admit. While Hydra was a major threat, its existence also had its benefits. Its presence significantly suppressed the development of other underground forces. Strictly speaking, Hydra was superior to S.H.I.E.L.D in this regard. S.H.I.E.L.D adhered to strict procedures and couldn't casually kill people, but Hydra was different. If you dared to stand in my way, I'd kill you immediately. Now that both S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra were destroyed, certain organizations saw an opportunity. With Hydra's remnants fanning the flames, the frequency of large-scale terrorist attacks has increased significantly since the days of S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra. The Avengers primarily dealt with issues related to large-scale disasters and terrorist attacks. They rarely dealt with more secretive issues, such as the Inhumans. The Inhuman issue is currently primarily being handled by Coulson and his S.H.I.E.L.D agency. Thanks to the mediation of Fury, Carter, and others, S.H.I.E.L.D has been able to continue to exist, though its power has been significantly reduced. Coupled with the whims of U.S. high-ranking officials, even with Fury and Carter still around, S.H.I.E.L.D inevitably split into two organizations. One is led by Coulson, the other by retired agents and those who survived the previous incident. Coulson's side still inherits Fury's ideals, and the small cube Fury left behind, a high-tech box containing all of S.H.I.E.L.D's secrets, has enabled Coulson's team to thrive. For an organization to thrive, it must have money. Ideals can't feed it. Shen Fei's side also secretly finances Coulson's S.H.I.E.L.D, and these individuals are known only to Fury and Coulson. Later, Coulson made a mistake and stepped down as director. His successor, lacking Coulson's connections, needed to make speeches and meet with politicians for financial gain. He even complained that he lacked Coulson's connections and hidden funds. As for S.H.I.E.L.D, it was effectively a U.S. subsidiary, similar to the FBI, since its funding came entirely from the U.S. What brings you here today? Stark asked Shen Fei after checking his computer screen. You can't come here if you don't have anything to do, Shen Fei retorted. I don't know you. If you didn't have anything to do, You definitely wouldn't be here, Stark said with a smile. You're quite the cool superhero. Jarvis basically does all the work for you. In the past, Stark would don the Iron Man suit himself if he saw disaster. But now, there's a difference. Most of the time, Stark controls the suit remotely through Jarvis, while he's somewhere else, attending events or spending time with Pepper. I want to meet Flintmark. Seeing Stark staring at him, Shen Fei stated his purpose directly. After learning about recent events on the news and discovering this person, Shen Fei decided to put other matters aside. It's him, Stark said, picking up his phone and tapping on it a few times before speaking. Okay, I've sent you the pass now. If you have the chance, I hope you can help him. Thank you very much. I'll help if I can. Shen Fei looked at the pass on his phone and nodded. Shen Fei was interested in Flintmark because he was a Sandman, possessing abilities similar to the sand fruit. Of course, the abilities were similar, but the destructive power was completely different. Flintmark accidentally stumbled into a radioactive waste disposal zone. Just when he thought he was doomed, he unexpectedly transformed into Sandman and fought Spider-Man in the streets. The Avengers then intervened and captured Sandman, and Spider-Man Parker joined the Avengers, secretly, of course. On the surface, he joined the Stark group, much to the envy of his friends. Since joining the Stark Syndicate, Peter Parker's life has become less difficult than before. Sadly, even so, Peter Parker still broke up with his first girlfriend. With Pepper, Black Widow Natasha, and others arranging the outdoor banquet, it was soon underway in the large gardens adjacent to the Avengers base. Cheers! Just as everyone was preparing to celebrate, a swift figure approached. It was Quicksilver, apparently having already finished his business. I'm not late, am I? Quicksilver said, and before he could move, a glass of red wine appeared in his hand. You're just in time, but today is a rare day for us to get together. You're not allowed to use your powers from now on, Stark said with a smile. Quicksilver now listened to Stark's orders, which was quite surprising. Stark now oversees the internal affairs of the Avengers, while Captain serves as the leader of external operations. Carter's side is more of a think tank. After the banquet, Shen Fei went directly to the prison where Flintmark was being held. To be more precise, it wasn't a prison, but a cold storage room. Flintmark was frozen. His radiation-induced body was rapidly breaking down. Without freezing, he wouldn't last much longer. Even freezing him now would only delay his collapse. Gaining powers through radiation without paying a price, how could such a thing be possible? When Shen Fei met him, his body had already turned to sand. Although he's a criminal, he's very kind to his daughter. Flintmark had a good family, a beautiful wife, and a lovely daughter. It was a happy family, but unfortunately, his daughter contracted a serious illness. While it wasn't incurable, it required a significant amount of money. For a wealthy person, this would be a trivial matter, but for Flintmark, the sum was astronomical. To earn the money, he turned to crime. After being caught, he escaped from prison for his daughter, and then met with an accident. The United States is a paradise, but it's a paradise for the rich. For the poor here, a peaceful life without serious illness is not a big deal, but if faced with an emergency, it's like the sky falling. This time, however, he didn't need to worry about his daughter. After Stark learned of his condition after his imprisonment, his daughter was immediately rushed to the finest private hospital in New York, where she was being treated by the best specialists. Although the delay in treatment had worsened her condition, Stark's wealth made it a minor issue. It was just a matter of staying in the hospital for a while longer. Even the DNA has become like this. This is really a bit of a hassle. After extracting Flintmark's frozen cells, Shen Fei returned directly. Long time no see. It seems S.H.I.E.L.D is flourishing again in your hands. Upon boarding S.H.I.E.L.D Flight 616, Shen Fei immediately spotted Callison and Simmons. They didn't look at him with any unusual expression, which reassured Shen Fei. Thank you so much for your support. I'm so sorry. I should have come to see you in person, but I've been so busy lately that I had to ask you to come, Callison said apologetically. It's okay. I'm just very interested in what you're talking about. Of course, the things that could interest Shen Fei were those involving the soul, that is, hell. If that weren't the case, Callison wouldn't have bothered him. Although the current structure of S.H.I.E.L.D had changed, Callison's staff was now filled with elite soldiers and generals. The legendary Agent 33 had also become Callison's subordinate. With so many capable subordinates, There was very little that Callison couldn't handle. In fact, at first, Shen Fei thought Callison had contacted him about Simmons. This is what happened. In the base's conference room, Callison quickly explained the whole story. Why do something else? You're courting death by doing this. After listening to Callison's narration, Shen Fei was speechless. The saying "if you don't do it, you'll die" probably meant this. The story was simple. A few bored girls at a New York high school suggested playing a game called Ouija. They weren't just interested in Ouija, but also incorporated other spirit-invoking rituals. Similar games are quite popular in colleges, with people scaring their friends or girlfriends. Normally, nothing would go wrong. But there's always a chance, especially in the Marvel Universe, that something unexpected happened. Participants in the game tragically perished one after another. The survivors posted their stories online, seeking help, which triggered an alert S.H.I.E.L.D had set up online. Knowing about the existence of hell and the spirit world, S.H.I.E.L.D set up related keywords online. Any similar posts would alert S.H.I.E.L.D. While most of these were false, this time it was real. S.H.I.E.L.D, Melinda, Fitz, and the others were at the scene. Because the situation was so dire, they called for help. If I'm not mistaken, Bloody Mary must have been summoned, Shen Fei understood, observing the mirror and other traces at the scene. The legend of Bloody Mary is very old and is even recorded in the magic book of Kamar-Taj. In fact, until now, no one knows which generation Bloody Mary is. Bloody Mary? I heard she's very powerful. Hearing Shen Fei mention this name, Callison and Simmons looked thoughtful. They both had read this story in a book. If it's the first generation, it would be a bit troublesome, but judging from the fact that those people died one after another, it shouldn't be the first generation, because if it was the first generation, it would have taken care of everyone at once. What Shen Fei didn't say was that even if it was the first generation of Bloody Mary, he wouldn't be afraid of meeting her now. By the way, notify them now to find a place without mirrors. Chapter 316 The Wen Brothers. What the hell is that thing? Near a parking lot in New York, S.H.I.E.L.D, May and others who had just received information from Shen Fei were preparing to evacuate from the hotel. However, just as they arrived at the parking lot, they were suddenly attacked unexpectedly. The cars in the parking lot had many mirrors, which meant that S.H.I.E.L.D had awakened and become an inhuman. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble this time. Bloody Mary's ability was not comparable to Tobias Ford, who was in love with a quality engineer last time. Among all the people present, only May and S.H.I.E.L.D could withstand Bloody Mary's terrifying screams. The others, especially the two women who survived Bloody Mary, were directly shocked by the sound waves and their noses and eyes bled. If S.H.I.E.L.D hadn't used his ability to shock Bloody Mary away in time, I'm afraid these two and Fitz would have been finished. S.H.I.E.L.D had originally planned to hold off Bloody Mary while Melinda led the group on their escape. Despite Shen Fei's earlier warning, they still had to use a car. In modern society, moving quickly without a car is incredibly difficult, especially with a mirror and the streets filled with cars, making it even more challenging. S.H.I.E.L.D's plan was a good one, but unfortunately, the two surviving women, terrified, ignored Melinda and Fitz's words and simply fled. They even ran separately, blaming each other for playing games. Despite their disobedience, Melinda and Fitz were forced to pursue them separately. When Shen Fei arrived at the scene, he found the entire parking lot in shambles, with nearly 20 cars completely wrecked. Judging by their condition, he knew S.H.I.E.L.D was responsible. Will S.H.I.E.L.D compensate you later? Luckily, none of these cars are luxury, so it's not like S.H.I.E.L.D can't afford it, Shen Fei thought as he looked at the scene. The price difference between cars in the United States is truly enormous. For example, Stark's luxury cars are worth millions of dollars, while a regular car, if used, can be bought for just $1,000. This is a crucial reason why so many people in the United States can afford cars. That's it. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D was attacked by Bloody Mary and fell to the ground, Bloody Mary was about to charge and kill S.H.I.E.L.D when Shen Fei finally arrived. A golden chain immediately locked up Bloody Mary, who was clad in a blood-red dress. Judging by the style and color of her dress, this Bloody Mary likely belonged to the same generation as the Captain and Miss Carter, and her clothes were full of the style of that era. You're finally here, S.H.I.E.L.D, who had been lying on the ground, ready to resist, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Shen Fei appear, and continued to lie there, unable to get up. S.H.I.E.L.D's inhuman abilities are immense. Within the inhuman community, virtually no one can stand up to S.H.I.E.L.D. The reason she couldn't defeat Bloody Mary was, firstly, her current weakness, and secondly, Bloody Mary's spiritual form and the ability to enter and exit mirrors. The scattered car mirrors provided a natural advantage for Bloody Mary. Stop howling. It's so annoying. Bound by golden chains, Bloody Mary opened her bloody maw and began to howl. Shen Fei tightened the chains, crushing Bloody Mary's body, and Bloody Mary vanished. It doesn't look like she'll be back anytime soon. Sensing Bloody Mary's disappearance, Shen Fei reached out to pull S.H.I.E.L.D, who lay on the ground, to her feet. However, as his hand grasped S.H.I.E.L.'s, a flicker of pain crossed S.H.I.E.L.'s face. The woman who destroyed Earth is such a joke. Looking at S.H.I.E.L.D like this, and remembering the way she would be addressed later, Shen Fei shook his head. Destroying a planet isn't so easy. Not only S.H.I.E.L.D, but even Whitebird couldn't do it. The Navy often claims Whitebird possesses the power to destroy worlds, but that's only theoretical. Just like S.H.I.E.L.D, they can theoretically destroy planets, but that's just theory. If they were to actually do that, they'd be finished before they even get to destroy the planet. The destruction of Earth behind S.H.I.E.L.D wasn't S.H.I.E.L.'s fault at all, but the work of the Kree and Talbot. S.H.I.E.L.D was essentially the sole culprit. I didn't expect Callison to invite you here. Melinda and Fitz soon appeared, and the two female survivors were also found by Callison and his men. This type of enemy is not one you can handle. If you encounter one like this again, it's best to notify me. Melinda's expression remained stern, though she looked rather forlorn. Her hair was disheveled, and there were traces of blood on her mouth and nose. Melinda was once Callison's top henchman. While Agent 33, Bobby, and the others were formidable, they were no match for her. Unfortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D has now risen to prominence. S.H.I.E.L.D, once a mere hacker, has made tremendous progress within S.H.I.E.L.D. Not only S.H.I.E.L.D, but also Fitz and Simmons, who were once mere technicians, have now even wielded a gun. HMPH, Melinda snorted coldly at Shen Fei's words, not saying anything more. After all, she was a ruthless person who would never resort to words when she could act. That Fury guy, he's putting Callison in a difficult position. Shen Fei couldn't help but think of Fury, glancing at the gentle smile on Callison's face as he comforted the two surviving female college students. When Fury was director of S.H.I.E.L.D, he had figures like Hill, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Shirley under his wing, with Captain Marvel to come later. However, by the time Callison became director of S.H.I.E.L.D, all of them had defected to the Avengers. If S.H.I.E.L.D hadn't awakened as an Inhuman, and Melinda hadn't been around, Callison wouldn't have had any capable subordinates. "Thank you so much for this time," Callison said, smiling broadly after calming the two female university students. "It seems they won't play such dangerous games next time," Shen Fei said, shaking his head slightly as he watched the two female university students leave with the S.H.I.E.L.D. members. "Probably not. Get out of the way, FBI." Just as Shen Fei was about to say something, a quarrel erupted. Shen Fei and Callison turned to see two handsome young men in suits exit a shabby-looking car. One of them flashed his ID and tried to enter. Faced with this, the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel looked at Callison. If it were the old S.H.I.E.L.D, they would never have ignored the FBI, but the situation was different now. Callison immediately gave Shen Fei an apologetic smile and walked away. "There's something off about these two guys." Shen Fei initially dismissed the two FBI agents. Even with S.H.I.E.L.D's current decline, sending two FBI agents wouldn't be a problem. But as Shen Fei looked over, he immediately noticed something was off about them. He didn't know why, but it was. Upon realizing this, Shen Fei immediately followed Callison over. FBI, Callison approached the two young men and took the identification from the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. A strange smile suddenly crossed his face, and he looked at the two men with a quizzical expression. "The identification is well made, but it's a shame real FBI identification doesn't look like this." Just as the two young men were about to speak, Callison suddenly spoke up, his expression as gentle as ever. Callison's words caused the younger-looking young man's face to change, and he immediately glanced at the other young man beside him. "You're questioning our identities." The older youth's expression remained unchanged, though he glared at the young man beside him from the corner of his eye. "Anyone else might not be able to tell if this ID is genuine, but I'm sorry, I just happen to know you. You're still young, so it's best not to do such things." "Arrest them," Callison said, ordering the S.H.I.E.L.D. men to arrest the two men. "Who are you, and why are you arresting us?" S.H.I.E.L.D. Callison flashed his ID, then continued, "Don't worry, We won't do anything to you. We'll just hand you over to the FBI after all. The other man was impersonating the FBI, and Carlson couldn't just jump in and interrogate him. You can't do that. We're here for a reason. If you stay here, you'll die, the older youth suddenly shouted. Wait, tell me what you know. Carlson immediately stopped his men. There's an evil spirit here, and we're here to deal with her, the older youth said after a moment's silence. Bloody Mary. Carlson paused for a moment before tentatively speaking. Indeed, she's not someone you can handle. If you're referring to Bloody Mary, I can tell you we've already dealt with her. Now, tell me who you are. Carlson seemed to be taking a keen interest in the two men. He waved his men off and then left. You dealt with her? How is that even possible? The older man said, hurriedly running to the trunk of his car. He opened it and found a device among a pile of items. His expression changed immediately when he saw the display on the device. We're exorcists. I'm Dean, and this is my brother Sam. The two men then briefly introduced themselves. Even if they didn't say anything, Carlson, who looked like them, would have quickly learned their information. Exorcists? Carlson asked, glancing at Shen Fei, asking if it was true. There's indeed a fluctuation of power, though it's a bit weak. Shen Fei, after a quick look at the items in the trunk, nodded at Carlson. Strange, could that feeling be because they're exorcists? Shen Fei wasn't surprised that exorcists existed in the United States. Gods, wizards, aliens, and even hell all existed. The existence of exorcists was perfectly normal. Dean Winchester, Sam Winchester, those names sound familiar. As Carlson spoke to the two brothers, Shen Fei muttered to himself, I can't remember. Let's talk about it later. After finally failing to remember, Shen Fei decided to leave it for later. Is Carlson so enthusiastic? Is he trying to recruit these two into S.H.I.E.L.D? Carlson's smile, coupled with the conversation between the three of them, immediately gave Shen Fei a clue of what he was thinking. If these two joined, Shen Fei wouldn't have to bother with similar issues in the future. Unfortunately, the brothers showed no interest in joining S.H.I.E.L.D, but even so, Carlson enthusiastically exchanged contact information with them, saying he could ask for their advice if he encountered similar problems. This time, the Winchester brothers didn't refuse. After that, Carlson never mentioned sending the two to the FBI again. Are there a lot of exorcists? Carlson asked immediately after the Winchester brothers left. Don't ask me. I'm a magician, not familiar with exorcists, Shen Fei said, shaking his head. How is it? Carlson asked immediately after Shen Fei finished checking on Sky on plane 616. Melinda, Fitz, and Simmons were also very concerned about this question. Shen Fei had originally planned to leave after defeating Bloody Mary, but Sky's condition prevented him from leaving immediately. Simmons, while formidable, was far behind him in biomedical science. Her ability has significant side effects. I think it's best to use it less in the future. Right now, the side effects are only affecting her arms, but if she continues using it, it won't just affect her arms. Upon examination, Shen Fei discovered that the bones in Sky's arms were covered in a dense network of small cracks. Sky had used her ability too many times during the battle with Bloody Mary. I'm fine. I know my own body well. There's no need to make such a fuss. Sky, who left the examination room, waved his arms and said with a smile. Stop showing off, Shen Fei said as he gently patted Sky's right arm. His expression immediately tensed, but he didn't cry out. Let me help you. Seeing Sky's expression, Shen Fei shook his head lightly, and a magic wand immediately appeared in his hand. Sky's problem could be easily solved by using the Archangel Psy, but that would be too wasteful. So Shen Fei decided to use spells, potions, and other drugs to help Sky. Because the human body can heal itself, plus the arm guard that Simmons invented for Sky specifically to reduce the side effects of his abilities, he only needs to use his abilities less frequently, and the situation will be much better. Don't think about using the nano-healing device. Although it can restore your arms, the situation will only get worse unless you stop using your abilities. Shen Fei also donated a set of nano-medical technology to Carlson. Carlson no longer has a broken hand, and the iconic Captain's shield is because he was cured with the use of nano-medical technology. Chapter 317 Chelsea, Part 1. While nanomedical technology is incredibly powerful and can completely regenerate missing body parts, it takes time for these parts to return to their original condition. Furthermore, current nanomedical technology can only regenerate minor organs, such as limbs, buttocks, and skin, and cannot create internal organs. Strictly speaking, it's not that it can't be recreated, but rather that recreated organs don't have the same lifespan as real human organs and quickly deteriorate. Zhao and others are currently researching how to use nanotechnology to create organs with the same lifespan as human organs. Shen Fei hesitated before agreeing to this research. His hesitation stemmed from the fact that he could already create genuine artificial organs with normal lifespans, and they weren't created using the Philosopher's Stone. While the overall technology in Fullmetal Alchemist's world is significantly behind that of the Marvel Universe, its medical expertise is significantly superior in some areas. While its mechanical armor technology can be extremely painful to deploy, its neural connectivity is truly remarkable. Similarly, the Mahist and Gongshu clans of the Qin dynasty also possessed unique expertise in robotic arms. Master Ban and Gongshu Zhou both possessed robotic arms, and Gongshu Zhou even had robotic legs. Of course, the average person couldn't manipulate Master Ban's and Gongshu Zhou's robotic arms, as their mechanisms were far too complex to operate with the same precision. Even Xianming, after removing Master Ban's arm, couldn't fully reattach it. Shen Fei, with his combined expertise, has achieved significant success in prosthetics. Today, the prosthetics of the FIFA group are incredibly popular with people with limb impairments worldwide. Not only are their products technologically advanced, but their prices are significantly lower than comparable products. Other prosthetic manufacturers have even begun to unite against him. Prosthetic profits are incredibly high, and Shen Fei's actions have caused their profits to plummet. Consequently, they often denounce Shen Fei as an idiot who can't even make money. Shen Fei simply sneered, dismissing them as irrelevant. Aside from a few industries where he couldn't directly target prices, he didn't care about the prosthetics alliance. The industries Shen Fei couldn't impact for the time being were primarily energy and medicine. In the energy sector, even if Stark had compromised, Shen Fei certainly wouldn't either. Otherwise, with the resources at his disposal, he could have driven oil prices down to rock-bottom prices. Medicine was even more of a problem. To this day, Shen Fei hadn't dared publicly claim to have conquered terminal illnesses like AIDS. He already had treatments, but they hadn't been made public, allowing him to treat a small number of patients experimentally. And those were primarily his kind. These weren't those who envied the prosperity of the United States and didn't want to return, but those who had studied abroad and were willing to stay. He didn't bother to care. At S.H.I.E.L.D., due to the nanomedical technology provided by Shen Fei, Fitz's prosthetic limb manufacturing technology is now of little use. Carlson's prosthetic limbs were made by Fitz, but for normal people, few would specifically choose prosthetic limbs to restore their physical condition. Keep an eye on her. She can't use any supernatural powers for the next 2 months. Shen Fei said to Carlson and the others after examining Sky's arms. Don't worry, Simmons, Sky is in your care. Carlson nodded, then instructed Simmons with a smile. Yes, Director, the collection of supplies was quick, isn't it? Having an AI assistant is truly convenient. After leaving Carlson's office, Shen Fei returned directly to his New York villa. By then, Red Queen had almost finished gathering the items he had requested. These items were primarily for the Qin Dynasty world, containing information on everything from agriculture to water conservancy, far more detailed than before. The next most important thing is the world of giants. Originally, Shen Fei hadn't cared much about the world of giants, but now that he'd arrived in Qin, he couldn't give up on it. The reason, naturally, was medicinal herbs. Shen Fei was actively collecting medicinal herbs not only from the world of giants, but also from Fullmetal Alchemist, Harry Potter, the Hunter world, and most importantly, the world of One Piece. With so many worlds, mass-producing gathering immortal pills would be a breeze for Shen Fei. Key gathering pills, pulse-stabilizing pills, blood key pills, true person pills, and gathering immortal pills, the entire process would make him a top-tier expert, provided he possessed decent aptitude. Alchemy, combined with Shen Fei's surgery fruit, was a powerful addition. For now, Shen Fei's main focus was on improving his strength, otherwise, if he delved into alchemy, he could create numerous new elixirs. The medicinal properties of the One Piece world, in particular, were incredibly beneficial to life. The same medicinal herbs in different worlds could have vastly different properties. In fact, the Hunter world's potential rivals that of the Pirate world in certain respects. While the 6 continents are weak, the Dark Continent holds a miraculous promise that even the Pirate world lacks. These two are obsessed with the Hunter world, After returning to Hunter World and meeting Ada and Robin, they expressed their admiration and unwillingness to leave. They even teamed up to explore many of the ruins of the 6 continents. A historical archaeologist and an adventurous former spy are a perfect match. Furthermore, each has awakened their own nan-abilities and the flower fruit. As long as they avoid the Dark Continent and encounter the as yet unknown taboos, they're practically fearless in the 6 continents. With Ada's current strength, none of the 5 great Nen users, save for King, are a match for her. But Robin's Nen is quite impressive, Shen Fei said, having initially expressed regret about Nob's 4-dimensional apartment. Upon learning about Robin's Nen abilities, his concerns were immediately alleviated, as Robin's and Nob's Nen abilities are very similar, both possessing abilities from other dimensions. Considering Robin had been constantly hunted since childhood, Shen Fei wasn't too surprised by her ability to telepathize. Robin's inner desire was likely to be a completely safe place. A safe treehouse. Robin's telepathic ability, to be precise, resides within a large tree. This tree is likely the treehouse known as the world's largest library before the O'Hara tragedy. Shen Fei immediately used his own abilities to analyze Robin's telepathic ability. In time, he would also have his own independent space. Unfortunately, Shen Fei couldn't use Aida's telepathic ability. Her ability was a transformation-type ability. Perhaps it was due to the Thunder Fruit, which allowed Aida to further control the Thunder Fruit. Judging from Aida's telepathic ability, Robin's safe treehouse might also be a treehouse because she possessed the flower fruit. Flowers and trees are both plants. I didn't expect the Dark Continent to have such amazing things. Inside a beautiful villa in Saba City, Shen Fei, Ada, and Robin lounged on lounge chairs by their private pool. Ada, dressed in a red swimsuit, spoke of the Dark Continent with a visibly excited expression. Ada and Robin were similar in one respect, archaeology. While Robin pursued the truth, Ada sought the unknown. After learning about the ruins of the 6 continents and the Dark Continent, Ada couldn't help but be intrigued. It must be said that Ada was far superior to Shen Fei in terms of intelligence gathering. In such a short period of time, she had already uncovered more information than Shen Fei had previously known. With your abilities, we're completely invincible once we reach the Dark Continent. With Shen Fei's secret gate and Robin's safe treehouse, retreating or hiding would be simple, and they could also travel back and forth between the 6 continents and the Dark Continent at any time. Don't worry about that for now. It's best to get detailed intelligence and improve your own strength first, Shen Fei said softly, nodding. Don't worry, I won't be so impulsive, they don't seem suited to key cultivation. I guess we'll have to talk about it later. Shen Fei had originally intended to teach Ada and Robin the key cultivation method, but after careful consideration, he gave up. The Qin dynasty's top cultivation techniques all required the integration of the principles of various schools of thought, and neither Ada nor Robin was particularly adept at this. Those that didn't require integration were too low level. Instead of practicing them, they would be better off focusing on their current abilities. Really? It's so rare for me to have some free time, and you don't even spend more time with me. After spending a few days with Ada and Robin, the two left due to an appointment. They had previously agreed to explore a ruin on an island in the inland sea. The Hunter world doesn't just have the Dark Continent, the 6 continents also boast numerous unknown ruins. Many have been explored, but many remain undisturbed. New ruins occasionally appear, often due to natural disasters like earthquakes and tsunamis. The 6 continents are so numerous that even Jin couldn't possibly have explored them all. I have time, so I'll go explore too. Aida and Robin were exploring the ruins, but Shen Fei was exploring the world. After getting ready, Shen Fei immediately opened his Ant-Man suit and set off. What a nice environment. After entering the new world, Shen Fei took a look at the surroundings. Tall trees were everywhere. Smelling the fresh air, Shen Fei's observation haki immediately emanated. There are quite a few wild beasts. No, the aura on their bodies is stronger than that of ordinary wild beasts, and some are even not weaker than the animals in One Piece. After sensing the situation in the surrounding forest, Shen Fei immediately walked to the left front. The reason he chose this direction was because there was someone in front of him. Is this really the case? Using his skills all the way, Shen Fei soon came to the vicinity of the aura of the person he had sensed before. But then Shen Fei felt a little embarrassed, because the scene that appeared in front of him was a slender and beautiful figure bathing in a stream under the moonlight. A rare example of a gentleman, Shen Fei admired himself for a moment before retreating several dozen meters and walking back. This time, however, his movements were quieter. The sudden movement startled the beautiful woman bathing in the stream. With a soft cry, she rushed to the clothing area by the stream bank. Just as Shen Fei expected her to quickly dress, she suddenly transformed into a hawk and took flight. Monster, devil fruit, this scene truly surprised Shen Fei. The hawk then flew a short distance in front of him, glancing at him with its bright, spirited eyes before flying off behind a tree. Not leaving, Shen Fei observed with his observation haki that the hawk had returned to human form behind the tree. He then stood there waiting. Hello. A moment later, a beautiful girl with long orange hair, headphones on, and a strange box in her left hand approached from the front, smiling and greeting Shen Fei. Hello, Shen Fei replied with a smile, his eyes glancing briefly at the beautiful girl's right hand, hidden behind her back, and a faint smile crossed his face. Perhaps his action seemed stealthy to the other party. After all, few would pay attention to anything else in the presence of such a beautiful girl. However, Shen Fei was different. Hidden behind his back, his right hand held a gleaming steel needle. Sorry to bother you, I'm lost. May I ask where this place is? Shen Fei asked, his face smiling, not paying any attention to her actions. Lost? The beautiful girl paused for a moment before smiling and saying, this is the forest near the Water City. Go straight in that direction and you'll find the Water City. There's a Water City here too, Shen Fei muttered to himself, then continued, I see. Thank you. Although the other party was a very beautiful girl with a strange ability to transform, Shen Fei decided to leave for the time being to avoid attracting attention. As for the steel needle in the beautiful girl's right hand, it was natural to be wary of strangers in such an environment. What kind of place is this? What kind of world is this? As long as we get to a place where there are people, we will find out soon. Wait a minute, I'm going to the Water City too. Why don't we go together? After seeing Shen Fei leave without hesitation, the beautiful girl immediately caught up with him after a moment of silence. There are many dangerous species here. You can walk in such a forest and still be unharmed. You must be very strong. I'll trouble you next. By the way, my name is Chelsea. What's your name? After the beautiful girl caught up with Shen Fei, the steel needle in her right hand had disappeared. She seemed to be very familiar with Shen Fei and talked to him. Chelsea, what a familiar name. With this thought, Shen Fei said his name. It's amazing. Even the unicorn wolf was killed so easily. Looking at the black giant wolf with a black horn lying on the ground, Chelsea seemed to suddenly become a little fangirl, looking at Shen Fei with admiration. It's not that I'm amazing, it's that it's too weak. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Chelsea, Part 2. Are you the Imperial Artifact Master? As they continued on their way, Chelsea's expression remained one of admiration. Anyone else might have believed her words, given her beautiful appearance, but Shen Fei could sense the murderous intent emanating from her. However, Shen Fei paid no attention to the killing intent, he was simply curious about what she intended. Imperial Artifact Master, what's that? Suddenly hearing a familiar term, Shen Fei couldn't place it, so he looked at Chelsea with a puzzled expression. You're such a joke, sir. Wasn't that the Imperial artifact you were using earlier? Chelsea's smile blossomed like a beautiful flower. You mean this? This is my weapon, not some Imperial artifact. And what about the Empire? Shen Fei said, and an emerald green scabbard materialized in his hand. It was the lightning sword. Although Shen Fei could also use the key-gathering blade, the lightning sword consumed less ki, and he used it to deal with dangerous creatures along the way. You don't know the Empire. Shen Fei's words caused Chelsea's expression to change immediately, and she looked at him as if he were an idiot. I came here from far away and am unfamiliar with the situation here. Shen Fei immediately offered his excuse. I don't look like an alien? Chelsea muttered softly. How about explaining what an Imperial Guagu is? Shen Fei continued. It seems you really don't know. Chelsea's expression relaxed as she spoke, and the murderous intent she had been hiding vanished without a trace. She then began to explain to Shen Fei what an Imperial Guagu and an Empire were. So it's you? As Chelsea spoke, Shen Fei finally remembered why the Imperial Guagu seemed so familiar. and he also realized that the name Chelsea felt familiar. "What's wrong?" Chelsea asked, noticing the regret in Shen Fei's expression. "Nothing, continue," Shen Fei nodded, motioning for Chelsea to continue, while he pondered the situation in this world. Chelsea, Tegu, Empire. This is naturally the world of Akame-ga-Kill. The reason why Shen Fei didn't react was because this world is too cruel. He didn't even finish watching it the first time. Akame-ga-Kill, also known as Kill the Girl, is a world where both the protagonist and the main character can die at any time. Especially this Chelsea, such a kind and lovely beautiful girl, whose ending is quite tragic. Her head was chopped off and displayed for public display, and her body was eaten. Speaking of which, Chelsea's Tegu seems to have the ability to transform in a myriad of ways. I remember it was called the Gaia Transformation Foundation. It's really amazing. Thinking of this, Shen Fei's eyes immediately looked at the makeup box that Chelsea had been carrying. Perhaps in this world, the Gaia Transformation Foundation was not that powerful, but in Shen Fei's heart, this Tegu was definitely ranked first among all Tegu. Even the supreme Tegu wielded by the imperial family could not compare to this Tegu. Although Shen Fei didn't possess the ability to transform, he was aware of it. Animagus characters from Harry Potter possessed the ability to transform into one animal, but even they could only transform into one. Gaia Foundation, on the other hand, could do so at will. And it wasn't just a change of appearance, it possessed the ability to transform into a true living being. As a bird, it could fly; as a fish, it could swim. This Tegu played a significant role in Chelsea becoming the Revolutionary Army's top assassin. Chelsea's own weakness, coupled with her carelessness at the time, believing Kiriniko to be dead, wouldn't have prevented her death at Kiriniko's hands. It was a pity that such a valuable Tegu was ultimately destroyed by Kiriniko. One-hit kill. Gaia Foundation, severing all things in two, haunted by evil spirits, the demon god manifesting the essence of demons. Shen Fei then recalled the names of some Tegu he still remembered. The first, of course, was Akame's Tegu, which could kill Murasame with one strike. Then came S.H.I.E.L.D's Tegu, which was also highly regarded among the 48 Tegu. If S.H.I.E.L.D becomes stronger, it will be very interesting to fight Aokiji. Thinking of S.H.I.E.L.D's imperial guise, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of Aokiji. If we ignore the strength in other aspects and only talk about the range of ice, S.H.I.E.L.D is not inferior to Aokiji, not to mention that her ice imperial guise also has a hidden ability, freezing time and space, which is the power of time. If S.H.I.E.L.D and Aokiji stand in the same level, there is no doubt that S.H.I.E.L.D will be the winner in the end. From your tone, you should be from the Revolutionary Army. You wanted to kill me before because you thought I was an imperial guise user. After a moment of silence, Shen Fei spoke. You found out. Yes, if you were an imperial guise user, I would definitely kill you. Chelsea nodded in agreement. While your imperial artifact is truly miraculous and a powerful tool for assassination, your strength is too weak. Be careful of a setback. Shen Fei couldn't help but warn Chelsea. Even if she didn't encounter Kuroido, she might still face setbacks in other ways. In reality, Shen Fei was overthinking it. Chelsea's setback was largely due to the atmosphere of the night raid and the fact that Kuroitada was Akoitado's sister. As the Revolutionary Army's top assassin, Chelsea was extremely cautious. She typically either killed with one strike or fled thousands of miles away if she missed. Of course, her inherent lack of strength was the primary factor. Gaia Foundation could transform into any creature, such as a flying eagle, but how far, how high, and how fast it could fly depended on Chelsea's stamina. You're worried about me, Chelsea said, looking at Shen Fei in surprise. I just don't want such a beautiful girl to die a violent death, Shen Fei said. After a moment's silence, he continued, Can I see your Tegu, my Tegu? No problem, Chelsea said, handing the makeup box to Shen Fei. You trust me so much, aren't you afraid I'll steal it? Chelsea's directness surprised Shen Fei. After accepting the Tegu, he couldn't help but ask. To use a Tegu, you need to see if your wavelength matches yours. I don't think your wavelength matches this Tegu, Chelsea spoke with a confident smile. Back then, Gaia Foundation wasn't actually a combat Tegu, but merely a cosmetic one, created by the first emperor for his harem. Therefore, it was essentially only for women. Imagine if you had this Tegu, wouldn't you be able to transform into anything you wanted? Wavelength. After receiving the Gaia Foundation, Shen Fei immediately found he could use it freely, without a single hindrance. However, Shen Fei didn't use it directly in front of Chelsea. Instead, He gently opened the makeup case and examined the various cosmetics inside. Room. Shen Fei then immediately used the surgery fruit to cover the imperial gear. Is it alive? Through the surgery fruit, Shen Fei sensed a hint of activity within the imperial gear, likely the primary reason for its power. The imperial gear was created by the empire's first emperor, who summoned the nation's finest craftsmen and alchemists to collectively research and create it using parts from the bodies of legendary, extremely dangerous species. This was done to ensure the long-term stability of the empire. It must be said that the empire's first emperor was a man of great talent and strategy. Thanks to his 48 imperial gears, the empire's power remained unshaken. Unfortunately, the first emperor likely didn't anticipate that the downfall of a powerful nation is never due to external forces, but rather internal causes. A rebellion within the empire destroyed many of the empire's 48 Tigu, and the remaining ones were mostly lost to the common people. Fortunately, the empire maintained control of the most powerful Tigu, allowing this decadent empire to persist for 1,000 years. To some extent, the empire's nobility was akin to the nobility of the pirate world, the celestial dragons. Today, the resistance is growing in number and momentum. The Revolutionary Army's strength is in fact due to one individual, the empire's chief minister, Ernest. Without his mysterious manipulation, the Revolutionary Army would have been annihilated by S.H.I.E.L.D long ago. The 48 Tigu created by the first emperor varied greatly in power. Weak ones could only make one Tigu slightly stronger, but powerful ones could easily defeat an entire army. The empire now faces two other individuals who could be a lone enemy, General Bud and S.H.I.E.L.D. You've told me so much because you want me to join the Revolutionary Army, Shen Fei asked, returning the Gaia Foundation to Chelsea. If it had been anyone else's imperial guava, Shen Fei would have snatched it away, but Chelsea, of course, wouldn't do that. Yes, Chelsea nodded. While I'd like to believe what you say is true, this is my first time here, and there are some things I must see with my own eyes, Shen Fei replied after a moment's thought. In reality, Shen Fei believed Chelsea's words. He knew the darkness of the empire. In fact, it could be said that the empire was now overrun by evil spirits, and joining the Revolutionary Army was a very good choice. Unfortunately, Shen Fei, for one, despised the Revolutionary Army, and for another, he had his own agenda. This was a world with mysterious and dangerous creatures and imperial guavas, a world he could easily control. Why would he serve under the Revolutionary Army when he could be the master of his own destiny? I believe you'll see it soon. Chelsea didn't comment on Shen Fei's words. The empire's crimes needed no exaggeration or slander, they were evident everywhere. Shuyan City, the southeastern city known as the water capital, was once a prosperous metropolis, but with the empire's decay, so too did its prosperity. Walking with Chelsea to the edge of Shuyan City, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh deeply as he encountered countless emaciated refugees, even the dead of starvation lying on the roadside. Chelsea, however, wore a familiar expression, perhaps numb from having seen so much. Chelsea was originally a maid with no great ambitions, serving the governor. Her greatest dream was to earn a fortune and enjoy life. She was powerless against the governor's corruption until she discovered the imperial weapon, the Gaia Foundation, and saw that the governor used humans as prey for fun. Chelsea then used the power of the imperial weapon to eliminate the governor and join the Revolutionary Army. Chelsea is a truly significant contributor to the Revolutionary Army's current strength. Many of the empire's highest-ranking governors were assassinated by Chelsea, earning her the nickname Governor Killer. This time, she traveled to Shuyan City to assassinate its governor. Due to its rich resources, Shuyan City was once a key base for the Revolutionary Army, supplying much of their salt and other supplies. Unfortunately, the base was ultimately annihilated by the empire, and the perpetrator was Akame, the only woman to rival S.H.I.E.L.D. However, it was this woman who awakened Akame's resolve to resist the empire's darkness. Returning to this place is like revisiting an old place. She had been there before the base was annihilated, leaving only to pursue other missions. Shortly after her departure, the base was annihilated. Had Chelsea stayed, she might have faced Akame directly. What a powerful imperial weapon! He watched as Chelsea transformed into a white dove and flew into the governor mansion. Then, she smoothly transformed into one of the governor's maids and, using a poisoned steel needle, killed the governor of Shuyan City. Before the Imperial Power Temple's guards could arrive, she transformed back into a white dove and flew away. From beginning to end, her assassination was as smooth as flowing water. without a trace of panic. The governor's guards in garrison remained completely oblivious to the dove. After seeing Chelsea safely depart, Shen Fei quietly departed as well. You're going to the imperial capital? Yes. After Chelsea eliminated the governor, Shen Fei wandered around Raccoon City and decided to head there. Night Raid, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the others were also in the imperial capital. The outcome of the battle between the Imperial Army and the Revolutionary Army depended on the outcome of Night Raid's battle against S.H.I.E.L.D and General Bud. As long as these two people are not killed, no matter how many troops there are, it will be useless. S.H.I.E.L.D can easily defeat a prince of a northern tribe who is said to be brave and good at fighting. A war that many people, including Najeshitan, believed would take a year to end was resolved by S.H.I.E.L.D in one go. 400,000 troops were all turned into ice sculptures, and a certain prince had a mental breakdown. It just so happens that I also have a mission to go to the imperial capital. Let's go together. After a moment of silence, Chelsea immediately expressed her willingness to go together. Shen Fei naturally had no objection to this. This was a rare journey with a beautiful woman by his side. I wonder if I can copy S.H.I.E.L.D's imperial equipment. Other imperial equipment are always external objects. Only the ice imperial equipment can directly enhance one's own strength. Quotation mark. Chapter 319. The protagonist exits early. On the way to the imperial capital, Shen Fei took the opportunity to study Chelsea's Gaia Foundation, a Tegu. This fact, far more than her beauty, was the primary reason he agreed to let Chelsea go with him. Along the way, Shen Fei learned more about Tegu from Chelsea. After becoming a Tegu user, she devoted herself to studying their history. From her, Shen Fei even learned about some of the Tegu in the Revolutionary Army's possession. The Revolutionary Army's current strength stemmed not only from the Empire's incompetence but also from their possession of a Tegu, the Prophecy Tegu. This Prophecy Tegu helped them evade numerous imperial encirclements. While the imperial ministers were largely indifferent to the Revolutionary Army, some of their subordinates were constantly working against them. Imperial assassins like Akame and Kurome were specifically trained to combat them. Shen Fei also knew why Chelsea had leaked this crucial information to him, to take action against the Imperial General S.H.I.E.L.D. Shen Fei was well aware of Chelsea's intentions, but she didn't directly answer her. Partly because he had different ideas about S.H.I.E.L.D., and partly because he was immersed in his research on the Gaia Foundation. After obtaining the Gaia Foundation for the second time, Shen Fei used the surgery fruit to dismember the Tegu, dismembering it completely. Through his research, combined with the information Chelsea had provided him, Shen Fei understood one thing: the vast majority of Tegu were active. So they use ultra-dangerous species as the raw material. The countless dangerous species he slew and the results of his research deepened Shen Fei's understanding of Tegu. However, this also made him realize the difficulty of replicating Tegu. The first emperor of the empire slaughtered countless ultra-dangerous species with special abilities to create Tegu. As a result, many of these rare dangerous species are now either extinct or hidden in obscure locations. Finding these rare dangerous species is no easy task. Dangerous species in this world are categorized into general dangerous species, ranging from level 1 to level 3, followed by special dangerous species and super dangerous species. The protagonist, Tatsumi, first appears, saving a carriage attacked by dangerous species. This is a level 1 dangerous species. Although the lowest level, its strength is considerable, significantly stronger than ordinary beasts. Tatsumi was able to kill one right from the start, demonstrating his considerable strength. Those who can become material for imperial artifacts are at least special dangerous species. A weakened world of pirates. If you came here before going to the pirate world, it would still be a good choice. Shen Fei gained a deeper understanding of dangerous species through his journey of slaying various dangerous species. The Zenmei world, like One Piece, is primarily based on physical skills. Akame, Mine, and Leon can all dodge bullets using physical skills. This world is a world of remarkable technological advancement, boasting advanced firearms, sniper rifles, and missiles, yet the only means of transportation they use is the primitive carriage. This is likely due to the existence of imperial artifacts. This world is truly too corrupt. As Shen Fei journeyed from Raccoon City towards the imperial capital, what he saw and heard filled him with rage, even though he already had a deep understanding of the world's corruption. The closer he got to the imperial capital, the more he witnessed various evil acts. It could be said that what he saw and heard along the way had deepened Shen Fei's understanding of the depths of human evil. It seems this world needs to be purified, What he saw and heard along the way prompted Shen Fei to unleash the act he had previously decided to temporarily seal, the Philosopher's Stone formation. Having previously gained so much from Demon Slayer, Shen Fei had largely stopped doing this. However, the evil deeds of the Empire's higher-ranking officials and nobles now convinced him that transforming them into Philosopher's Stones was the best option. Therefore, along the way, Shen Fei transformed nearly every local official who wasn't a good person into a Philosopher's Stone. Of course, this was kept secret from Chelsea. She witnessed Shen Fei's slaughter along the way. No matter how many troops the local governor's office, or the Imperial Power Temple's guards, they couldn't save their lives. On the surface, it really seems prosperous, Shen Fei said, finally arriving at the Imperial capital. He gazed at the magnificent palace in the distance and the throngs of people on the streets, and shook his head slightly. I wonder what time it is now? Tatsumi and the others have arrived in the Imperial capital. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei and Chelsea arrived at a corner of the Imperial capital's south gate wall. A large crowd had gathered there. Once they reached it, they understood why. They were looking at the wanted notices for 3 individuals, all of whom Shen Fei knew, the one responsible for the night raid, and the middle one, Akame, who also held the highest bounty. Upon entering the Imperial capital and resting at a small tavern, Shen Fei unleashed the power of his Operation Fruit, infused with his observation haki, instantly capturing everything within a radius of several kilometers. Demons are truly rampant, sensing the movements of those within a radius of several kilometers. Shen Fei's eyes couldn't help but flash with a chill. You want to assassinate the minister? Chelsea had brought him to a simple residence in the Imperial capital. This was one of the Revolutionary Army's safe houses, which had long been stationed in the capital to monitor its movements. Shortly after arriving at the safe house, Chelsea revealed her purpose for coming to the Imperial capital. Imperial Minister Ernest was heavily guarded, surrounded by a multitude of experts. Furthermore, he lived near the Imperial Palace, making it impossible to kill him even with a full-scale night raid. The only chance was for Chelsea to use the power of Gaia Foundation to transform and enter, a plan the Revolutionary Army's top brass had carefully considered. Although this plan was extremely dangerous, with one misstep guaranteeing certain death, Chelsea resolutely accepted the mission for the sake of the Revolutionary Army. Are you seeking death? He's not so easy to kill, Shen Fei said, observing Chelsea's confident expression. Minister Ernest was no idiot. His seemingly foolish actions had their own agenda, to eliminate dissidents. In Ernest's view, no matter how powerful the Revolutionary Army became, it wouldn't matter because the Empire had General S.H.I.E.L.D and the Supreme Imperial Artifact. He hadn't sent S.H.I.E.L.D to suppress the Revolutionary Army, hoping to use it to eliminate those local governors who were secretly disobeying him. He also hoped to encourage all those who opposed him to step forward, and then, with the help of the Revolutionary Army, eliminate them altogether, such as General Bud. Don't worry, the Revolutionary Army has made arrangements. I'm sure I'll succeed, said Chelsea, unconcerned with Shen Fei's words. Then be careful. Seeing Chelsea's determined expression, Shen Fei could only abandon the idea of persuading her to abandon the mission. At most, he would secretly protect her while she was on duty, preventing her from being sacrificed. In the world of Akame no Mikado, Shen Fei truly cared little for the Empire's enemies. Neither S.H.I.E.L.D nor General Bud was a match for him. He could literally storm the palace and slaughter everyone inside. He didn't do so, firstly, to avoid conspicuous display, and secondly, because he was waiting for someone to appear. Shira, Minister Ernest's son, was a deeply brutal individual. He was responsible for Lubbock's death. The reason he was waiting for him was because he wielded the dimensional phalanx Shangri-La, a spatial-type imperial artifact. If he displayed excessive power, it was hard to guarantee Shira wouldn't go into hiding like a certain Musen. With a spatial-type imperial artifact, even Shen Fei would have difficulty tracking him down. In reality, Shen Fei didn't care about Shira's life or death. He cared about the imperial artifact Shangri-La, a rare special imperial artifact that couldn't be taken away. At night, the streets were deserted. A large number of dignitaries gathered in front of a brightly lit and resplendent nightclub. A handsome young man in a yellow suit warmly entertained them. Who are you? Just as Shen Fei, dressed in black, approached the nightclub's entrance, 4 burly men guarding the gate stopped him with wary expressions. Kill your men. Just as one of the 4 men approached Shen Fei, he suddenly kicked him in the chest. The force was so strong that he barely had time to even scream in pain before he was sent flying. His body collided with another man behind him, and both of them flew into the nightclub's entrance. "How dare you!" the remaining two men roared, following closely behind him and flying inside. "Leave no one behind," Shen Fei said, forming hand seals. 12 physical clones flew out from behind him, charging in other directions of the nightclub. "Who dares to cause trouble here?" Shen Fei had just entered the nightclub when a dozen or so bodyguards rushed over. Meanwhile, the rest of the nightclub occupants watched the scene with cold eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, the dozen or so bodyguards, along with a handsome young man in a yellow suit, collapsed in the nightclub's lobby, their bones broken and bruised. Their cries of pain echoed throughout the nightclub. "How dare you? Is that all you know?" Just as the others on either side of the hall stood up, Shen Fei flashed and appeared next to the man who had spoken, kicking him away. Soon, the entire hall was filled with people with broken bones and bruises. The women who had been accompanying them were shunted aside by Shen Fei. Amidst the constant cries of pain, people were kicked into the nightclub from all directions, leaving none of them intact. "You," a young man lying in the hall, dressed in elegant clothes, pointed at Shen Fei and was about to say something when a physical clone suddenly appeared in front of him and stomped on his face, deforming it completely. "You're free. Take this money and leave." Shen Fei's original form ignored the fallen people and instead threw a large sum of money, found in the nightclub, in front of the women, telling them to take the money and leave. "Now it's your turn," Shen Fei sneered as he looked at the fallen people. His physical clone immediately kicked them all into the Philosopher's Stone transmutation formation array set nearby. Amidst the shrill screams, the group transformed into red Philosopher's Stones. Then, with a light snap of his fingers, the entire nightclub engulfed in flames. "Stop!" As Shen Fei exited the nightclub, engulfed in flames, he found himself surrounded by the Imperial Capital security forces. 14 members pointed knives and guns at him. "I am Oka, captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force. Surrender immediately." A sullen-looking middle-aged man, a long sword at his waist, emerged and shouted. "The security forces are incredibly quick." Shen Fei smiled softly at the man known as Ghost Oka. He then appeared before him and, to Oka's stunned expression, snatched the sword from his waist. Oka let out a piercing roar of pain as Shen Fei's blade sliced him in two. Shen Fei had heard of this captain from Chelsea. He had exploited his position to commit atrocities in the Imperial capital, but today, his retribution had arrived. A moment later, all the guards were treated the same way as Oka, and Shen Fei leisurely left the fire scene. "Tatsumi, wake up, Tatsumi, what a familiar name." "It's that guy." Hearing the familiar name, Shen Fei immediately opened his eyes and looked off to the far left. He then stood up and sprinted to the left. Here, a moment later, Shen Fei arrived at a vast, luxuriously decorated manor. The two armed guards guarding the manor gate felt a flash of light before their eyes went dark and they lost consciousness. "Damn it! Why do you, a lowly person, have better hair than me, while mine is so ugly?" Shen Fei heard a very arrogant voice as he appeared in front of a small room at the back of the manor. "Who is it?" The two guards guarding the room looked annoyed at first and raised their guns. But the next moment, they felt their hands lighten, their bodies ached, and they were sent flying. Boom! The iron door collapsed to the ground in Shen Fei's hand, and he immediately saw what was inside. This room was clearly a torture chamber. 3 figures were hanging below the roof, and there was a large pit at their feet. 3 people. Tatsumi was also arrested. Seeing the 3 people arrested in sight and a young man constantly calling out Tatsumi and Sao, Shen Fei knew he had come to the right place. Chapter 320 S.H.I.E.L.D. Part 1. Is this the butterfly effect? Tatsumi, who hadn't been caught, was also captured, which suddenly reminded Shen Fei of the butterfly effect. Although he had never met Tatsumi before, it inevitably influenced some things. "Who are you? Who let you in? Do you know where this is?" Just as Shen Fei was about to rescue Tatsumi and the other 2, a girl with golden hair screamed and swung a whip at Shen Fei. Bang! Facing the blonde's whip, Shen Fei's face turned cold. He dodged the whip in an instant, appearing in front of the blonde and kicking her in the face. With a shrill scream, the blonde girl spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with several broken teeth and fell into a large pit to the side. Shen Fei then swung his right hand and rescued Tatsumi and the other 2 from hanging above the pit. In truth, Shen Fei hadn't come deliberately to save Tatsumi. While he knew what had happened to him since arriving in the Imperial capital, he had no idea when he arrived, which gate he entered through, or who the family who persecuted them were. Under these circumstances, finding Tatsumi in the imperial capital was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, finding Tatsumi in time this time was a stroke of luck for Tatsumi and the others. He had previously been using his observation haki and the power of the Operation Fruit to survey the surroundings, a task not his first. Shen Fei had no concerns about the nobles, merchants, and other high-ranking figures from the Zanmi world who had come to refine the Philosopher's Stone. His search was specifically aimed at finding them. In reality, the plight of Tatsumi and his companions was not an isolated incident, it was a common occurrence. The vast majority of those who ventured into the imperial capital, a place infested with demons and monsters, suffered tragic fates. Tatsumi was fortunate to have encountered a night raid, otherwise, his fate would have been the same as his two companions. The imperial capital doesn't just target outsiders, many also go to other regions, even rural areas, to defraud people, under the pretext of helping them make fortunes in the imperial capital. For example, the women in the nightclubs Shen Fei raided recently were mostly lured to the imperial capital under similar pretexts. These women's fate in the imperial capital is tragic, with few surviving more than 2 months. Tatsumi had good luck, admittedly. Although he and his companions were captured, they were unexpectedly discovered by Shen Fei. "Help, Mom, Dad," as Shen Fei examined Tatsumi and the other two, a blonde girl, who had fallen to the bottom of the pit, cried out in a terrified voice. A virus? These people deserve death. After examining Tatsumi and the other two, Shen Fei's gaze darkened. From the wounds and needle marks on their bodies, combined with his own intelligence, he immediately guessed what had happened. "Miss, what's wrong with you?" The cries of the blonde girl at the bottom of the pit quickly caught the guards responsible for protecting the entire manor alight, and many rushed over with weapons drawn. Area. Accompanying the guards was a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit, looking very kind. He was Arya's father, a nobleman in the imperial capital and a renowned tycoon. The saying, "If the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked," was vividly embodied in this family. Judging only by their appearance and expressions, no one would suspect they were all perverts. "Who are you? What have you done to my area?" The middle-aged man's expression immediately changed upon seeing a stranger appear in his family's secret warehouse. Capture him. Perhaps fearing for his daughter's safety, he didn't order his guards to kill Shen Fei outright, but to capture him alive. Bang, bang. The two guards who advanced to capture Shen Fei were sent flying into the air with shrill screams and twisted limbs. The sudden change stunned the middle-aged man and his guards for a moment, but they were soon awakened by the screams all around them. "Kill him!" The middle-aged man, awakening, immediately realized something was wrong and hurriedly ordered his guards to act, but it was too late. As he finished speaking, all the guards around him collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain. "Stop! Don't come over here! Do you know who I am?" The collapse of the surrounding guards, coupled with Shen Fei's relentless advance, filled the middle-aged man's face with fear, and his legs trembled as he retreated. "Is that all you can say?" Shen Fei said, waving his right hand and lashing out with a splintered bamboo blade. "Ah!" A shrill cry of pain, nearly echoing throughout the entire manor, erupted from the middle-aged man's mouth. As he screamed, he pressed both hands against the left side of his face, and the splintered bamboo blade blinded him in one eye. "Ghost bamboo Virgo, this bamboo is quite useful, isn't it?" Shen Fei thought to himself as he gently swung the bamboo in his right hand. Autumn orchids grow on the plains, that was the origin of the bamboo in Shen Fei's hand. To inflict sufficient pain on these people, Shen Fei had tried fists, knives, swords, and other methods before finally settling on bamboo. "Bring them all here." Shen Fei then immediately used his Akin form, creating a dozen physical clones and telling them to attack separately. "Feels good, right? But don't worry, there's more to come," Shen Fei said, swinging the bamboo at the middle-aged man's limbs. "Ahem, is this retribution?" A guard with twisted limbs looked at him with a look of relief instead of pain and hatred. "You're right, this is indeed retribution, but it's only the beginning," Shen Fei said, and with a bamboo shove, he threw the middle-aged man into the large pit in the warehouse. The thing they had used to torture others, they could now enjoy it themselves. Soon, the physical clones brought over the rest of the manor's residents, along with their wealth. The manor's owner, the middle-aged man's wife, his sister, and others were all twisted, their limbs twisted, their eyes filled with fear. "Nice record," Shen Fei said, taking the notes thrown to him by a physical clone. His expression froze as he reviewed the contents. He then pulled one of the young women out. "Such excellent research results, how about enjoying them yourself?" Shen Fei said, picking up the medical kit also handed to him by the physical clone, pulled out a syringe, and injected the liquid into the woman's body. Using abducted individuals for medical experiments and torture was this woman's hobby. The virus in Tatsumi and the other two was her creation. "Let's try it together." Shen Fei then injected everyone present with the virus and dumped them into the pit. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao, the name that can be named is not the eternal name. As the people cried out in pain, Shen Fei silently recited the Tao Te Ching, reflecting on his actions over the past few days. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Although Shen Fei once harbored such thoughts, his circumstances limited him to occasional reflection. But now, things were different. He had the power to act. "I've been a little too angry lately." After reflecting on his actions, Shen Fei immediately pulled everyone out of the pit and threw them into the Philosopher's Stone transformation formation. As the saying goes, take from the people, give back to the people. Holding the Philosopher's Stone, crafted by his family, Shen Fei approached Tatsumi and the other two and activated the stone. The virus within Tatsumi and the other three wasn't insurmountable for Shen Fei. In fact, it wasn't particularly difficult. However, even if it wasn't, it would take time. To help Tatsumi and the other three escape their suffering and return to normal, Shen Fei decided to use the stone to save them. Seiyu, the stone, his wish fulfilled. Of the three people healed with the stone, the first to awaken wasn't Tatsumi or the girl, but the boy, who, even while unconscious, would occasionally call out Tatsumi and Seiyu's names. However, judging from his first reaction after waking up, Tatsumi should be only second in his heart, and the first one is the black-haired girl named Sao. Soon Tatsumi and Sao also woke up one after another. Why would they do this? Tatsumi, who woke up, looked very unacceptable, while Iis on the side just looked at Sao with a worried look, but the girl named Sao looked very calm. You ask why? The reason is very simple, because the empire is corrupt. Facing Tatsumi's question, Shen Fei spoke directly. Tatsumi came to the imperial capital with the intention of joining the army and making a name for himself. Because of his background, Tatsumi knew nothing about the corruption of the empire, the revolutionary army and so on. Fortunately, the recruiting soldiers rejected Tatsumi, otherwise he would probably die at the hands of Akame and other night raiders. There are many people like you in the imperial capital. You're not suited to living here. Here's some money. Take it back to the village and live a good life. Seeing the confusion on Tatsumi and Iis's faces, Shen Fei didn't offer any further explanation. This wasn't something he could explain quickly. To protect the three from further danger, Shen Fei distributed a significant amount of the money he had found in areas home to them. Even if they had a village to support, this wealth would be enough to last them for many years. This money came from the destruction of your family. It's just compensation for you. Didn't you say before that the village was waiting for you to make a fortune? Bring the money back sooner so the villagers can live a better life sooner. After Shen Fei's persuasion, Iis and Seiyu immediately agreed to take the money and return to the village. Tatsumi, on the other hand, was still planning to stay in the imperial capital, but unfortunately, he was eventually persuaded to return by Iis and Seiyu. The protagonist has left the stage before he even appeared. It seems the night raid's actions have been very low-key lately. Looking at the burning manor and the city guards rushing over from afar, Shen Fei muttered to himself and left. It's easy to get information about the night raid in the imperial capital. Basically, as long as you hear that a noble has been assassinated, you can be sure it was done by the night raid. In order to create panic in the imperial capital, the night raid's actions in the imperial capital can be said to be very frequent. When Shen Fei first arrived in the imperial capital, he would hear about them, but there has been no information about the night raid for several days. For example, the matter of Arya's family, it turned out that they were killed by the night raid. In fact, Shen Fei never thought that the reason why the night raid had not taken action was actually due to his actions in the imperial capital. As an assassin organization, every action of the night raid requires a detailed investigation and the formulation of relevant plans before it can be carried out. There is no such thing as Shen Fei, who relies entirely on his strong strength and is reckless. Shen Fei's recklessness had alerted the night raiders to the fact that something was amiss in the imperial capital. Najeshitan, the leader of the night raid, halted the operation to investigate. Shen Fei could be reckless, but the night raid could not. Your Majesty, These traitors are truly culpable. In the imperial palace, Minister Ernest, tearfully complaining to the young emperor seated on the throne, was aroused by Shen Fei's actions. General Bud, what's wrong with this security situation in the imperial capital? Someone murdered your nephew. The young emperor, scepter in hand, immediately set his sights on General Bud. Your Majesty, forgive your sins, Bud declared, glaring at the minister. Seeing the young emperor pay no attention, the minister sneered at General Bud. To the young emperor, Ernest and General Bud, one civil and one military, were his right-hand men. Unfortunately, he was unaware that the two men were now at loggerheads. No wonder it was so easy for eunuchs to rise to power in ancient times. For the emperor, the eunuchs who had played with him since childhood were the most trustworthy. What a pitiful palace. Not only is there no imperial instruments, but there's even no minister instruments. Shen Fei avoided the patrolling guards and went directly to the imperial treasury. After searching, he was deeply disappointed to find nothing he sought. After the first emperor forged 48 imperial instruments, subsequent emperors sought to replicate them and surpass their predecessors. Unfortunately, despite the vast number of artisans who crafted them, none of the weapons and equipment met their desired standards. These equipment that failed to meet the standards of imperial instruments were known as minister instruments. Minister instruments also had their own unique functions. The reason they were inferior to imperial instruments was, firstly, that they consumed much more energy than imperial instruments, and secondly, that they had obvious side effects. While imperial instruments had side effects, they were not as pronounced as those of minister instruments. Alchemy, that's something I'd take a look at. Unable to find either the imperial instruments or the minister instruments, Shen Fei left the imperial treasury and entered the imperial palace's library. Even in an age of knowledge explosion, many things are not available online, let alone in a world without universal education. Shen Fei came here to check for records of imperial devices. Although he found no records of imperial devices, he did find records of alchemy. The alchemy of this world is of course different from that of Full Metal Alchemist's world. There is no philosopher's stone. But even so, the alchemy of the world of Zelda, the legend of the swordsman, still surprised Shen Fei. Because through the records of this alchemy book, Shen Fei roughly guessed how imperial devices were forged. It was created using the alchemy of the Western country. Western alchemy has a very unique ability, that is, the secret technique. Chapter 321 S.H.I.E.L.D, Part 2. Interesting alchemy, similar to the power of a devil fruit. Looks like I need to go to the West. The secret of Western alchemy, which transforms a part of one's body into a dangerous species, is very similar to a zoan-type devil fruit. This hairstyle immediately piqued Shen Fei's interest in this alchemy. This secret technique also forms the basis for the creation of some imperial instruments, such as Leon's King of Beasts, the Lion King, whose effects are a perfect application of this secret technique. Perhaps this could make artificial zoan-type devil fruits even more perfect. Suddenly, Shen Fei thought that if this alchemy were combined with the creation of artificial zoan-type devil fruits, he might have unexpected results. The first emperor of the empire was indeed very courageous, but his vision was too narrow. After searching the library for a while and finding no information on Western alchemy, Shen Fei unexpectedly stumbled upon a secret, which made him sigh in frustration. The reason no one in the empire could create Tigu after the first emperor wasn't because the empire fell behind in development, but rather because, after creating 48 Tigu, the first emperor destroyed all relevant knowledge, silencing all artisans, alchemists, and others involved in their creation. This was done to maintain the empire's superiority, ensuring its eternal survival with 48 Tigu. Unfortunately, he was unaware that the strongest fortresses are often breached from within. Imperial Fist Temple, Rakshasa Envoy, the empire's foundation is still strong, isn't it? Such a strong hand has been jeopardized to this point. I truly admire the ruthlessness of some people. Despite its current decay, the empire still possesses overwhelming power over the revolutionary army, a force to be reckoned with. Under normal circumstances, such a situation would guarantee victory, but Minister Ernest's maneuvering forced the empire to lose, even with a head-on blow. I remember that the 4 Rakshasa ghosts seemed to be able to freely manipulate the human body, by drinking a broth brewed from a certain dangerous species. This ability is very similar to the life regeneration ability in the 6 styles. Of the 6 styles of the Navy, life regeneration is a crucial ability, as mastering it allows for the perfect integration of all 6 styles, rather than using each one individually. A normal CP9 using shave wouldn't be able to use moves like iron block and paper drawing, but with the ability to fully control the body, life regeneration allows for the integration of all 6 styles, allowing for the use of iron block and paper drawing simultaneously. If the broth brewed from the dangerous species at the Royal Fist Temple were brought to the pirate world, it would undoubtedly fetch a high price. While dangerous species cannot compare to the likes of Sea Kings in terms of power, they do have a significant advantage over them. Some possess special abilities that Sea Kings have yet to display. Of course, this only refers to the ordinary Sea Kings. What is the situation of the Sea Kings under the deep sea? Even Shen Fei dared not make a casual assertion. After all, when Luffy and others were fighting on Fishman Island, there were intelligent Sea Kings. You want to assassinate me? In the back garden of Minister Ernest, Chelsea, who had used Gaia Foundation to transform herself into the minister's maid, was about to use a poison needle to assassinate the minister when she was immediately discovered by the minister, and the steel needle was grasped in her hand. Many people were deceived by the minister's bloated figure, including Chelsea. Minister Ernest was able to reach his current position, and he was certainly not a simple person. He had a very unique talent for conspiracy and trickery, and his own strength was not to be underestimated. Many people had no idea that Minister Ernest was actually from the Royal Fist Temple, and his strength was no less than that of some ordinary Imperial tool users. If he had not become an official, but continued to study at the Royal Fist Temple, perhaps he would have had a place among the 4 Rakshasa ghosts. His bloated figure was not fat, but muscle. When it came to maintenance, Minister Ernest had always been at the forefront. He had been eating all kinds of dangerous meat, and it was not in vain. In fact, Minister Ernest is very similar to Marvel's Kingpin, and both of their appearances are very deceptive. Chelsea's disguise of the Gaia Foundation of the Imperial Gear is very effective, but unfortunately, her strength is too weak. After all, Leon couldn't beat the minister in a one-on-one fight, and in the end, it was with the last burst of power of the Imperial Gear that he was able to kill the minister. Swish! Just as Minister Ernest grabbed Chelsea's arm with one hand and was about to attack Chelsea with the other hand, a cold light suddenly flashed, and Minister Ernest felt a sharp pain in his right hand, and then he couldn't help but screamed out in pain. Let's go! The person who came was Shen Fei. After cutting off Ernest's right palm, he immediately grabbed Chelsea, and then cut off the index finger of the right palm that fell to the ground with a sword, cut off the ring on it and took it away. Come here, there is an assassin. At this time, Minister Ernest was holding his broken right palm, running back while shouting loudly. Why don't you kill him? Chelsea, who was carried away by Shen Fei, shouted unwillingly. Minister Ernest could be said to be the most hated person by the Revolutionary Army. Compared with him, the little emperor was nothing. Let's talk about it when we get back. Sensing the guards charging at him from all sides, Shen Fei immediately turned with Chelsea. Minister Ernest was deeply afraid of death, so his residence was a dangerous place. Furthermore, the guards within were no ordinary guards, most of them masters from the Imperial Fist Temple. Under such circumstances, even Shi-Tong couldn't accomplish the assassination alone. Killing the minister was a simple matter for Shen Fei, but with the future appearance of the Imperial artifact Shangri-La, he had no choice but to refrain from killing him. While he wouldn't kill him, he wouldn't let him off easy, so he severed his right palm and seized the minister's Imperial artifact, Iliston. This ring-shaped Imperial artifact lacked combat power, but its effects were enough to intimidate many Imperial artifacts, as it could destroy their opponent's Imperial artifacts at a distance. Leon's death at the minister's hands was due to the Imperial artifact destroying his King of Beasts, the Lion King. Otherwise, even if Leon couldn't defeat the minister, he would have outlasted him. I wonder if this Imperial artifact, which can destroy Imperial artifacts, can destroy S.H.I.E.L.D, or even the Supreme Imperial artifact. Shen Fei was very curious about this Imperial artifact. S.H.I.E.L.D's Imperial artifact, the demon god's manifestation of the devil's essence, was completely different from other Imperial artifacts. While other Imperial artifacts were objects, the devil's essence was blood, fused with S.H.I.E.L.D's own blood. This made it difficult to categorize it as an ordinary Imperial artifact. Killing the minister now wouldn't be a good thing for the Revolutionary Army. After returning to the safe house, facing Chelsea's puzzled look, Shen Fei briefly explained why he didn't kill the minister now. The Empire currently has 2 people, General Bud and S.H.I.E.L.D. Because of the minister's relationship, S.H.I.E.L.D. and General Bud, while not completely at odds, definitely don't get along. Once the minister is dead, perhaps their relationship will improve. Once S.H.I.E.L.D sets out to fight the Revolutionary Army, will the Revolutionary Army be able to resist? Facing Shen Fei's question, Chelsea was silent. If the Revolutionary Army had a way to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D, they would not have cooperated with the Western aliens and transferred S.H.I.E.L.D away. G-Virus said that in order to kill S.H.I.E.L.D, awakens Imperial Instrument must be used as the main attacker, with the cooperation of dozens of Imperial Instrument users, plus the help of hundreds of thousands of troops, to succeed. This is only aimed at S.H.I.E.L.D alone. If her army is there, then she can't kill the opponent at all, so there is a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. In the plan of G-Virus and others, they are going to let the Western aliens delay S.H.I.E.L.D for a year, and during this year the Revolutionary Army will capture the Imperial capital, gather a large number of Imperial Instrument users, and then fight S.H.I.E.L.D to the death. Of course, it would be even better if S.H.I.E.L.D saw that the situation was hopeless and surrendered at that time. After hearing Shen Fei's explanation, Chelsea fell silent. To become an Imperial weapon user and the Revolutionary Army's top assassin, Chelsea was undoubtedly very intelligent, but she had never considered this aspect before. Since my plan has failed, I must return to report. Shortly thereafter, Chelsea announced she would be temporarily leaving the Imperial capital. Firstly, she needed to report on the assassination of the minister, and secondly, the Revolutionary Army needed to accelerate their attack on the Imperial capital, and Chelsea, the ace assassin and prefect killer, was indispensable. Much like the Luoyang organization in the Qin dynasty world, Luoyang might not be of much help in a direct conflict, but its covert actions could influence the outcome. Next time we meet, it'll be in the Imperial capital, Chelsea said, leaving with her final words. Yes, next time we meet, it'll be in the Imperial capital, but whose capital it will be is still uncertain. Shen Fei certainly wouldn't give up on a world so rich in resources, and with the power to control it, and after Chelsea left, he also began his own operations. We meet again. Shen Fei's first target was the minister. The minister whose right palm was broken had a very gloomy face before Shen Fei appeared. Even in the world of Kill Your Sister, the technology development route was very strange, and there were magical Imperial instruments, but for injuries such as broken limbs, it would be difficult to recover unless you get an Imperial instrument like Leon's King of Beasts. Of course, there is no problem in making a mechanical arm. There is an assassin. Seeing Shen Fei suddenly appear, Minister Ernest immediately yelled and rushed outside, but when he rushed outside and saw the guards lying on the ground, his cry for help immediately stopped. Room, slaughterhouse. Just when the minister's eyes kept turning around, as if he was thinking of a way, Shen Fei made a move, and the power of the surgery fruit directly chopped Minister Ernest into several pieces. This guy has a hand. It seems he wants to be the emperor. The combination of physical and mental hypnosis allowed Shen Fei to quickly learn about Minister Ernest's plan. As a former disciple of the Imperial Fist Temple, Minister Ernest's willpower was still very good. However, unfortunately, perhaps because he had been in a high position for many years and enjoyed all the materials that ordinary people could not enjoy, his willpower had been seriously worn down, so Shen Fei quickly hypnotized him. The World Encyclopedia. Long ago, I didn't expect that there would be such a magical Imperial artifact. From Minister Ernest's mouth, Shen Fei learned a lot of information about Imperial artifacts that he didn't know before. During the civil strife in the royal family, not only the Imperial artifacts were lost, but also the introductions to the Imperial artifacts. Even though the Imperial artifacts were already very magical, the book-shaped Imperial artifact, the World Encyclopedia, long ago, still made Shen Fei's eyes light up involuntarily, because with this Imperial artifact, his behavior of collecting resources throughout the Empire would become unusually smooth. Such a powerful Imperial artifact is not controlled by the royal family, but instead is handed over to the ministers for control. It would be unreasonable for you, little emperor, not to destroy the country. The Universal Encyclopedia, long ago, meticulously records the origins of every resource and topography within the empire. With this encyclopedia, the empire essentially eliminates the need to specifically explore resources throughout the empire. While it may not directly enhance combat effectiveness, it is a powerful tool for controlling the empire. This remarkable Imperial artifact is currently in the hands of Nishimiya, a subordinate of the Grand Chancellor. He established the Empire's assassination forces, including Red Eye and Black Eye. Using this Imperial artifact, he has selected numerous hidden valleys across the Empire and trained assassins using drugs. The Universal Encyclopedia, Longo, not only records detailed data about the Empire but also possesses divination capabilities. Any disasters that will befall a region affiliated with the Empire will be foreshadowed in this Universal Encyclopedia, Longo. With this imperial artifact, governing the country becomes a simple matter. Unfortunately, even with this, the Empire still failed miserably. Each of Honest's 4 lackeys held high positions, yet none of them were good people. Each of them was a wicked bunch, their heads weeping with pus and their feet covered in sores. Have you called Sheila back? That saves me a lot of trouble. After leaving Honest's office, Shen Fei went directly to the West Palace and obtained the complete Book of the World from him. For most people, using an imperial artifact depends on whether their wavelength matches the artifact, but for Shen Fei, this obstacle seems to be non-existent. Shen Fei can only attribute this to his high spiritual level. It's truly a divine tool for governing the country. I wonder what extremely dangerous material this imperial artifact was originally made of, because the first emperor destroyed the records. Only a few of the materials used in the imperial artifact are known. The records of the vast majority have disappeared. General Bug, let's leave him to S.H.I.E.L.D to deal with. Although Shen Fei has not yet subdued S.H.I.E.L.D, he is very confident about this, as his strength is far greater than S.H.I.E.L.D's. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D used the hidden secrets of her imperial gear, it wouldn't matter to him. Kamar-Taj's magic also possessed time properties, not to mention the time stone. Subjugating S.H.I.E.L.D, and then eliminating the Revolutionary Army's higher-ranking officials when they surrounded the imperial capital, would effectively eliminate the source of the trouble. Like the Empire's higher-ranking officials, the Revolutionary Army's higher-ranking officials weren't exactly good people. Chapter 322 S.H.I.E.L.D, and late at night in the imperial capital, under the bright moonlight, at a secluded intersection, the clash of weapons echoed intermittently, accompanied by the clashing of weapons, sparks flashing as the blades clashed. Shen Fei, returning from a recent defeat of a noble family, stumbled upon the sparks. Driven by curiosity, he headed straight for the scene, then froze for a moment, for he recognized the combatants. Long black hair, a tight-fitting outfit that enhanced both combat effectiveness and a slender figure, and a long, red sword. Such attire belonged to only one person in this world, Akaji. Akaji was battling a burly man wielding a massive sword, a strange device adorning his forehead. Shen Fei recognized it instantly, the Imperial Gear 5-sided Universal Observer, a device endowed with 5 auxiliary abilities: clairvoyance, farsightedness, foresight, futuristic vision, and hallucination. At the Imperial Palace and the Minister's House, Shen Fei examined the illustrated collection of the Empire's existing Imperial Gear. Aside from those destroyed for various reasons, all the remaining Imperial Gear were listed. Among them was the 5-sided Omnipotent Gear, which was given to the Warden of the Imperial Prison. With its 5 abilities, it was extremely powerful in interrogating prisoners. While Shen Fei considered this a waste of its power, it was indeed making the most of it for the Empire. The 48 Imperial Gears, each with its own distinct functions, were not all controlled by the royal family. Many were wielded by the Empire's ministers, with the Imperial family only possessing a few key ones. What luck! Shen Fei smiled inwardly at the appearance of the 5-sided Omnipotent Gear, for it was one of the Imperial Gears he had longed to obtain. In Shen Fei's opinion, the 5-sided Omnipotent Gear was a truly powerful Imperial Gear, but unfortunately, in this world, whether it was because no one could fully utilize its power or for some other reason, it had been lost. The beheading of Zank was the work of the now all-powerful 5 Visions Master. Originally an executioner in the Empire, the shepherding of countless prisoners had left him mentally traumatized, his ears ringing with the screams and whispers of his victims' deaths. To combat these constant whispers, Zank developed a habit of constant conversation, even when alone, never muttering to himself. Zank's words served not only as a way to combat the whispers in his mind, but also as a means of unsettling his enemies. Unfortunately, his opponent this time was Akatsuki. Akatsuki was a classic example of a ruthless, quiet type. Normally, he appeared indifferent, but once determined, he would strike, even against his own sister, and his sister seemed equally capable of striking at him. "Why, you didn't hesitate at all?" Zank asked, perplexed, as he gazed at the tiny wound on his chest. Previously, Zank had used the 5 Visions, an all-powerful illusion, on Akito. This was one of Zank's trump cards. Until now, no matter how formidable a foe had been caught in the 5 Visions illusion, they would hesitate. Zank could seize that moment to eliminate them. This time, Zank prepared to repeat his trick, but Akuto didn't hesitate at all, continuing her attack and killing Murasame with a single blow. Even the smallest wound could be fatal. In response to Zank's question, Akuto gave him a calm look and offered no explanation. To outsiders, Akuto's behavior seemed inconceivable, but to Akuto, it was perfectly normal. Even though she now sided with the Revolutionary Army, her philosophy remained the same as that of a former assassin trained by the Empire. As an Imperial assassin, Akuto had been instilled from a young age to fight for the Empire's justice. This was the very principle that guided her later actions, and it was this very principle that led her to betray the Empire and join the Revolutionary Army's night raid. By declaring the Empire dark, the Revolutionary Army, not the Empire, was now on the side of justice. Baton, just as Zank, covered in a strange black curse, collapsed and Akuto was about to receive the tigu from his head, Shen Fei intervened, snatching it before Akuto could. Faced with this outcome, Akuto immediately wielded the Murasame, a fatal blow, and charged at Shen Fei. Meanwhile, Main, standing by, also attacked Shen Fei, unleashing a pumpkin cannon. This spear-shaped tigu, which converts spiritual energy into shockwaves, increases in power depending on the threat the user faces. This was Main's tigu, the romantic cannon pumpkin. Its most powerful attack had already slain General Bud, the Imperial Guardian. If it could kill General Bud, it theoretically could also kill S.H.I.E.L.D. Snap! Facing Main's attack, Shen Fei blocked it with his left palm. Simultaneously, he thrust his right sword forward, blocking Akuto's fatal blow to Murasame. Don't be so impulsive. I'm not your enemy. Sensing Main's renewed attack, Shen Fei swiftly stepped back several meters, dodging Main's attack. Boom! The shockwave from the romantic battery destroyed a nearby streetlight. Who are you? Main asked directly, aiming the romantic battery at Shen Fei. Akaji, clutching Murasame, stared at Shen Fei with a calm expression. Anyway, I'm not from the Empire, Shen Fei said, looking up at the method. At the same time, he raised his left hand and grabbed the figure that was about to attack him from above, slamming it down in front of him. Leon, Main and Akaji shouted in unison, their faces filled with worry, just as Shen Fei had finally grasped the identity of the attacker. With short blonde hair, a figure resembling a lion, and hands filled with sharp claws, Leon wielded the Imperial gear, the King of Beasts, the Lion King. How magnificent! Shen Fei looked away, a little embarrassed, at the majestic chest of Leona lying on the ground, his left hand unconsciously pinching it. Earlier, when he had thrown Leona in front of him, he hadn't grabbed her arms, but her clothes, which inevitably violated some taboos. The King of Beasts has transformed into the Lion King. Looking at the belt-shaped Imperial weapon at Leona's waist, Shen Fei was silent for a moment before throwing Leona to the empty right. However, Leona, who should have been thrown to the ground, now seemed to be suspended in the air, lying in the air. Princess Carrie, a moment later, beneath Leona, the light distorted, revealing an armored figure. Brand, seeing this man appear and catch Leona, Akame and Mine, furious, prepared to attack again. Wait a minute, just when Mine was about to shoot, Brand waved his hand to stop her. With Brand's wave, Mine and Shaden immediately stopped their plans to attack. Is it possessed by an evil spirit? After glancing at Brand, Shen Fei left without waiting for Brand to speak. The evil spirit is a good armor Imperial weapon. There are only 2 people in the Empire who have such an Imperial weapon. This Imperial weapon can be said to be a killer in war. However, Shen Fei was not very interested in this Imperial weapon, because even if the evil spirit evolved to the extreme and became a real dragon-shaped and super dangerous species, it would not be Shen Fei's opponent. This was determined by its upper limit. This Imperial weapon is really good, but it's a bit eye-catching. The next day, in order to test the omnipotence of the 5 visions, Shen Fei took it with him and scanned people on the street. After using its perspective ability for a while, Shen Fei immediately switched to farsightedness. This distance is comparable to a fine telescope. Shen Fei then tested each of the abilities, including clairvoyance, future vision, and hallucination. These tests gave him a deeper understanding of the effects of this Imperial weapon. It must be said that its abilities were truly remarkable, with each of its 5 major abilities possessing its own merits. The only problem was its rather unsightly design. If it could be improved, perhaps with a different design, it would be even better. Kill S.H.I.E.L.D. On the northern border of the Empire, an army of 400,000 aliens, led by the northern alien Prince Numiseka, charged towards the Northern Legion led by S.H.I.E.L.D, chanting "Kill S.H.I.E.L.D. The Empire lay in the very center of the continent, surrounded on all four sides by four alien races. Even since the first Emperor, the Empire had been slowly encroaching upon the lands of the surrounding alien races. However, even now, the Empire, decaying, had not yet completely eradicated the four surrounding races. Of the four great alien races, the Northern aliens were the most valiant and adept, inflicting heavy casualties on the Empire. In terms of pure combat effectiveness, the Imperial soldiers were no match for the Northern aliens, as their constant exposure to the extreme cold meant their physical fitness was far superior. The four great alien races surrounding the Empire were actually quite similar to the Xiongnu, Donghu, and Quanrong tribes beyond the Great Wall during the Qin dynasty. They were all unproductive nomadic peoples. However, this was before S.H.I.E.L.D's arrival. After S.H.I.E.L.D's arrival, the situation changed dramatically. The valiant and warlike Northern aliens were driven from their ancestral lands by S.H.I.E.L.D, forcing them to advance further north. Kill, facing the 400,000-strong Northern alien army, S.H.I.E.L.D, standing on the ice city walls, remained unfazed. Her troops, led by her three beast warriors, opened the city gates and charged towards the Northern alien army. As the saying goes, one bad soldier brings a bad general. With such corruption within the Imperial leadership, the Imperial army was inevitably rotten as well. The Imperial soldiers played an invaluable role in the Revolutionary Army's remarkable growth. It's fair to say that of the Empire's 5 major armies, S.H.I.E.L.D's Northern Legion is the most formidable. Even the Central Legion, commanded by General Bud, couldn't compare. Despite General Bud's unwavering pursuit of excellence, the results were the same. The Central Legion saw virtually no combat. The Northern Legion, by contrast, was different. Under S.H.I.E.L.D's command, it constantly battled Northern aliens and various dangerous creatures. Coupled with S.H.I.E.L.D's immense strength and charisma, the Northern Legion could be considered S.H.I.E.L.D's personal army. As a general, S.H.I.E.L.D was a highly qualified leader, sharing the hardships with her subordinates and distributing all the gold, silver, and treasures bestowed upon them by the Imperial leadership. How could such a general not be beloved by her subordinates? In contrast, withholding pay, corruption, bribery, and unpaid wages were commonplace in other legions, even within the Central Legion. However, no one in the Northern Legion dared to do so, as those who had done so would have been reduced to icy dust and vanished into thin air. Coupled with the minister's favor for S.H.I.E.L.D, the Northern Legion enjoyed far better treatment than the other legions. Leva, Datus, how about we have a contest today to see who can bring that Northern Prince before the general? During the battle, Nu, one of the 3 beast warriors, called out while playing a flute. Okay, Datus nodded in agreement, swinging his heavy double axes. No problem. Seeing Datus's agreement, Leva had no choice but to follow suit. With all 3 agreeing, they almost simultaneously activated the power of their Imperial gadgets. As the power unleashed, the bodies of the Northern aliens around them began to rise in a straight line. My lord, an envoy from the Imperial capital has brought His Majesty's order. S.H.I.E.L.D, who was watching the battle below with great interest, immediately became unhappy after hearing a soldier's report. After a long silence, he asked his men to bring the envoy from the Imperial capital over. It's really spectacular, but it's a bit too bullying. Shen Fei, who had climbed up the ice city wall all the way, looked at the ice city wall that stretched for several kilometers, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Qitong is also very beautiful, there is no way to compare with him in terms of temperament. When he came to a distance in front of S.H.I.E.L.D, Shen Fei couldn't help but be amazed by S.H.I.E.L.D's appearance. She had long aqua blue hair and was extremely beautiful. A well-fitting blue military uniform perfectly set off her figure. Is there anything between His Majesty and the minister? S.H.I.E.L.D spoke directly while Shen Fei was observing her. His Majesty and the minister have ordered General S.H.I.E.L.D to immediately end the fighting here and return to the Imperial capital for another assignment, Shen Fei announced. Afterward, he produced a letter, a private note from the minister to S.H.I.E.L.D. Shen Fei's envoyship was no sham. Given Shen Fei's previous night raid on the Imperial capital and Ernest's injury, the minister had already been planning to transfer S.H.I.E.L.D back to the capital. After Shen Fei gained control of the minister, he discovered this and took advantage of the situation to become the envoy. I didn't expect the minister to be attacked and injured. This is truly an interesting story, S.H.I.E.L.D said, the letter in her hand instantly disintegrating into a cloud of ice shards, shattering into thin air. Immediately afterwards, she launched a kick towards Shen Fei's head. Bang! A dull sound echoed through the ice wall. S.H.I.E.L.D's sudden attack surprised Shen Fei, but he parried it without him even moving a step. "General, what does this mean? It seems that the assassin is you." S.H.I.E.L.D said this, and without seeing how she moved, a row of huge ice spikes suddenly rose from under Shen Fei's feet. Chapter 323, S.H.I.E.L.D's Rebellion, Part 1. Exposed. S.H.I.E.L.D's words immediately made Shen Fei realize he had been discovered. As he thought this, he moved his feet and disappeared from the ice wall, dodging the icy spikes launched by S.H.I.E.L.D. Trying to leave, Grey Ice Horn, seeing Shen Fei dodge her attack, S.H.I.E.L.D snorted coldly, stepped forward with her right foot, and pressed her palm against the battlements of the ice wall. The next moment, a huge ice spike extended from the ice wall and pierced Shen Fei, who had jumped down from the wall with lightning speed. Quick reaction, Shen Fei smiled as he watched the huge ice spike rushing towards him. Then he stepped into the air and immediately appeared on top of the huge ice cone. Standing on the ice cone, Shen Fei smiled and waved to S.H.I.E.L.D on the wall. Boom! A massive cone of ice plunged diagonally from above into the northern alien army. Its immense force pierced the solid frozen ground beneath their feet, sending shockwaves flying that instantly sent all the northern aliens flying within a radius of dozens of meters. The sudden and deafening noise immediately alarmed both sides engaged in fierce fighting, especially those nearby, who all turned their gazes. Lord S.H.I.E.L.D, the three beastmen's expressions changed upon seeing the massive cone of ice, stretching tens of meters from the ice wall. Then, the Imperial horn sounded, signaling a retreat. As the blast echoed throughout the area, the soldiers of the Northern Legion immediately began to retreat. Obeying orders is a fundamental military principle, but unfortunately, it's rarely observed. Those who can truly achieve this are considered elite soldiers. Of all the armies in the Empire, only the Northern Legion managed to enforce strict discipline. In this sense, S.H.I.E.L.D could be considered a renowned general. Kill. As the Imperial army began to retreat, the Northern aliens erupted in excitement. Led by a handsome young man in a white robe, spear in hand, they began pursuing the Imperial army. The Northern aliens saw the Imperial army's retreat as a result of their being outmatched. However, their minds shifted the next moment as those charging in the front were pierced by a sudden onslaught of ice spikes. Those who died instantly from the icy spikes were the luckiest, experiencing minimal pain. The truly unfortunate were those who survived the punctures, hanging on the spikes, slowly awaiting their death. "This is too cruel," Shen Fei gasped as he watched the many northern aliens pierced from below and above by the ice spikes. This wasn't because Shen Fei was afraid of S.H.I.E.L.D, but rather a natural reaction to the horrific condition of these individuals. The sudden onslaught of ice spikes not only killed and injured a significant number of the northern aliens, but more importantly, it blocked their path. These ice spikes were incredibly strong. A few of the northern aliens could shatter them, while the vast majority of their weapons only left white marks on them. After S.H.I.E.L.D finished her act, without even glancing at the northern aliens, she leaped directly onto the massive ice cone extending from the ice wall, gliding towards Shen Fei as if skating. S.H.I.E.L.D. As S.H.I.E.L.D was skating, Prince Numaska, the leader of the northern aliens, roared, his face filled with rage and murderous intent as he charged towards the ice cone. As he approached the cone, he leaped onto it with a mighty leap, brandishing his spear as he charged towards the gliding S.H.I.E.L.D. Numaska. As Numaska charged towards S.H.I.E.L.D, the northern aliens who were blocked by the ice spikes roared in support of their prince and hero. "You're courting death." Shen Fei shook his head slightly as he watched Numaska confidently charge at S.H.I.E.L.D, spear in hand. Numaska had envisioned a single strike to kill S.H.I.E.L.D, thus securing the greatest honor in the world. Unfortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D simply drew her saber from her waist as Numaska charged forward. At the moment of collision, a flash of cold light flashed before S.H.I.E.L.D passed through Numaska, leaving only Numaska, spear still thrusting, in her wake. Ice streamed from Numasika's abdomen, extending throughout his body. Soon, his entire body was frozen solid. He then flipped over and fell from the icy cone. As everyone watched, his body, upon impacting the hard ground, crumbled into a cloud of icy shards. The sunlight shone a beautiful light on the shards. Poor Numasika didn't even have the chance to introduce himself before being eliminated by S.H.I.E.L.D as a mere soldier. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him. At least he wouldn't have suffered a mental breakdown and fallen prey to S.H.I.E.L.D's boots after witnessing her strength. Nojeshitan's prediction that S.H.I.E.L.D would take a year to wipe out the northern barbarians wasn't entirely wrong. A normal S.H.I.E.L.D would have definitely spent the year playing with the northern barbarians. S.H.I.E.L.D rarely annihilated her enemies, but instead killed or injured most of them, allowing small groups to escape. She did this hoping these escapees would seek revenge later, giving her another reason to go on a killing spree. Just like Nageshitan's death, she only lost a hand and a foot because S.H.I.E.L.D showed mercy. Back then, Nageshitan and S.H.I.E.L.D were colleagues, both the youngest generals in the empire. S.H.I.E.L.D relied on force, while Nageshitan relied on intelligence. Their combined strength was undeniable. Unfortunately, their disapproval of each other's style led to a falling out during the war to suppress the Southern Rebellion and the alien races. It was during this period that the Revolutionary Army began to grow in strength, thanks to the wise General Nageshitan's involvement. S.H.I.E.L.D likely never anticipated that her mercy would ultimately lead to her downfall. The war with the northern alien races continues to this day, and it's precisely because of S.H.I.E.L.D's character that if she had believed in rooting out the enemy, the northern alien races would likely have been decimated long ago. Numaseka's death boosted morale among the Imperial Army, but the situation was the opposite among the northern aliens. Many could not believe that the renowned northern warrior, Numaseka, had been so easily defeated. Upon witnessing the scene, many northern aliens dropped their weapons in despair. However, many others shouted for revenge for Numaseka and rushed towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Facing the oncoming northern aliens, S.H.I.E.L.D snapped her fingers. Suddenly, a massive ice ball, at least 10 meters in diameter, appeared from the sky tens of meters high. It then hurtled directly towards Shen Fei. "Target me," Shen Fei said, looking at the rapidly descending shadow above. Room, slaughterhouse. Instantly, the rapidly descending ice ball shattered, its fragments hurling themselves towards the surrounding northern aliens. The Operation Fruit could easily shatter even a meteorite, let alone a giant ice ball appearing tens of meters in the air. Luo's strength could even cut through the meteorite summoned by Fujitora, let alone Shen Fei's current strength. The scattered large ice fragments struck the northern aliens, causing heavy casualties. Neither S.H.I.E.L.D nor Shen Fei paid any attention. Again, seeing another massive ball of ice appear in the sky, Shen Fei once again used the Operation Fruit to slice it apart. Shen Fei had many ways to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D's ice balls, but the Operation Fruit was the easiest. "Who are you?" S.H.I.E.L.D's expression changed slightly after two of her attacks were easily deflected. "Before you answer that question, can you tell me how you knew I was a fake messenger?" "Simple. A minister wouldn't choose someone who shows no respect for him as a messenger, so it's my attitude that's the problem." As soon as S.H.I.E.L.D spoke, Shen Fei immediately understood what was going on and was somewhat surprised by her careful observation. "Now I'll answer your question and tell you who I am," Shen Fei said as he leaned his right leg back, clenched his right fist, and slammed his fist into the ground beneath his feet. Boom! With a loud roar, the entire ground, centered around Shen Fei's fist, rapidly cracked in all directions, like a giant spider web. Then, the web shattered, and the world turned upside down. With Shen Fei's position as the center, the ground within a 3-kilometer radius collapsed into a massive crater. The sudden collapse of the ground caused heavy losses to the surrounding northern tribes. S.H.I.E.L.D's Northern Legion, because they were too far away, was only affected by the ground shaking and suffered few casualties. "I want this country, and I hope General S.H.I.E.L.D can help me." Standing on the lonely column in the center of the crater, Shen Fei spoke to S.H.I.E.L.D, who was standing at the same level as him, with an icicle under her feet. Facing S.H.I.E.L.D, Shen Fei spoke out his ambitions without any reservation. In other words, Shen Fei could not do as he pleased due to various reasons and concerns, but in this world, he did not have to worry so much. Speaking of S.H.I.E.L.D, she is actually a very loyal person. Even when the Empire collapsed like that, she still insisted on fighting. With her strength, if she wanted to leave, the Revolutionary Army could not stop her. "Help you?" S.H.I.E.L.D said with an ambiguous smile on her face. "Yes, as long as you help me, I can make you stronger, and there are countless powerful enemies waiting for you." S.H.I.E.L.D's talent is undoubted to be the strongest in the world of Zelda, Fallen Sister, but due to the limitations of the world, her strength has reached the pinnacle of this world. If she went to the world of pirates, she would definitely become a master of the level of the 4 emperors in time. S.H.I.E.L.D and Netero share some similarities, both pursuing personal power. Shen Fei had previously considered sending Netero to the pirate scene, but as time passed, that thought faded. In contrast, S.H.I.E.L.D's intentions were less of a concern. Perhaps it was her beauty. Is that so? We'll see after you survive. Makapatmo, S.H.I.E.L.D said with a hint of a sneer. Then, Shen Fei noticed the space around him fading into a white expanse. What a powerful Imperial weapon! Feeling the space around him stagnate, Shen Fei sighed deeply. With such power, if S.H.I.E.L.D were to grow even stronger, she could easily defeat an admiral or even a 4-emperor. To defeat S.H.I.E.L.D's attack, one would need either a power far greater than hers or a profound understanding of time, both of which Shen Fei possessed. I don't know where you came from, but I'll find out soon. Within the frozen space, S.H.I.E.L.D, sword in hand, approached Shen Fei, poised to sever one of his arms. Perhaps eager to understand the meaning of Shen Fei's words, S.H.I.E.L.D refrained from striking him directly. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D's sword was about to strike Shen Fei's right arm, Shen Fei suddenly moved, his right index finger lightly flicking the tip of the blade. The sheer force nearly knocked S.H.I.E.L.D's grip off the sword. The sudden change caused S.H.I.E.L.D's expression to change. Since its development, this move of Makapatmo had been unstoppable, not even General Bud. Though S.H.I.E.L.D had never fought him, she knew he couldn't withstand it. A very nice ability, but it won't work on me. Shen Fei didn't attack S.H.I.E.L.D, remaining in the frozen space until about 10 seconds later, when the white void vanished. 10 seconds is a fleeting moment for the average person, so fleeting that they wouldn't even notice. But for a powerful being, even a single second, let alone 10, can mean the difference between life and death. It seems you're still determined. After Makapatmo vanished, S.H.I.E.L.D took a few deep breaths before attacking Shen Fei again. This surprised Shen Fei, who had assumed his display of skill was enough to intimidate her. Facing S.H.I.E.L.D's renewed attack, Shen Fei instantly restrained her. The power disparity between the two was too great. Even when S.H.I.E.L.D deployed the full might of her Imperial gear to defend herself, she couldn't hold Shen Fei back for even a moment. Let go, General. Upon seeing S.H.I.E.L.D fall, the 3 beast warriors of the Northern Legion rushed forward. While this was a bit reckless against an opponent even S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't defeat, it also demonstrated their loyalty. Meanwhile, the Northern aliens also began their move, targeting S.H.I.E.L.D, who had been subdued by Shen Fei. What's strange is that these people are very afraid of S.H.I.E.L.D, but not so afraid of Shen Fei. Chapter 324, S.H.I.E.L.D's Rebellion, Part 2. Looking for death, Shen Fei's face turned cold as he watched the charging Northern aliens. The Northern Legion, led by the 3 beast warriors, charged forward. While they weren't exactly good people and had some twisted tendencies, they were S.H.I.E.L.D's men after all, so Shen Fei couldn't just kill them. But he wouldn't show mercy to these Northern aliens. As for the Empire's excessive oppression and humiliation of the surrounding aliens, that had nothing to do with him. He wasn't a philanthropist. Throughout the Rabbit Clan's history, soft tactics were useless against the aliens, only sheer might held them in awe. Shen Fei now considered the Empire his own. He wouldn't be like the rest of the Imperial hierarchy, resting on his laurels. He was determined to unify the continent. Even if he and the Northern aliens weren't enemies now, they would become so later. As for the relationship between the aliens and the Imperials oppression of the aliens, including their descendants, would have to wait until he conquered the Empire and dealt with them slowly. Snap! Shen Fei snapped his left finger gently, and the next moment, a vast sea of fire suddenly appeared in the path of the Northern aliens' charge. Flame alchemy. Fullmetal alchemy is incredibly powerful and mysterious. Even though Shen Fei's strength has greatly increased and he possesses the ability to take Polaroid photos, the wristbands on his arms still bear the flame alchemy formation. With repeated snaps, everything within his sight became a sea of fire, slaying countless Northern aliens. This horrific scene, coupled with the earlier death of Numiseka, immediately caused the surviving Northern aliens to mentally collapse and flee in all directions. As for the Imperial Northern Legion led by the 3 beast warriors, Shen Fei directly separated them from himself with a sea of fire. The flames stretched for dozens of meters. Even their leader, Leva, possessed the Imperial Gear Water Dragon, a weapon capable of manipulating water and liquids, but was powerless to stop them, as there was no large water source nearby. Although there was a lot of ice around, Reva wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D, and couldn't turn ice into water. Stay here, S.H.I.E.L.D will be back soon, Shen Fei said, leaving the restrained S.H.I.E.L.D behind. Is this the blood of the Ice Imperial? S.H.I.E.L.D is truly formidable. In a laboratory filled with modern technology, Shen Fei looked at the data displayed on the large screen in front of him, a look of disappointment on his face. Normally, Shen Fei wouldn't actively steal someone else's belongings. For example, While Shen Fei was very curious about the Gaia Foundation, he didn't take it from Chelsea. However, S.H.I.E.L.D kept attacking him, so Shen Fei seized the opportunity to capture her and study the Ice Imperial. He had originally planned to discuss this with S.H.I.E.L.D before conducting his research. Through the Operation Fruit, modern technology, and the information on the Imperial instruments he had obtained from the Imperial Capital Minister, Shen Fei finally realized the true power of S.H.I.E.L.D. Typically, a Tigu can only be wielded by one, but the Ice Tigu is different. Because its main element is blood, it can theoretically create multiple Tigu with the same abilities. Simply drinking the Ice Tigu's blood grants the Tigu's power. However, despite this, despite the Empire's millennia of existence, there has been no Ice Tigu wielder. Save for one during the reign of the first Emperor. The Empire once selected many experts and had them drink its blood, but tragically, all of them stagnated and froze to death after consuming it. The Ice Tigu is so powerful that even Minister Ernest and his son Sheila yearned for its power, but neither of them dared to drink it. With other Tigu, a mismatch would only cause discomfort, but with this Tigu, the consequences could be fatal. Both the minister and Sheila cherished their lives dearly and would never risk such a chance for even a 1 in a million chance. Only S.H.I.E.L.D was fearless, but she ended up drinking all the blood. From then on, no one else had the chance to wield the Ice Imperial artifact, as it was a consumable item. I'm sorry, S.H.I.E.L.D. I'll make it up to you later. After a moment's silence, Shen Fei examined S.H.I.E.L.D's body data. He then activated the Operation Fruit on the unconscious S.H.I.E.L.D, slicing her into dozens of pieces. Then, using his knowledge, alchemy, and modern instruments, he extracted 3 drops of unique blood from S.H.I.E.L.D's body. Normally, Shen Fei wouldn't easily modify his own body. Just like he already had S.H.I.E.L.D and several other Inhumans' blood genes, he hadn't used the power of the Operation Fruit to transform himself. But this time was different. The Ice Imperial artifact's ability to freeze time was too tempting for Shen Fei. Space was supreme, time was king. It's a shame this blood is so aggressive, otherwise we might be able to create a few more Ice Tigu users. The Ice Tigu is crafted from the blood of a highly dangerous species from the far north, and its inherent activity is incredibly high. If it weren't for this, Shen Fei would have had difficulty extracting this blood essence from S.H.I.E.L.D. It's precisely this activity that has caused so many people who seek the Ice Tigu's power to freeze to death, and it's also why the Tigu and its user need to have compatible wavelengths. If the activity of the highly dangerous species within the Gaia Foundation were directly compatible with Chelsea's body, wouldn't Chelsea then become a Tigu? Looking at the 3 drops of blood in the storage solution, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of Chelsea's Gaia Foundation, Lyon's King of Beasts, and Bran's Haunted Devil. Shen Fei knew the properties of these 3 Tigu. If they could transfer their abilities directly to a human, they could completely break free of their limitations, much like consuming a devil fruit, but without the side effects. This idea is certainly feasible, but the prerequisite is mastering the alchemy of the Western alien races. During the time of the Empire's first emperor, the Western alien races were also a powerful nation, relying on their unique alchemy to pose a significant threat to the Empire. If it weren't for the Imperial Fist Temple in Oberg, the Empire might not have been a match for the Western Kingdom. It wasn't until the first Emperor created 48 Imperial artifacts that the Empire gained the strength to suppress the Western Kingdom. Until now, the Western Kingdom has become almost a thing of the past, a Western alien race. I'm defeated, S.H.I.E.L.D muttered to herself, her face dark, after waking up in her room. She ignored the surrounding architecture, which was clearly different from the Empire's current style. Wake up, come get something to eat. At Shen Fei's words, the door opened automatically. After a moment's hesitation, S.H.I.E.L.D immediately left the room. Where is this? S.H.I.E.L.D, emerging from the room, immediately noticed the uniqueness of the place. Upon seeing Shen Fei, she walked towards him and sat down across from him. Lost? What are you going to do with me? S.H.I.E.L.D asked directly after sitting down. I've already said before, be my subordinate. We'll talk about this later. Let's eat something first. As Shen Fei was talking, a robot came over with a plate, and after it came to the 2 of them, it immediately placed the plate in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Shen Fei was not opposed to cooking, since there was high technology, Shen Fei would certainly not use it. Now, except for a few times, it was the robots controlled by Red Queen that cooked. No problem, S.H.I.E.L.D nodded in agreement without the slightest hesitation. Because of her father's teaching since she was a child, the idea that the strong are respected was deeply rooted in S.H.I.E.L.D's heart. Now that she was defeated by Shen Fei, let alone being Shen Fei's subordinate, she would not care even if Shen Fei said something excessive. Take over the entire empire, no problem. S.H.I.E.L.D immediately nodded in agreement after hearing Shen Fei's purpose. S.H.I.E.L.D wasn't particularly loyal to the empire, and her relationship with Minister Ernest was merely cooperative. Back then, S.H.I.E.L.D had even nearly killed Minister Ernest's son, Sheila. Sheila was a lustful man who had set his sights on S.H.I.E.L.D. Relying on his status as the minister's son, he attempted to force himself on S.H.I.E.L.D, but was nearly beaten to death by S.H.I.E.L.D. If Sheila hadn't possessed the Imperial weapon Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La and escaped quickly, S.H.I.E.L.D would have killed him. As the minister's son, Sheila didn't dominate the capital, but instead wandered the land, primarily because he had offended S.H.I.E.L.D. Later, the minister used the entire Northern Legion to recommend S.H.I.E.L.D as its supreme commander, which stopped S.H.I.E.L.D from pursuing Sheila. Similarly, S.H.I.E.L.D's respect for the young emperor was simply a way to avoid unnecessary trouble. S.H.I.E.L.D was actually quite intelligent, but her immense power often overlooked her intelligence. Why go to all that trouble? Just attack on directly. S.H.I.E.L.D frowned after hearing Shen Fei's detailed plan. According to S.H.I.E.L.D, conquering the entire empire was simple. She could lead the Northern Legion's 400,000-man army directly towards the imperial capital. With Shen Fei's strength, no one in the capital could resist them. There was no need for Shen Fei's slow and steady approach. Simple, brutal force was S.H.I.E.L.D's normal approach. It's too early now. Shen Fei had certainly considered S.H.I.E.L.D's plan. In reality, with his strength, it was easily accomplished. Controlling the young emperor and his ministers, and killing General Bud would be easy. However, doing so would make it difficult to reverse the empire's decline in a short period of time. Shen Fei chose not to follow S.H.I.E.L.D's path because he wanted to destroy and then rebuild. The empire was too corrupt, overrun with evil spirits, a living hell. Having the revolutionary army purge it immediately would make reconstruction much smoother. Why did the Qin dynasty fall in its second generation, while the Han dynasty enjoyed centuries of rule? It was because Yingzhang ruled too quickly, leaving many local opposition forces untouched. Consequently, after Yingzhang's death, the Six Kingdoms rebelled. While Shen Fei wasn't afraid of local rebellions, as he had the power to suppress them, his goal in seizing the empire was to acquire the world's resources. He didn't have the time to waste suppressing local rebellions. In that case, it would be better to tear everything down and rebuild. I didn't expect you to have such an idea, S.H.I.E.L.D said, looking at him in surprise. Lord S.H.I.E.L.D, are you alright? At the Northern Legion's encampment, upon S.H.I.E.L.D's return, the three beast warriors immediately rushed over, eyeing Shen Fei, who had returned with her, with a wary look on their faces. I'm fine. Come here, everyone. I have something to tell you. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded gently and led the way into her tent. The Northern Legion was currently stationed at the border between the Empire and the Northern alien races. There were very few cities or even mountain villages nearby. Furthermore, the Northern Legion's chosen location was highly unsuitable for garrisoning, according to the descriptions in Sun Tzu's Art of War. However, after S.H.I.E.L.D constructed a long ice wall, everything changed. In terms of strength, S.H.I.E.L.D certainly couldn't defeat top masters like Gai Nai, but in terms of group attacks, 100 Guyanese wouldn't be a match for one S.H.I.E.L.D. I lost the previous battle, so now I'm his subordinate. Within the tent, S.H.I.E.L.D unleashed the entire situation, including the fact that Shen Fei wanted the entire empire and that S.H.I.E.L.D would rebel. I'll give you 1 day to decide whether to stay or go. I've already sworn to follow you, my lord. Riva, one of the three beast warriors, was the first to speak out. Riva had long since given up on the empire, and now worshipped S.H.I.E.L.D. The other two beast warriors followed suit, pledging to follow S.H.I.E.L.D until death. Not just them, but the entire Northern Legion. The three beast warriors, along with several high-ranking officers of the Northern Legion, many of whom S.H.I.E.L.D had rescued from the ministers, spoke up. Very good. S.H.I.E.L.D was delighted with the beast warrior's decision. Hand over the Imperial gear first, S.H.I.E.L.D said. Yes, the beast warriors were incredibly loyal. When S.H.I.E.L.D asked for their Imperial gear, they produced it without hesitation. Any other Imperial gear user would never have taken their Imperial gear so easily. The request for the Imperial gear had been Shen Fei's idea. He lacked it for his research. Although the decision to revolt had been made, the Northern Legion would not take any action in the short term. The only ones who would actually take action were Shen Fei and S.H.I.E.L.D, while the others continued to proceed according to their original plan. While Shen Fei was studying the Imperial gear he had obtained from the three beast warriors, S.H.I.E.L.D was slaughtering the northern aliens. Only a few escaped S.H.I.E.L.D's pursuit by fleeing further north. Water Dragon Possession is a very good Imperial gear, but unfortunately its power has a limit. After studying the Imperial gears of the three beast warriors, the Water Dragon Possession, the Military Music Dream, and the two Great Axes, Shen Fei gained a deeper understanding of the Imperial gear. The Water Dragon Possession was Shen Fei's favorite because it was a ring Imperial gear, very convenient to wear, and possessed considerable power. However, its power was unfortunately too weak for his current abilities. Chapter 325, S.H.I.E.L.D's Rebellion, and this is a special Imperial artifact. S.H.I.E.L.D looked at Shen Fei in astonishment after crossing the Golden Arcane Gate and arriving in the Imperial capital. It was no wonder she was so surprised. Of the Empire's 48 Imperial artifacts, only one was special, the Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La. However, S.H.I.E.L.D had seen that Shangri-La before, and she was certain Shen Fei wasn't using it. This was precisely why she was so surprised. Limited by her own perspective, S.H.I.E.L.D attributed Shen Fei's abilities to Imperial artifacts. After all, most of the strange abilities in this world were Imperial artifacts. This isn't an Imperial artifact. Shen Fei didn't explain the Arcane Gate in detail, simply denying it was one. There were some things S.H.I.E.L.D wouldn't understand even if he told her now, but she would understand them later, once she experienced them. Let's go. The two separated. S.H.I.E.L.D went to the palace to report, but Shen Fei was too lazy to go. S.H.I.E.L.D appeared outside the Imperial Palace and was quickly spotted. Soldiers were guarding the palace. Many of them immediately showed respect and stood taller upon seeing S.H.I.E.L.D. Soon, the young emperor summoned S.H.I.E.L.D from the palace. The young emperor was very fond of this general who had fought for the empire. What kind of devil fruit is suitable for S.H.I.E.L.D, who possesses an imperial weapon? The sand fruit would be a waste. While S.H.I.E.L.D was leaving for the palace, Shen Fei was considering what devil fruit to give her. He only had the sand fruit, a natural type devil fruit. Although it greatly enhanced S.H.I.E.L.D's strength, giving her both ice and sand abilities, it seemed a bit wasteful. More abilities aren't necessarily better. For S.H.I.E.L.D, focusing on a single attribute, ice, will allow her to go further. After all, unlike Shen Fei, she doesn't possess the Kamar-Taj training system. In terms of energy, Kamar-Taj's system boasts exceptionally high energy, allowing for alchemy, something even Ki and Min-based techniques cannot achieve. Aokaji's freeze fruit is a perfect fit for S.H.I.E.L.D, but Shen Fei could only think of Aokaji for ice abilities. However, killing Aokaji to acquire his abilities was a difficult task for Shen Fei. Aokaji would be much easier if you were to kill him. Of the three admirals, Aokaji was considered the most upright, and given the choice, Shen Fei would not have chosen to attack him. Here's the list of hunters. Upon returning, S.H.I.E.L.D immediately handed Shen Fei the list of the soon-to-be-formed hunters. Although the organization was proposed by Shen Fei through the ministers he controlled, it had the support of many high-ranking officials in the imperial capital. Due to the constant attacks from the night raid, Shen Fei's previous actions were also blamed on the imperial hierarchy. Under these circumstances, the imperial capital's upper echelons urgently needed a powerful force to protect them. Thus, the Hunters, a force previously composed entirely of imperial artifact users, came into being. Although the empire was deeply corrupt, it still had some loyal and capable generals, General Bud being one, and another was the admiral stationed on the shores of the East China Sea. The Eastern Empire was currently the only region with the most stability, where the Revolutionary Army was at its weakest, and this veteran general played an invaluable role. Within the Eastern Empire, there existed a formidable imperial artifact user, Will. His imperial artifact was an armored imperial artifact, the Noble Chariot, similar to Bran's Devil's Haunting. While it lacked the Devil's many unique abilities, its general performance surpassed it. Shen Fei still remembered some things about Will. Truthfully, Will was more of a protagonist than Tatsumi, sharing a similar background and a similarly righteous heart. God's Hand, 8 Chambers of the Dead, and 10,000 Miles of Flying, these are all excellent Tigu. Aside from Will, everyone on the list was known to Shen Fei. The God's Hand, among other Tigu, was a true treasure trove for researchers, capable of triggering precise finger manipulations hundreds of times faster. Dr. Fashion was able to invent such a thing, and even modify Tigu, transforming Celia and her Tigu, the 100-armed titan, into one with 10 powerful weapons, all thanks to the God's Hand. Shen Fei was deeply interested in this Tigu upon learning about it. Similarly, Hei Tong's Tigu, the 8 chambers of the dead, also had a unique effect that intrigued him. It could manipulate 8 powerful corpses, not just humans, but also dangerous species. Such a Tigu, used well, could be extremely powerful. It was only Hei Tong's strength that was lacking. Otherwise, if she could slay the powerful, extremely dangerous species in the 4 forbidden areas and then manipulate them, she could have even beaten S.H.I.E.L.D to pulp. Of course, this Tigu had a significant side effect. Manipulating corpses required a tremendous amount of physical and mental effort, a significant burden for Hei Tong. However, for Shen Fei, these weren't a problem. More importantly, he could find even more powerful corpses. The pirate world was teeming with powerful beings. It wasn't just humans who were powerful, creatures were equally formidable. Take Luffy's Gear 4th, for example. He created it during his 2 years of training by imitating the powerful monkeys on the island, harnessing the properties of the rubber fruit. Besides that monkey, there was also the monkey on Hawkeye's secluded island, imitating him and wielding a black sword similar to Hawkeye's. He was also a powerful being. Adding the powerful warriors in Impale Down, Shen Fei could easily gather 8 corpses of considerable strength. After finalizing the list of hunters, S.H.I.E.L.D issued a call for the chosen members to report to the Imperial capital as quickly as possible. With the exception of Selu, the others on the list were not, and it would take some time for them to arrive. Shen Fei didn't stay in the Imperial capital to wait for these people to appear. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he left the capital and headed east for Lurk City, the headquarters of the Imperial Fist Temple. The Imperial Fist Temple, the Empire's largest and most powerful training ground, has long provided the Empire with countless masters. Those who graduated from its dojo have since established numerous martial arts schools across the Empire. The Empire's millennia of existence have left it utterly decayed, and so too has the Imperial Fist Temple. Back then, the Imperial Fist Temple and Oberg were the 2 most powerful schools in the Empire, their martial arts techniques widely renowned. These 2 schools were the primary forces fighting against dangerous species. The world of Zanmi is incredibly dangerous, rife with numerous and powerful dangerous species. The Empire's first emperor summoned experts from across the land to craft 48 imperial artifacts, not only to strengthen the Empire but also to combat them. The incredible powers of these imperial artifacts underscore the power and danger of these dangerous species. The Empire, the Imperial Fist Temple, and Oberg suffered heavy casualties in their efforts to eliminate these powerful and dangerous species. Just like the dimensional phalanx Shangri-La, its dangerous species can teleport freely, meaning they were only capable of being surrounded and hunted if their intelligence is low. Look at Shen Fei now. Anyone trying to hunt him would be wiped out in minutes. Sadly, after the Empire successfully crafted 48 imperial instruments, the Empire's first emperor turned against them. The Imperial Fist Temple, quick to seize the opportunity, immediately defected to the Empire, escaping disaster. However, Oberg didn't stand a chance. Furthermore, the previous hunts against the extremely dangerous species cost Oberg heavy losses. As a result, Oberg, once a formidable force alongside the Imperial Fist Temple, later degenerated into a killer organization and assassination cabal. Today, Oberg's last leader was accidentally killed by a Gato, and the Imperial instrument, the creeping thing, that he possessed was also destroyed by a Kato. Perhaps only Chelsea remains in the Oberg lineage. Don't underestimate Chelsea's strength, she's a disciple of Oberg. However, because she possesses the Tigugaya Foundation, her assassination success rate is incredibly high, so she's unwilling to undergo arduous training, which explains her weakness. The first emperor and the Imperial Fist Temple's siege of Oberg wasn't without cost. Oberg destroyed several powerful Tigu, but also took away a powerful Tigu, the creeping thing. Creeping thing refers to a dangerous insectoid species passed down through generations in Oberg. Its ability to reproduce a variety of powerful insects is incredibly powerful, perhaps surpassed only by S.H.I.E.L.D's Ice Tigu. If it weren't for the remarkable character of Oberg's last leader, Merid, Akim, there wouldn't be a place like today. It was Merid who opened Akim's eyes to the dark side of the Empire and changed her stance. Sadly, Merid ultimately met his end. What a luxury! Shen Fei couldn't help but shake his head slightly as he arrived at the magnificent Royal Fist Temple's headquarters halfway up the mountain outside Lurk City. No wonder the Royal Fist Temple declined with each generation. How many could endure the loneliness and hardship of cultivating in such a luxurious environment? The Royal Fist Temple, once a direct opponent of dangerous creatures, had now been reduced to thugs and bodyguards for the Empire's upper echelons. Shen Fei didn't attack the Royal Fist Temple. While he had come with the intention of destroying it, he first needed to learn its secrets. The Kraken, the Royal Fist Temple's inhabitants, had never anticipated an invasion, let alone Shen Fei's strength, which was far beyond their reach. As a result, Shen Fei quickly discovered the secrets of the four Rakshasa ghosts' cultivation. Behind the Royal Fist Temple lay the imprisoned Kraken, a highly dangerous creature with special abilities. The temple's higher-ranking officials cultivated by drinking a soup made from the Kraken's body, mixed with other medicinal herbs. This soup was considered a premium resource within the Royal Fist Temple, reserved only for the highest echelons. What a treasure! They don't even offer S.H.I.E.L.D such a thing. It seems S.H.I.E.L.D hasn't truly reached the highest echelons of the Empire. The power of the Imperial artifacts is immense, and the four Rakshasas are capable of countering them with their human form. If it weren't for their own arrogance and carelessness, how could they have been slain by Lubbock's Imperial artifacts? In pure terms of strength, few Imperial artifact users could have single-handedly defeated the four Rakshasas. With this, S.H.I.E.L.D will save a lot of time training the 6 marine styles later. It will also be very useful in the kin world. It seems everyone's here. From today on, I'm your captain. In a meeting room of the Imperial Capital Guard, after defeating the attackers, S.H.I.E.L.D removed her white mask. Lady S.H.I.E.L.D, Will, who had previously fought with S.H.I.E.L.D, immediately stood up and spoke respectfully upon seeing S.H.I.E.L.'s appearance. The others also stood up upon seeing S.H.I.E.L.D. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow, and S.H.I.E.L.'s reputation is renowned throughout the Empire. To test the strength of the Imperial artifact users, S.H.I.E.L.D had come in wearing a mask. With the exception of Dr. Fashion and Ran, everyone else was beaten by S.H.I.E.L.D. Sarayu, this is a very troublesome person. As S.H.I.E.L.D spoke, Shen Fei looked helplessly at the girl with long brown hair in a ponytail. Sarayu, a person with an excessive and twisted sense of justice. Compared to her, Akenyu is considered a normal person. Because of the death of her master Alka, Sarayu now hates Night Ray the most, even though it was Shen Fei himself who actually killed her master. This is your vice captain. S.H.I.E.L.D introduced Shen Fei and then asked everyone to gather in the back garden, where S.H.I.E.L.D had prepared a banquet to welcome all the members of the Hunters. Polis, this is really a pleasant person. Shen Fei shook his head slightly when he saw Bruce, who was always wearing a fireproof suit and a fireproof mask. Porus was a member of the Empire's Incineration Corps. The Imperial weapon he held was the Purgatory Summoner, which was simply a flamethrower. He had always been loyal to the Empire, but unfortunately, not long after his death, his wife and daughter were brutally killed by Sheila. Hello, Vice Captain. Just as Shen Fei was observing the members of the Hunters present, Lan with short golden hair came over. Hello, Shen Fei smiled and nodded to Lan. Vice Captain, I don't know what the captain meant by eradicating the cancer of the Empire, Lan said casually, holding a wine glass. It's the cancer of the Empire, what else could it mean? Shen Fei said softly, smiled and nodded at Lan, then walked directly towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Lan was behind Shen Fei, looking at Shen Fei and S.H.I.E.L.D thoughtfully. What are you going to do next? Do you want to just start? S.H.I.E.L.D asked softly after seeing Shen Fei coming. Wait for someone to come back, then we can start. Wait for who? Sheila, who possesses the Imperial artifact Shangri-La. I don't want to scare him away. Sheila, he will come back. The Revolutionary Army is about to besiege the Imperial capital. He will definitely come back. Justice Yama Spear, following Seilu's somewhat neurotic roar, Xiaobi, the giant with the Imperial artifact 100 arms beside him, immediately bit his right arm. When Xiaobi let go, Seilu's right arm immediately turned into a huge electric drill, which kept spinning, shredding all the bandits in front of it into pieces. In such a cruel and bloody scene, Seilu not only did not look uncomfortable at all, but also seemed to be excited. As Sarayu launched his lava turbulence, Boris and the others immediately activated their Imperial weapons. The Hunters were now on a remote mountainside west of the Imperial capital, where a large group of bandits and robbers had gathered. Due to the Empire's decay, even the area surrounding the capital was no longer safe. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.